Allow me to introduce myself. Who knows what dastardly crimes might perpetrate next?
He's a very clever arch criminal who must be put away. Another innocent victim of this suicidal maniac.
Okay, good morning. Today is June, Father's Day, my birthday at the end of the month. So for the next 4 weeks, I'm putting together some slides that's gonna put some information out that people don't have reference videos to go back to. Zion Lex, Divine Prospect, Kataza. I'm going to play some videos or show some articles from those guys regarding Deuteronomy 28:68. What's important is that I'm going to play a video about the transatlantic slave trade, right? I'm going to start off because we need to know what the root is of why Black folks are feeling despised and rejected in today's society. And we're also going to look at the root cause of why the slave trade actually happened. So this is going to be a video that you're going to pause and look at sources and whatever. What happened is in my book that I released, I had a whole chapter on King James and his whiteness. I had a whole chapter on Deuteronomy 28:68. But my views on Deuteronomy 28:68 has evolved. So I'm glad I didn't put that in the chapter, but it would have had some information if you want to debate Black Hebrew Israelites. And when I say Black Hebrew Israelites, I'm talking people from the 1969 school of thought, from Abba Bivens, One West, so forth. When I'm talking to people like Zion Lex from Wentworth schools, we call them Black Jews or Black Hebrews. That's what we call them. And for the people that deal with the Christians, William Christians and Crowdy and those people and Cherry, we call those people Christians with an Israelite thought, because you can't compare Crowdy with the same people as what you call it. All right. All right, so let's look at this, and we're going to go stage by stage. We're going to go to the transatlantic slave trade, but we're also going to go back as far as a root and do it in a chronological order, so you could pause the video, look at the sources, and say what's going on. But I'm just to remind everybody what the transatlantic slave trade is. I'm going to do this crash course video. I'm going to show the video and do commentary, and then we're going to take a look at it. All right, so here we go with the crash course video just to start us off regularly. All right. And then we're going to look at Deuteronomy 28 after. And we're going to look at Deuteronomy 28, some of the claims by Black Hebrew Israelites. And then we're going to look at Zion Lex's. Zion Lex had an article in 2015 before it came in on trial from learntorah.com or his blog spot, where he made some claims that I think today, I don't know if he still holds to those positions, but we're going to talk about it. All right. So anybody, of course, Alex watches my show. Sometimes he watches, sometimes he don't. Sometimes he comments, sometimes he don't. So we're going to take a look at it and have a very strong conversation. All right. So let's take a look at this video right here to start us off.
Span nearly 400 years from the late 15th century to the late 19th century. The majority of enslaved Africans were taken from 6 primary regions: Senegambia, Sierra Leone in the Windward Coast, the Gold Coast, the Bight of Benin, the Bight of Biafra, and West Central Africa, also known as Congo and Angola.
Let me start the video over, and let me also do this for my sake. Let me do this. All right. Crash Course is a beautiful. This is commentary based off of the information that they have. Plus, I'm going to add on to the commentary. All right. Here we go.
About the transatlantic slave trade, which spanned nearly 400 years from the late 15th century to the late 19th century. The majority of enslaved Africans were taken from 6 primary regions: Senegambia, Sierra Leone in the Windward Coast, the Gold Coast, the Bight of Benin, the Bight of Biafra, and West Central Africa, also known as Congo and Angola. In his 1935 book, Black Reconstruction in America, scholar and civil rights leader W.E.B. Du Bois described the Atlantic slave trade as, quote, the most magnificent drama in the last 1,000 years of human history. And he didn't mean magnificent in a good way. I want to note up top that this episode will address some challenging topics, including sexual violence and images of extreme violence. We believe, however, it is important to discuss these ideas thoroughly so that we can fully grapple with the reality of U.S. history. An estimated 12.4 million people were loaded onto slave ships and carried through what became known as the Middle Passage, which moved across the Atlantic and included many different destinations. It was named the Middle Passage because it was the second of 3 parts of what became known as the triangular trade. The first leg of the journey carried cargo like textiles, iron, alcohol, firearms, and gunpowder from Europe to Africa's western coast. When the ships reached the coast of Western Africa, the cargo was exchanged for people. From there, ships loaded with human beings made their way to the Americas, where the enslaved Africans were sold in exchange for goods like sugar and tobacco before the ships made their way back to Europe.
You know, what's an interesting point here is that we hear why they are taking Africans to do on exchanges, right, for the 400 years. But people don't realize, if you're saying that these people are Black Hebrew Israelites, a lot of them must have been taken during the trans-Saharan slave trade, or even when Ghana, the old Ouagadougou, as a true historian has taught us for years, from like around 300 of the Common Era, was taking people back, trading people from that time period. So were those Israelites? What about the trans-Saharan slave trade? Were those Israelites being taken? Something to think about while we're listening to this video. Very interesting stuff.
It's estimated that over the course of the Middle Passage, 2 million African captives died, their bodies often tossed overboard. What some people might not know about the slave trade is that the vast majority of people did not actually go to the United States. In fact, far from it. Only about 5% of captured Africans were brought directly to what would eventually become the U.S. The largest proportion, around 41%, went to Brazil, while millions of others were scattered across islands in the Caribbean and South America. As we examine slavery in the United States, from its earliest moments when people were first taken from their homes, all the way through the end of the Civil War, it's important to lift up the narratives and accounts of enslaved people themselves, as they can provide us with a perspective on this horrific institution in ways that few other documents can. For example, Eldad Equiano, an African captured as a boy, wrote in his 1789 autobiography the interesting narrative of the life of Eldad Equiano about the experience of being captured and taken to the edge of the ocean and being boarded onto the ship. I was immediately handled and tossed up to see if I were sound by some of the crew. And I was now persuaded that I had gotten into a world of bad spirits and that they were going to kill me. Their complexions, too differing so much from ours, their long hair, and the language they spoke, which was very different from any I had ever heard, united to confirm me in this belief. When I looked round the ship too, and saw a large furnace or copper boiling, and a multitude of black people of every description chained together, every one of their countenances expressing dejection and sorrow, I no longer doubted of my fate, and, quite overpowered with horror and anguish, I fell motionless on the deck and fainted. Captured Africans didn't really have an understanding of what lay ahead for them. Enslaved Africans weren't coming back to Africa from the Americas and warning people about what happened.
Oh, I didn't realize that I was muted the whole time. For the gentleman, for the trans-Saharan slave trade, just to let people know that that on the internal parts of Africa, you don't use ships. They walk, they use camels and they walk. But when it reached to the near where Egypt is, where the Nile River is, they use the Nile to transport the goods, the services, and the people that were walking on foot. All right. So there is ships on the trans-Saharan trade route, but not everywhere on the trans-Saharan trade route you can use ships. I hope you understand that. It's not difficult. All right. Let me get back to this video here.
All people knew was what they saw in front of them. A large ship, an endless ocean. And for many of these Africans, people speaking a language they had never heard, with a color skin some of them had never seen. It's also important to note that the story is not as simple as Africans being hunted and captured by Europeans and forced onto ships against their will. The Africans who were taken and placed on board these ships were typically prisoners of war from other African tribes, people deemed criminals, and poor members of society who were often traded to pay off their debt. Which is to say, many captured Africans were sold to Europeans by other Africans for a range of different goods. Now, this fact can sometimes be used in bad faith to obfuscate the horrors of what the Europeans did. And while it's important not to ignore the fact that there were Africans trading other Africans into bondage, we should remember that being a prisoner of war or a poor member of society traded for goods is not the same thing as being held in intergenerational, hereditary chattel slavery that meant your children and their children and their children would all be born into bondage. That is something unique to the experience of slavery in the Americas. As the scholar Orlando Patterson has written, slavery is the permanent, violent, and personal domination of natally alienated and generally dishonored persons. You've likely heard about how horrible the conditions were on slave ships, but it's worth naming explicitly. The conditions on these ships were horrific. People were packed by the hundreds alongside one another, chained down, unable to move. The captured Africans were forced to relieve themselves in the same places where they slept, sat, and ate. As a result, the stench from the bottom of the ship, where there was little ventilation, was unbearable. Disease was rampant. From yellow fever to malaria, from smallpox to dysentery, it is difficult to capture how abhorrent the conditions were. To imagine this, it is helpful to hear from Equiano again. I was soon put down under the decks, and there I received such a salutation in my nostrils as I had never experienced in my life, so that, with the loathsomeness of the stench and crying together, I became so sick and low that I was not able to eat. The closeness of the place and the heat of the climate added to the number in the ship, being so crowded that each had scarcely room to turn himself, almost suffocated us. This produced copious perspirations, so that the air soon became unfit for respiration from a variety of loathsome smells, and brought on a sickness among the slaves, of which many died. Violence against captured Africans was a devastating yet ubiquitous phenomenon as these ships crossed the Atlantic. In an effort to keep people submissive over the course of their several weeks-long trip, enslaved Africans were tortured in a variety of cruel, just unimaginable ways. Sexual violence was a common fixture as well. It was not uncommon for sailors to rape enslaved women while they were on board. But enslaved people didn't just passively accept the conditions that had been thrust onto them. They resisted in a myriad of ways. Some of these ways were individual, and some of them were collective. All of them were attempts to reclaim some sense of agency and control in just inconceivable circumstances. Sometimes they were as explicit as staging revolts meant to overthrow the crew. And sometimes they included individual acts of resistance, like refusing to eat or jumping overboard. Now, the idea of trying to take one's own life might seem like a strange sort of resistance to some. But what you have to consider is that these captured Africans represented money, like real money, to those who were holding them in chains on these ships. So someone attempting to take their own life represented the ability to determine the outcome of your life for yourself, rather than having it imposed on you by someone else. It also allowed them to undermine the economic incentives that undergirded the entire institution. Furthermore, in the case of jumping overboard, some of the captured Africans' spiritual beliefs gave them the sense that if they could just make it into the water, the ocean would carry their bodies home. Sometimes, as a result, the enslavers on the ship would put nets on the side of the boat to prevent people from jumping into the sea. One of the most heinous responses to slave resistance during the Middle Passage came in the form of something called speculum aurum, which was a screw-like device that forced someone's mouth open and allowed the resistant African to be force-fed against their will. It was not uncommon for this device to break someone's teeth, displace their jaw, or rip their mouth apart. If that didn't work, other interventions included placing hot coals on a person's lips until they opened their mouths, or thumb screws, a device in which a victim's fingers or toes were placed in a vise and slowly crushed until they complied. Given all this, we should be clear that the decision millions made to stay alive in the face of unimaginable violence and uncertainty, that too was an act of resistance. Historian Marcus Rediker identifies the period from 1700 to 1808 as the most destructive time of the transatlantic slave trade. Roughly 2/3 of the total of enslaved Africans were trafficked out of Africa and to the Americas during this period. What's more, the death toll of the transatlantic slave trade was just staggering. According to historian Jill Lepore, for every 100 people taken from Africa's interior, only 64 of them would survive the trip to the coast itself. Of those 64, only around 48 would survive the weeks-long journey across the Atlantic. Of those 48 who stepped off the ship, only 28 to 30 would survive the first 3 to 4 years in the colony. Before we go on, a quick note here about language. Throughout this series, we will try to be consistent in using the term enslaved rather than slave to refer to African and African-descended people who were held here in bondage. This distinction is important because saying enslaved person or enslaved worker or enslaved human being centers the personhood of that individual and emphasizes that slavery is a condition that was involuntarily imposed on someone rather than being an inherent condition to someone's existence. One of the central players in the slave trade was England's Royal African Company, a chartered firm that maintained a monopoly on all English trade to Africa following its inception in 1672. The period of 1675 to 1725 represented the most active years of the Royal African Company, but it continued to play an active role in the first several decades of the 18th century, an era known as free trade. The irony of that term is not lost on me. I think it's worth honing in on one state and its particular relationship to the slave trade in order to better understand how this thing played out. According to the work of historian Ira Berlin, the state of South Carolina prohibited the African slave trade beginning in 1787. In 1803, however, the state reopened the transatlantic slave trade, and it remained open until 1808, when the federal prohibition of the Atlantic slave trade went into effect. Between 1803 and 1808, over 35,000 enslaved people were brought to South Carolina, more than twice as many as in any similar period in its history as a colony or state. The coast of Charleston was the point of entry for approximately 40% of the enslaved Africans who were brought to North America through the Middle Passage. This has led some to refer to it as African Americans' Ellis Island, though an obvious difference is that one group came here via their own free will and one group did not. The federal government ended the international slave trade in 1808. The British had done so in 1807. However, traders from both nations continued illegally trafficking captive Africans for many years later. And while the international slave trade was abolished in the United States, the domestic slave trade would continue. In Britain, it took another quarter century before slavery was officially abolished in 1833. And in the United States, it took almost another 60 years in our nation's deadliest war to end it. Spanish and Brazilian traders continued trafficking Africans for another half century. Brazil, which remember had the largest proportion of enslaved people trafficked across the ocean, was the final country in the Western world to abolish slavery, doing so in 1888. The bottom line is that the transatlantic slave trade was a cruel, violent, abhorrent, centuries-long project that would shape the trajectory of the world and of both black and white life in ways that we'll come to more fully understand. We'll continue to talk about some of these in our next few episodes. Thanks for watching.
I'm not concerned about what he said in totality. I just wanted to give people who watch this video later on a reminder of what the transatlantic slave trade from a scholarly perspective what they're able to tell you about the transatlantic slave trade. Does anyone in the audience? I'm gonna show you. Shout out to Truth Historian because he taught me a lot about what I'm gonna teach today. And I had a whole chapter, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna show y'all in a minute. A whole chapter to put in my book about Deuteronomy 28. There's a couple things in there that I didn't like, so I decided not to do it or put it out. All right, hold on a second here. All right, I'm back to where am I? All right. So now, what are we going to do now? So we have the transatlantic slave trade. So let's go back to why the transatlantic slave trade happened. I'm going to get to the Hanseatic League. I'm going to get to all these different things. But before we get to that, you got to figure out why is it? Was it because of a curse? Or was it because of history and because of how our skin tone was? Why did they enslave us? So let's pay attention. Let's take a look at this right here. Make sure I got this right. All right, yeah, let's go to this right here. I'm gonna do a little bit of talking right here. All right. So let's take a look at this slide right here, which I've shown before. The terminologies being used: Cushite, Ethiopian, Sudan, Negro, Moor, Black, and Black African within Arabic sources. All right, so we got to understand the context. So we're going to go back to what's called the curse of Ham. And for those who are listening, let me just give a hypothesis before. And I'm going to invite Truth on, and he's going to tell me where I went wrong or where I went right. But let's take a look at, hold on, right here. All right, here we go. Deuteronomy 28. So this is my hypothesis. My hypothesis is basically how the transatlantic slave trade happened, right? So let's put this back on me for a second. This is my hypothesis or my chronology of what we're going to go through today. The curse of Ham, right? Developed by human beings. The curse of Ham based off of their interpretation of the biblical text. Then we have the Eastern Church connect blackness with slavery. Yes, blackness and slavery was synonymous at one point in some people's eyes. The lost tribes today in the first century between Eleazar and Akiba. And why I bring that up is because of Eldad the Danite. Eldad the Danite knew about that debate and claimed that he saw Jews in certain areas, certain members, tribes in Ethiopia or North Africa or wherever. And along with that tradition became the Prester John tradition. After the Prester John tradition, we're going to talk about the Hanseatic League. The Portuguese started exploring because of what the Ottoman Empire did with the Hanseatic League. And the Portuguese wanted to look for a rumored Prester John who was a Christian to team up with him, the Ethiopian kingdom, and also they heard about the gold that he had, the riches. So they were looking for that powerful Christian kingdom to team up to defeat the Ottoman Empire. But on their way there, they ended up on the shores of West Africa because of a guy by the name of Adahu the Moor, who offered African slaves if he was released. And then, of course, from there, they took them back to Europe, Portugal. They said, hey, we could do this and do some trade and get these guys going. And that's how the slave trade, in a nutshell, that's my theory that I'm going to show evidence for right now. All right. Nothing to do with Deuteronomy 28. And you're going to observe that the whole time. And I want you to pay attention. All right. Now watch this. Let me get back to this now. The Deuteronomy 28 chapter was supposed to be in my book, but I didn't put it there. All right. Now watch this now. Let's move this down and let's get to this. The curse of Ham is the divinely approved curse of slavery on blacks. But who are these cursed blacks? In the sources mentioned in the curse, various peoples are identified: Cushites, Ethiopian, Sudan, Negroes, Moors, Africans, blacks, and black Africans. In the ancient Near East literature, Cush designated the area. Hold on, let me check my mic, make sure that my mic is open. All right, please pay attention. All right, watch it. Please pay attention. All right, truth story, and make some notes so you could tell me where I went wrong and whatever. All right. In ancient Near Eastern literature, Cush designated the area in Africa south of Egypt. In the Hebrew Bible, the term Cush usually referred to this. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, family. All right. So here we go. So the term Cush usually referred to the same area. Ezekiel 29:10, for example, indicates that the border between Egypt and Cush was at Syene, which is now Aswan, by the first cataract. This border is reported for a long time and is mentioned inter alias by the Greek geographer Strabo and the church father Origen. The geographic identification of Cush south of Egypt continued into post-biblical Jewish and early Christian literature. Examples from late antiquity would include Josephus, who says that biblical Cush is represented by the Ethiopians of his day, and Jerome, who echoed Josephus's comment, up to the present day Ethiopia is called Cush by the Jews. In Muslim sources, we find the same identification of Cush as the area in Africa south of Egypt. In the Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible, which began in the 3rd century BC, the term Cush or Cushite was rendered as Ethiopia or Ethiopian, the traditional etymology of which is burnt face, i.e. dark-skinned. From Greek to Latin and from there to modern languages, Ethiopia thus came to mean Black Africa or Black African. Consequently, we find that in later Christian sources, the term Ethiopian, adopted from biblical usage, regularly has this meaning in non-biblical context as well. So too, the term Cush in later Jewish sources usually meant Black Africa or Black African. In time, the term Ethiopian in Greco-Roman sources was broadened to include other dark-skinned peoples, similarly Cushite in post-biblical Jewish sources, if not already in the Bible, was extended in a transferred sense to refer to various dark-skinned groups such as the Arabs and Egyptians, and to individual dark-skinned people, including even some Jews themselves. The ambiguity applies to other terms mentioned in this work. The Arabic word Sudan, which literally means blacks, can indicate a variety of dark-skinned peoples, usually but not exclusively from Africa. Negro and black found in late medieval and early modern European literature also cannot always be identified with a specific ethnic group or geographic location. Rather, the terms indicate color, and that color encompassed a range of dark skin, including dark brown to medium brown. Although Negro and black usually referred to Black Africans, they were also used to describe the natives of the New World, East Indians and others. Even when referring to Black Africans, the terms were used to describe every conceivable combination of Central African, Ibero-African, Afro-Arabic, and American African mixtures. Moor originally referred to someone from the Roman province of Mauritania in Northwest Africa. In the Middle Ages, the term came to indicate let me repeat this. Moor originally referred to someone from the Roman province of Mauritania in Northwest Africa. In the Middle Ages, the term came to indicate the North African or Berber Muslims who had conquered Spain, and later any Muslim. In addition, by extension of skin color and geographic contiguity, Moor was applied also to non-Muslims in the Western Sahara and to sub-Saharan Africans as well. For example, anonymous pseudo-Jerome Christian work, The Cosmography of Athecus Ister, we have seen the Moors from Ethiopia and Africa, the offspring of Ham from Cush and his descendants. Similarly, a 13th century illustrated manuscript of Alfonso the Wise's Cantinjas depicts a number of Black African figures who are always identified as Moors. Sometimes the terminology is made more specific with the term Black Moor or Blackamoor to distinguish the sub-Saharan Moor from the North African Moor. In short, all these terms, Cushite, in Jewish sources, Sudan in Arabic sources, and Negro, Black African, Ethiopian, more in Christian sources are ambiguous in meaning. They usually, not all the time, but they usually refer to dark-skinned Africans, but not exclusively so. All right. So I had to do this because where I'm about to go is somewhere different. And I want people to understand this in a chronological order. All right. So watch this. And by the way, I'm going to give the name of the book and everything when I'm finished using it. All right. So here we go. Beyond implications and explicit link between blacks and slavery in the context of the Noah story. So ladies and gentlemen, remember, the Noah story don't say what these things are saying. These are people who are reinterpreting the story or misinterpreting the Bible. And this is how it started, how we started to be despised and rejected based off of these traditions by empires. Because remember, once the Muslims or the Arabs get a hold of something, remember the book trade, they started trading all over the world and they're writing writings that denigrate Africans or dark-skinned people as being cursed. So this is a root cause of us, not the Deuteronomy 28 curses. And let's be clear about it. All right. So now, beyond the implications between blacks and slavery in the context of the Noah story, first appears in a Syria Christian work known as the Cave of Treasures. Everybody like to talk about the Talmud and all that stuff. But when you look at it, the Talmud, the Arabs didn't copy the Talmud. They didn't copy the Talmud. They basically copied this Eastern Christian work called the Cave of Treasures. Whether it was written 3rd or 4th century or 6th or 7th is irrelevant because they remixed this story and wrote it with their own interpretation. So not only is the Bible being misinterpreted, they now misinterpret the misinterpretation of the Bible text. So this is like a 3rd generation text of misinterpretations. So the Cave of Treasures, dating in its present form from the 6th to the 7th century at the latest, but originally going back to the 4th or 3rd century. Expanding on the biblical story, the work quotes the biblical text, "Cursed be Canaan, a slave of slaves shall he be to his brothers," and explains why Noah cursed Canaan with slavery. Although Ham sinned, the reason offered is that Canaan had invented musical instruments by means of which sin had multiplied in the world through song and lewd play and lasciviousness. It then continues, Canaan was cursed because he had dared to this. He and his descendants were reduced to slavery, and they are the Egyptians, the Mysians, the Cushites, the Indians, and the abominable ones, Musre. The Arabic, now look at what the Arabic and the Ethiopic versions of the word expand Canaan descendants to include all blacks. So now they are remixing the remix. Noah was angry with Ham and said, "Let Canaan be cursed and let him be a slave to his brothers." Noah increased in his curse of Canaan, therefore his sons became slaves. They are the Copts, right? The Copts are Egyptians, right? The Cushites, the Indians from India, of course, the dark-skinned ones, the Musian, and all the other blacks. This is what the Arabic and the Ethiopic versions are now saying. They're changing it up. They are the Egyptians, the Caribbeans, the Indians, the Mazareans, the Ethiopian, and all those whose skin color is black. Now, this is a problem because this is the Arabs trying to justify their wickedness. Because remember, around this time, you have the trans-Saharan slave trade. Now, in these versions of the Cave of Treasures, the biblical story is retold. Canaan is cursed with slavery. And then in addition to the biblical account, we are informed that Canaan's descendants were various dark-skinned peoples and all those whose skin color is black. Here for the first time, we see the explicit association of blackness with servitude in the context of the Noah story. This is getting deep, family. This is getting deep. Pay attention. Pay attention. Now, what's this? What's this now, family? I want y'all to pay attention. All right? Because I'm going to drop some stuff that Truth Story taught me over 7-8 years ago. That's going to add to this and make it come into one in a chronological way. Now, this is around the 7th century AD, right? What is strange is strange about the Cave of Treasures text is that it is Canaan and not Ham who is the ancestor of dark-skinned people. This is strange because, as I indicated, the biblical table of nations does not consider Canaan to be the ancestor of dark-skinned peoples. As it turns out, however, there are early biblical, contra-biblical traditions that do consider Canaan to be the ancestor of Black Africans and others of dark skin. Hold on 1 second here. Such a genealogy linking Canaan and blacks, independent of any connection to the story of Noah, contrary to the Bible's genealogy, is found where, family? Commonly in who? Islamic literature, attributed to authorities from the early 7th century onward. So where are we now? We know the Cave of Treasures is 3rd, 4th century. Some say 6th, 7th century, right? Now watch this. Chronologically, we're in the 7th century. This is the Arabs trying to take over spots. So they start putting out this literature from the early 7th century. So thus Ibn Sa'id, Tabari, Masudi, Qazwini, Rags Ubi, Ibn Khaldun, and Magrizi refer to Cush as the son of Canaan. Others reverse the order and have Canaan as the son of Cush. Kab al-Abar, quoted by al-Kisai, Tabari quoting Ibn Masud and some of the companions of the Prophet. The Muslim tradition that Nimrod, a black, flat-nosed boy, was the son of Canaan is also related to the Canaanite Cushite association in the Bible. In the Bible, Nimrod is the son of Cush, not Canaan. Several biblical authors extend Canaan descendants to include other dark-skinned African peoples. It includes sometimes Nubians, Abyssinians, Copts, the Bourgeois in East Africa, people in Ghana and other people of the Sudan, and the Damadin to the west of the Nile. The Akbar al-Zaman includes the Nabit. Nabit, it signifies black, and the Ishban and many peoples that multiplied in the Maghreb, about 70 of them. Clearly, the genealogical link between Canaan and black Africans in these Muslims' accounts is not dependent on the Bible, which presents a genealogy of Noah's descendants and shows Canaan and Cush as brothers, not as father and son. In fact, we find the same link much earlier than the Muslim sources. According to most scholars, it appears in a quotation from the 2nd century BCE in the name of one Eupolemus. The Babylonians say that first there was Belus, and that from him was born Belus and Canaan. This one fathered Canaan, the father of the Phoenicians. To him was born a son, Cum, whom the Greeks called Aspalus, literally Sut, the father of the Ethiopians, and the brother of Mesraim, the father of the Egyptians. All right, so I'm going to stop at this point, right? Because we got to do this chronological order. I'm going to now go to this guy. I got to stop right there. All right, share the show, like the show, family. All right. So now, this is from chapter 4 in my book, The Lost Tribes Have Been Found. What happened, family? You had people debating. They're debating. Hold on there. Share screen. Hold on. Here we go. So many Jews. All right. So what we have now, I'm going to get into Eldad the Danite. But with Eldad the Danite, you have to understand there's the writers of 2nd Esdras in the 1st century read Akiba and Eleazar debating. I'm not going to show that right now in that source, but I'll put it in the section of what the show is about before the show is over. What we have is a debate in the 1st century of where the 10 lost tribes are. One person said, oh, they ain't coming back. The next person said, yeah, they are. As a matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen, since today's show and proof day, let me actually show this. It don't make no sense I bring it up and we don't show it so the people could learn from what we're trying to tell them. All right, here we go. So in the Sanhedrin 10, part 3, let me bring it up on the screen so people could see it. I'm going to take my time. Bring it up first. And once I bring up that section, then I'll share my screen. All right. Let's do this. All right. Let me take you off of this, family. Sanhedrin 10:3. If you look at this, it tells you the king of Judah, Rabbi Yehoiada, says, Manasseh was a share in the world to come as it is. So this is part 10, and we're looking for section 3. Chapter 3, I assume. Chapter 3. Here we go. Hold on a second. Let me back up a little bit. Hold on 1 second, family. Let me actually find the comments. Let's look at this right here. And the Lord scattered them in the case of the world, and where they did the people of Sodom, I'm trying to find the actual part where they talk about the here we go. The statement of Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Eldad says the members of the generation of the wilderness were essentially writes about them. The verse says, gather my past together, It is they entered into the covenant by God. Let me see, the Lord killed the 10. Here it goes right here. The 10 tribes are destined to return to Eretz Israel, even during the Messianic era, as it is stated. And he cast them into another land, and it is this day. So the person who wrote Second Esdras was actually reading this debate between Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Eliezer, according to all scholars interpret it. And so what happened is, this is where they got the word for Arzares, because Arzares is in Deuteronomy 29:27. But it's not Arzareth, it's another word that they actually put together to form the word Arzareth. There's no Arzareth. It means another land, but it's the same word that's in Deuteronomy 29:27, which is another land. All right. So now they are debating, ladies and gentlemen, Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Eliezer in the 1st century of the Common Era. And they're saying, one of them is saying they're not going to return, and one is saying that they're going to return. One is saying they'll never come back, they're gone forever. So this is the debate that they're having. All right, so let me click off of that, and let me click back to this. This is just to put it in context and also to put it in chronological order. Although I did do all that stuff before, but this is now the 1st century. Now we're gonna move to the 9th century. All right, remember, there's an argument in the world that the Christians are saying there's no Jews claiming that they're lost. And there's no Christians that's saying, hey, we descend from the Christians. So the Christians are arguing with Jews constantly, right? So now my theory is that without Eldad the Danite and the Prester John story, we may not even have had a transatlantic slave trade. And I'm going to tell you why. Look at this right now. So look at this now. This is about Eldad the Danite, right? This is a guy who is a Jew. And look at what he's saying. All right, pay attention, family. Pay attention. This is in chapter 4 in my book, and the sources are stated right there. Look at this right now. Many Jews and non-Jews in the Middle Ages would actively search for the lost tribes of Israel. In the 7th and 8th centuries, we found a fusion with the 10 lost tribes and the return of the Messiah. Eldad the Danite, an enigmatic guy who appeared in 883 CE with one of the most fantastic stories that have affected his whole lost tribe tale. Eldad's claim to being a Danite was vital since he was a modern day version of the biblical Samson. Samson, of course, a strong guy that beat up people. He was a guy that was strong, so Eldad the Danite called himself the Danite because of Samson. Eldad provides us with a riveting account of his adventures. Going forth from beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, a Jew of the tribe of Asher and I entered a small ship to trade. Suddenly a great wind erupted and the ship was wrecked. The two clung to a box until they landed at last on a shore where they were caught by the Romanos, who are black Ethiopians. I don't know why he would say black Ethiopians, since Ethiopia refers to black people. Tall, without the garment of clothing upon them, likened to beasts, and they eat human beings. So these were cannibals. The Romanos proved to be voracious but rational cannibals. How can a cannibal be rational? I don't get that. They took hold of us, and seeing that my companion was fat and healthy and teething, slaughtered and ate him. But me they took, for I was sick on board, and they put me in chains until I should get fat and well. And they brought me all kinds of good but forbidden food, but I ate nothing. And I hid the food. When they asked me if I had eaten, I answered, yes, I have eaten. All right. Now, Eldad was imprisoned for quite some time until the Lord performed a miracle. His captives were defeated by a great army that came upon them from another place. The mysterious army then took him captive. Eldad told his Karaani his new captives were described as wicked individuals and fire worshippers by the host. He stayed with them for 4 years before being sent to Asin. This second confinement came to an end when a Jew merchant of the tribe of Issachar, you notice he mentions the Danite, the tribe of Issachar, the tribe of Asher, found me and brought me for 30 gold pieces and brought me back with him to his country. They live in the mountains of the sea coast and belong to the land of the Medes and Persians. They fulfill the command, the book of this law, the Torah, shall not depart from your mouth. The yoke of foreign sovereignty is not upon them, only the yoke of Jewish law. Eldad then continued to describe the whereabouts of each of the 10 lost tribes, tracing a massive arc from North China's boundaries across Arabia to Ethiopia and Africa. Eldad's 10 vanished tribes were still alive and well, doing commerce, traveling great distances, and fighting different enemies. Most importantly, they were not ruled by anybody. He says that the Reuben tribe participated in thievery and divided the spoils with the nearby Zebulonites. But the descendants of Samson of the tribe of Dan are superior to all. Eldad says, referring to his own clan, Eldad locates 4 tribes, namely Dan, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher, in the Ethiopian area of the 10 tribes domain, even though he indicates that all the tribes share geographically contiguity. They see no man, and no man sees them except these 4 tribes who dwell on the side of the rivers of Ethiopia. There's a place where these can see each other speak, and if they cry out, but the river Sabbatian is between them. When they want anything important, they have a kind of pigeon known among them, and they write their letters and fasten them to the wings or to the feet of the pigeon, and these cross the river Sabbatian, and the pigeons come to their kings and their princes. Now, for those who don't know, his story is really fantastic foolishness. Nobody's denying that Eldad the Danite existed, but his story served a purpose in that he mentioned the lost tribes. That changed the whole scenario now, because they're like, damn, the lost tribes, the Christians like, damn, we got to come with something. So what the Christians did was compete. I never knew about Prester John till True Story, and by the way, I got to just give him a shout out for that. I didn't know about Prester John till he taught me about Prester John. The Christian legends about Prester John, a powerful ruler, was a counteraction because Prester John never existed. That's the river that rains rocks. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not saying Eldad the Danite is not real. He's a real guy that existed in the 9th century. But what they did was combine Eldad the Danite story with Prester John's story. Because remember, Prester John is not real. So this writing of Eldad the Danite comes out in the 12th century, y'all. So nobody has this writing until 12th century is made public, but they attach the Prester John story to it. So you have several versions. You have a Jewish version, you have a Christian version, you have all type of versions, but the Prester John story is to compete with the Eldad the Danite story, because oh man, ladies and gentlemen, this is crazy right here. All right, hold on, I gotta respond to this text real quick. This story gets crazier and crazier as you go, but I'm gonna tell you why I say maybe if this Eldad the Danite story didn't exist, we wouldn't have had a major transatlantic slave trade, because the Portuguese would not be looking for Prester John and pass in West Africa with Adahu the Moor. You might disagree with it. I made that up on my own. Nobody taught me that. I'm just putting 2 and 2 together and saying, if these damn people, look at this guy right here. Prester John is an emperor of John IV of Ethiopia. Golf. Google it if you are ignorant. I'm not even going to argue with you. But anyway, the Christian legends about Prester John, a powerful ruler of large territories thought to be situated either the Far East or Africa, fueled medieval theories about the fate of the lost tribes. In northern Italy, Obadiah ben Abraham of Betanora, a pilgrim to Jerusalem at the end of the 15th century, noted the information he gathered on the 10 lost tribes, particularly about the descendants of the tribe of Dan. You see, now before this, and this is not a shot at Ethiopians, before that, there's nobody claiming in Ethiopia, physical Ethiopia today, that they come from the tribe of Dan. If Eldad the Danite never said that, y'all wouldn't have never been claiming that. Straight up. Check the history, check the chronology. You would have never been claiming the tribe of Dan if Eldad the Danite never claimed to be Eldad the Danite. Facts. Now watch this now. So now they're looking for the 10 lost tribes, particularly about the descendants of tribe of Dan. Watch this now. Obadiah Breton also said that the lost tribes dwell beyond the what river? The Sabbaton River. What is this river? This river is the river that only flowed down rocks. Only flowed rocks. Only rocks. Look at it and think about it for a second. Only rocks. So he's talking about that lost tribe dwell beyond the Sabbath, which may be reached after a 50-day trip into the desert from Aden, according to information he got from Jews in Aden, Yemen, as well as Muslim merchants. There's no such thing as a Sabbaton river that rains rocks. It don't exist. It's made up. Now, the writer of the book that I get a lot of my sources from, the 10 Lost Tribes, Ben Dor, who I interviewed twice, tells us about another storyteller, Rabbi Benjamin of Tudela, a 12th century globetrotter who traveled from Iranian I don't need to get into all of him, by the way. But look at what he says at the bottom. Ben-Dor gives us a summary of Prester John. Although there are significant aspects similar to the tales, it is evident that the legend of Prester John and Eldad's accounts about the 10 tribes have no relation with each other. Prester John's legend rapidly traveled throughout Europe, leaving a trail of almost 100 manuscripts written in various languages, including Hebrew, thus bringing further attention to the Christian monarch. Around 1165, the fictional letters of Prester John, in which the monarch recounts his realm in detail, emerged, establishing a link. These letters, which purported to be from the East, was written in Europe and were based in part on the Romance of Alexander, a tale from the Mottons, one that was popular in Europe at the time. The letters were addressed to the Pope and various European monarchs, including Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, the recipient of the most notes. All versions featured a story about a river that spews stones and great kingdoms of Jews. Prester John explicitly mentioned the 10 lost tribes in his letter to the emperor. So, ladies and gentlemen, listen to this carefully now. Eldad the Danite made up a story. I believe Eldad the Danite is a real guy, but some of his story is made up. They now attach the Prester John story and send out 100 different versions of it to spread word about the Christian kingdom with Eldad the Danite. Now look at this. The Prester John 10 tribe forgery was created to do what? To counter the story of Eldad, of which the Jews were proud. So it was Christian myth versus Jewish myth. Prester John versus Eldad. The growth of the Kabbalah and Jewish mysticism after the 16th century, including various messianic movements such as those of Shabbatai Zaveh, David Rubeni, Jerusalem Kabbalist Abraham ben Elazar, Emperor Charles V, Solomon Marco, gave rise to the 10 lost tribes myth. The first Jewish author to address the newly discovered American continent was Abraham ben Mordecai, who dedicated a whole chapter of his tractate to the topic of the 10 lost tribes. Aaron Levi, we know about him. So, ladies and gentlemen, so we have various people who claiming that they're the lost tribes and all these different things. And what happened now, let me get back to Garfield now, get back to the good-looking guy. All right. So now what happened now is, remember, from Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Akiva in the 1st century, Eldad the Danite was familiar with the story. He now says, I've encountered these cannibals who wanted to eat him, and they wanted to eat his friend because his friend was fat, and they tried to feed him to make him fat to eat him too. So, and then he had a fight. I didn't read that part. I didn't take that part out of Zevi's book, but he had a fight where he had superpowers and beat up these other people who try to beat him up, who try to get him. So it's supernatural stuff. But watch this now, family. Here's how it gets very interesting. You now have the black people being taken as slaves, right? But watch this now. We gonna get to this chapter of the book, of my book, that I didn't write, that I didn't feature, and it's called Deuteronomy 28. Hold on. Hold on, family. Let me get this right. Deuteronomy. Let me get this right here. It's called Deuteronomy 28. This is a whole chapter. I never put it in my book. Deuteronomy 28 and the transatlantic slave trade. So the verse Deuteronomy 28:68 is the most popular recruitment argument among all Black Hebrew Israelite claimants. In order to deconstruct their Deuteronomy 28's argument about the transatlantic slave trade, I must first clarify the origins of the slave trade and why it occurred. To make things easier for the reader, in the simplest terms, I'll define some terms and include a description to help the reader feel more at ease while receiving this material. The following terms will be defined and summarized before moving forward with the breakdown. Merchant guilds. I learned that from the crazy guy in the chat, the biggest troll on YouTube. True story. Merchant guilds. Hanseatic League. Age of Discovery. The Treaty of Alcacovas. Casa de India. The Crown of Castile. Casa de Contratación. The Council of the Indies. The Spanish Main. Consula de Mercaderes. The United Society Partners in the Gospel. Royal African Company. All these different things you need to know what trading posts are, what a livery company is, what a conquistador is. So I'm going to go through a few of them. You know, Merchant Guild is a European medieval association composed of traders interested in international commerce. The privileged fraternity performed by the merchants of Teal in Gideland about 1020 of the Common Era. All right. Let's go down to the Hanseatic League, which is one of the most important points you got to know about the transatlantic slave trade. Because this is one of the reasons why the slave trade happened when it was shut down by the Ottoman Empire. So the Hanseatic League started around the 12th century and it lasted until the 17th century. In the 12th century, Henry the Lion, Duke of Saxony and Bavaria, builds a new German town on a site which he has captured the previous year. It is Lubeck, perfectly placed to benefit from developing trade in the Baltic. Goods from the Netherlands and Rhineland have their easiest access to the Baltic through Lubeck. For trade in the opposite direction, a short land journey from Lubeck across the base of the Danish peninsula brings goods easily to Hamburg and the North Sea. Over the next 2 centuries, Lubeck and Hamburg in alliance become the twin centers of a network of trading alliances known later as the Hanseatic League. Ladies and gentlemen, it's getting deep. All right, it's getting deep right now. And when it's getting deep, it's time to take some notes. It's boring, but you're going to learn a lot today. I was going to say that true story with a slave ship called the Jesus of Lubeck. I thought that was coincidental just reading it just now. All right, so let's get back to this now. Remember the time span. So we started with what blackness means and why they got it, right? Hey, I'm live, bro.
I got something real quick, real fast.
You want me to say it on the ear? You want it on the ear or not on the ear?
Yeah, you can put it on the air. You want to suck you into something. Watch.
Go ahead, brother Ong.
All right. Garfield, what's up, man?
What's up, my brother?
Yeah, let you know, man. I appreciate you. You ain't said yeah yet, but yeah, we're gonna do a documentary dealing with the Jews in Africa. We're gonna put it all the way down. It's gonna be a professionally put together documentary on why African Americans are not the Jews or the original Hebrews are part of that contingent and all that foolishness going around. Yo, I think you're one of the best persons for that, man. I know Kyle is. You know, I'm up for the task, and this is what we're doing, bro. So we're gonna figure out what it's gonna cost us. I'm gonna put my piece up, you put your piece up, and that's what we're doing, yo. This is gonna be fun, yo.
All right, cool. Call me, jump on the show, jump on the panel. We talk some more about it. All right, peace.
I'm gonna jump. When you gonna let me talk?
Like an hour from now. Hour.
About an hour?
Yeah.
All right, bet.
All right.
They appreciate the show, man. Y'all pay attention, yo.
All right, peace, brother. All right. So now we have the Hanseatic League. And pay attention from the 12th to the 17th century. Pay attention to that word Hanseatic League. I never heard that before. Truth Story and mentioned it to me. And that's one of the things while I was writing my book, me and Truth Story wasn't really talking like that, right? So I'm like, damn, if I study all of this, would I know about the Hanseatic League? So I did everything possible to figure out, because would I have known about the Hanseatic League without truth story? No. I studied everything about the slave trade. I hear nobody come out with no angle saying the Hanseatic League played a role in the Portuguese exploring or whatever. So without truth story, I wouldn't even know about Hanseatic League. I got to give him that. So now here's a treaty of Alcacavas. Although the discovery of Africa's Atlantic coast was mostly a Portuguese issue in the 15th century, the Castilians were not completely uninterested and inhabited the Canary Islands. Alfonso V of Portugal renounced his rights to the crown of Castile and acknowledged Castilian ownership of the Canaries in the Treaty of Alcacovas in 1479, in exchange for Spanish acknowledgement of Portuguese possession of the Azores, the Cape Verde Islands, Madeira. So these are the Portuguese, because the Spanish weren't really hands-on. They would give permission because they was the top dog. Casa de India, the House of India, also called the House of Guinea. 15th century Portuguese established that managed the trade in products from overseas colonies. It was called the House of Guinea because it began by processing products from Guinea. Originally housed in a warehouse at Lagos in southern Portugal, it was re-established by who? In Lisbon, with the death of Prince Henry the Navigator. We're going to get to him in a minute. So the Casa de Contract, so let me just scroll through some of these things slowly so you could see some of the most important things regarding the slave trade. The Council of the Indies, also known as the Royal and Supreme Council, it was the Spanish Empire's most powerful governing body for where? The Americas and the Philippines. The Spanish Main, what was the Spanish Main? Was a general name for the areas of the Spanish Empire that were on the mainland of the Americas that had coastlines on the Caribbean Sea or the Gulf of Mexico. Asiento de Negros. Between the earliest 16th century and mid-18th centuries, Asiento de Negros was a contract between the Spanish crown and a private citizen or another imperial force, under which the latter was given a monopoly in selling African slaves. All right. So I'm just going to scroll so you could look at the names. You could look them up. The Society for the Propagation of the Gospel in Foreign Parts. The Society for the Propagation of the Gospel in Foreign Parts was established in 1701. Puritans, John Eliot, translating the books into the language of the Native Americans, played a high part in this stuff. All right. Royal African Company. Yeah, King James is black, right? Well, the Stuart family started the Royal African Company. How about that part? Charles II, major player in the transatlantic slave trade. Between 1662 and 1731, the company shipped about 212,000 slaves, 44,000 of whom died en route, or around 3,000 per year. They were still transporting captives to English settlements in North America at the time. All right, so we have James II and Charles II, Company of Merchant Adventures of London, Livery Company. There are 110 livery companies in London, which are made up of ancient and contemporary trade societies and guilds, almost all of which are known as the Worshipful Company for their art, trade, or occupation. All right. I think that should be it. But anyway, let's look at this chartered company. A chartered company is a partnership with inventors or shareholders that is formed and given privileges by a royal charter for the purposes of trading, discovery, or colonization. So each company so when we talk about reparations, these are the companies you need to look up, and these are the countries that you need to go after. The Portuguese, the Dutch, the British, the English, the British, the French, the German, the Scandinavian, the Scottish, and the Spanish. Trading post, a warehouse, also known as a trading post, trading station, or trading house, was an institution or settlement where products and services could be exchanged. All right, factories, Henry the Navigator, Conquistador, any of the leaders in the Spanish conquest of America, especially of Mexico and Peru in the 16th century, they were conquistadors, traveled outside Europe to capture certain territories and open trade channels in the Americas. So what was going on before the transatlantic slave trade? So ladies and gentlemen, let me do a quick rundown before we get into this, right? Pay attention. Now watch this, family. Before we get into why the slave trade, what was going on before the slave trade, we need to figure out where we are. So we broke down the word Cush and blackness and attached blackness to slavery. The Cave of Treasures. The Arabs rewrote it. The Ethiopian people rewrote it. They attached blackness to slavery. Who was called black by the Arabs and the Ethiopian people? The Cushites. The Cushites. The people in Ghana, West Africa. The people all over. The Moors, everybody was attached to this black term, which were said were descendants of Canaan. And of course, they made Cush Canaan's son, which is not biblical. All right, so they call all Cushites black. Then you have the story of Eldad the Danite of the lost tribes, looking for the lost tribes. The Christians and them invented the Prester John narrative, the legend of Prester John. And this is now where we're at right now, 1400s. We're right here with the transatlantic slave trade. I'm going to get back to that right now. I'm trying to get it in chronological order so everybody could understand what was going on before the trade. Before anybody thought about trading Africans to the Americas, commerce was widespread in Europe and Asia. Throughout Europe, merchant guilds flourished in Spain, France, Germany, and England. Eventually, a few merchant guilds agreed to join together and establish a Hanse. A Hanse is a merchant guild in the great cities on or near the Baltic, on the coast of North Sea, and in western cities where the Baltic trade can be profitably brokered, especially Cologne, Bruges, and London. Associations of German merchants form. It is advantageous for these German traders as well as the towns that profit from their activities. But anyway, just to move along, the massive expansion of Hanseatic exchange in the 13th century was part of a larger trend of rising European prosperity. During this period, towns with active German Hanse began to develop a more organized league with membership dues and monthly diets to negotiate on mutually beneficial policies. By the 14th century, there were approximately 100 such cities, some of which were located as far away as Iceland and Spain. The Baltic and North Sea trade is largely regulated by the German population. At the turn of the 14th century, the Hanseatic League started to decline. Major factors played a role. The destruction of Germany monopoly, especially in the Baltic, and of the mutual interest between the towns. Political developments in the countries bordering the Baltic became a threat to Hanseatic interests. Almost immediately after the defeat of Valdemar IV had seemed to ensure German supremacy there. The union of Poland and Lithuania in 1383 did much to harm Hanseatic interests in the eastern hinterland, and soon afterwards, in 1397, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden were united under the rule of Margaret I, the Queen of Denmark. The English and the Dutch, who had learned and gained so much from the Hanseatics, were growing in mercantile and industrial strength and were increasing their will and capacity to oust the Germans, not only in the domestic markets, but also in the trade on North Sea. All right? So anyway, other things started to occur. You had war and pestilence in the year 1300. Europe had a population of about 100 million people. Nevertheless, a number of disasters struck from 1315 to 1317. Crop shortages struck Germany and other northern nations, resulting in severe malnutrition and death. And in 1347, Europe was struck by what's called the Black Death, one of the greatest tragedies in human history. The Black Death, also known as a plague, destroyed between 25 and 45% of Europe's people. The Black Death was a worldwide epidemic that occurred between 1347 and 1351. The epidemic started in Asia. It soon found its way to the Black Sea coast, where it exploded in September 1346, thanks to the Mongol conquest, which had made travel between East and West safer and simpler than ever before. But anyway, we're moving on. All right. Black Death. The root of the Atlantic slave trade. The trade provides mankind's most significant meeting place. The market in primitive societies, only religious events, cult rituals, or rites of passage such as marriage bring people together in a comparable way. But in these cases, the participants are already linked by custom or kinship. During antiquity, long-distance travel played a significant role in intellectual, theological, and creative interactions between Europe and Asia's main centers of culture. Any of these trading lines had been in use for millennia, yet traders, negotiators, and explorers could, in theory, traverse the ancient world from Britain and Spain in the west to China and Japan in the east by the beginning of the 1st century AD. The trading routes were mostly used to transport raw materials, foodstuffs, and luxury products from regions where they were plentiful to areas where they were scarce. Certain commodities or products become monopolized in certain cases. Silk was supplied by China to West Asia and the Mediterranean area, while spices were mostly obtained from South Asia. The silk and spice routes, which were the key arteries of contact between the numerous ancient empires of the Old World, were used to carry these items over large distances, either by pack animals, overland, or by seagoings. Now, this is where everything starts to change. Garfield think he's slick. He's really trying to show me how much. This is from 2021, true story. And this was supposed to be my book. So this information I've been had. But check this out, though. This is important right here. The Arabs managed another significant trading route, the incense route, which carried frankincense and myrrh from South Arabia through camel caravan. Cities along these trading routes prospered as a result of their ability to provide facilities to traders and serve as foreign marketplaces. Some flourish primarily as trading centers, such as Palmyra and Petra on the Syrian desert. All right, so watch this now. The ancient world transport roads were the trading route people traveling. But before we even touch on that, trade routes, Africa, Asia, and Europe are connected because of trade routes. So you got the Silk Road, right? From the 2nd century BC to the 18th century, Silk Road was a network of trading routes linking east and west. All right, so there you got the images. Catch your image, do your screenshot. You see it's linking from east to west. East Africa, Southern Europe through land and sea routes. The trans-Saharan related Mediterranean economies that demanded gold and could supply salt to sub-Saharan economies where gold was plentiful. From the 7th to the 11th centuries, despite the fact that local salt supplies were adequate in sub-Saharan Africa, Saharan salt use was encouraged for trade purposes. Arab traders in southern Moroccan towns like Sijil Masya purchased gold from the Berbers and used it to fund further caravans. The Berbers were persuaded to convert to Islam as a result of these commercial purchases. All right, there goes your source, Trans-Saharan Gold Trade, Metropolitan Museum of Art. Here it goes right here. So to the North African spots, and then to these areas where they were doing transportation by boats, you got it right there. Here you go. Then you have the Amber Road, was an ancient trading path used to transport amber from Sicily's coastal regions to the Mediterranean Sea and later from the North Sea and Baltic Sea. Here it is right here. Here's what it looks like. The Amber Road. We always hear about the Amber Road. Look how far, from all the way from Russia, come all the way down to Italy. Then you have the incense route, with a 2,000-kilometer network of trade routes that enabled frankincense and myrrh to be transported from Yemen and Oman in the Arabian Peninsula to the Mediterranean. So you know when the Lemba say that they have the genetic markers from the people from these areas, because Yemen was right here. So this is why they possibly have that J1 marker, all right, through trade. And then the men sleeping with the African woman and then having male children and so forth. Now look at this part right here. This is the part that changes the entire conversation. Following the arrival of Islam in the Arabian Peninsula in the 7th century, it began to spread eastward through commerce, aided by the growth of the maritime Silk Roads. Muslims were renowned for their trading abilities, which were aided by Islam, as well as their sailing abilities. As a result, they could monopolize the maritime Silk Road's east-west trade, linking numerous major ports in Eastern Asia. Indeed, their merchants' ships had to stop at different ports for water and food to be fixed, or to wait for wind direction to shift. As a result of these contacts, Islam spread further to citizens residing in significant coastal cities in the Indian subcontinent, China, and the more remote southeast, whatever. All right. Muslim merchants from Arabian Peninsula had to travel via these southern islands through the maritime Silk Roads. All right. So now, when we look at all of this now, you have crusades where the Muslims are trying to take over trade routes and everything. So you have the crusades where military expeditions organized by Western European Christians in reaction to centuries of Muslim expansionism. Starting in the late 11th century, their goals were to stop the propagation of Islam, regain possession of the Holy Land in the Eastern Mediterranean, conquer pagan lands, and recapture formerly Christian territories. Many of their leaders saw it as a way to atone for their sins. There were several expeditions to the Holy Land, Spain, and even the Baltic between 1095, when the first crusade was conducted, and 1291, when the Latin Christians were eventually ousted from their realm in Syria. The crusades lasted for many years. Let me take a deep breath, because I've been reading a lot. Let me take a drink. Peter Bagdu, shut up. All right. Now let's get back to some more of this now. And I didn't even get to Deuteronomy 28 yet. It's going to get real interesting. By the end of the 11th century, Muslims had occupied what? About 2/3 of the ancient Christian world, including the significant regions of Palestine, Syria, Egypt, and Anatolia. Attempting to halt this progress, the Crusades were briefly effective, establishing Christian states in Palestine and Syria, but the continued expansion of Islamic states eventually reversed those advances. Despite numerous attempts to repel them, the Ottoman Turks had developed themselves in the Balkans by the 14th century and would penetrate deeper into Europe. The Ottoman Turks, huh? So now, in Reconquista, the English reconquest in medieval Spain and Portugal, a series of campaigns by Christian states to recapture territory from the Muslims who had occupied most of the Iberian Peninsula in the early 8th century. So the military orders from Spain and Portugal, you have the Knight Templars, the Order of Aviz, the Order of St. James, and of course, Raubon's favorite, Order of Christ. Spain had the Order of Calavatra, Order of Santiago, Order of Calatra, Order of Montesa. During the Middle Ages, as elsewhere in Christendom, native military orders arose in the Iberian Peninsula, which, although having certain parallels with other foreign orders, had their own unique characteristics owing to the unique historical circumstances of the Peninsula conflict between Muslims and Christians. That's from the Catholic Encyclopedia of the Military Orders. All right. So anyway, let's take a look at these people here. The territories of the military orders of the Iberian kingdoms were, you see the colors, you could do a screenshot. There you go. Do your screenshot, then do another screenshot. Territories of the military orders of the Iberian kingdoms towards the end of the 15th century. All right. The images is from the upload from Wikipedia. That image is from Wikipedia. All right. So you had the spice route. This is the spice trade. This was huge. The Silk Road and the spice trade routes. All right. Then you have, so let's move on to the Age of Discovery right now. All right. So the Age of Discovery, I have to stop right here. There's a reason why I'm stopping, right, with the Age of Discovery. I'm stopping right here. Before we get to the Age of Discovery, we have to get to right here. The curse of Ham migrates to the west. Up to this point, the instances of the curse of Ham that we have seen all emanate from the east. We have discovered two routes by which development of the curse occurred. The first grew out of a tradition of a black Canaan and appeared in the Eastern Christian Cave of Treasures, which associated dark skin with servitude in the context of Noah's curse. The second grew out of the Muslim etiology of Noah's curse of dark skin, which morphed into a dual curse of blackness and slavery, also found in Eastern, primarily Muslim sources. It is not until much later that the curse makes an appearance in the West. Scholars have traditionally pointed to the Portuguese chronicle Zurara as the first in the West to record the curse. As we shall see, the curse appears in the Western sources earlier than Zurara, but still centuries later than its appearance in the East. In his Chronicle of Discovery, hold on, let me make this bigger so everybody could read it. Let me get rid of this guy again. Let me time him out because he just trolling me the whole day, yo. I don't know why I can't time him out just for GP. Time out again. All right. All right. Now, let me get back to this. All right. The second grew out of the Muslim etiology, Zurara. As we shall see, the curse appears in the Western sources earlier than Zurara, but still centuries later than its appearance in the East. In his Chronicle of the Discovery and Conquest of Guinea, Zurara recounted the Portuguese expeditions to the Africa coast in 1441, when some Moors were captured and brought back to Portugal. We are given an indication of the ethnicity of these African Moors when Zurara tells us that their language was Azanagwai of Sahara, according to Kenneth Wolfe. Is a transliteration of the singular form of Idzagen, the name of a nomadic Berber people who inhabited the Western Sahara. The Portuguese captured some of these Moors, included one Black Mooress who was a slave to them. Black Moors appear again when we are told that among those captured was one who was said to be a noble. This noble, upon arrival in Portugal, said that if he would be returned to his people, he would give as ransom for himself 5 or 6 Black Moors. After telling of the noble's offer, Zurara referring to the Black Moors. These blacks were Moors like the others, though they are slaves in accordance with the ancient custom, which I believe to have been because of the curse which after the deluge Noah laid upon his son Ham, cursing him in this way that his race should be subject to all the other races of the world. And from his race these blacks are descended, as wrote the Archbishop Don Roderick of Toledo and Josephus in his book on the Antiquity of the Jews, and Walter with other authors who have spoken of the generations of Noah from the time of his going out of the ark. Some believe that Zurara was distinguishing between Muslim blacks who did not fall under Noah's curse and non-Muslim blacks who did. As I understand Zurara, however, his distinction is not one of religion but of race. Between the Berbers of the Western Sahara and the people of Sub-Saharan Africa,
In the statement, these blacks were Moors like the others, the term Moors may carry the meaning that these blacks had more or less converted to Islam. As argued in the French translation of Bourdon and Ricard, are that Moors has an elastic sense encompassing those of darker skin color living in areas contiguous to North Africa, as argued by Kenneth Wolfe. Regardless, the distinction Zurara is making is not one of religion, but of race. In any case, Zurara, we have clear evidence of a belief in the curse of Ham, combining slavery and black skin in the context of Noah's curse, although it is not a dual curse. But Zurara was not the first in the West to refer to the curse of Ham. Some 30 years before Zurara wrote his chronicle, Don Luis de Guzman, churchman and Grand Master of the Catholic Order of Calatrava, asked Rabbi Moses Aragel of Castile to compose a translation of the Hebrew Bible into Castilian together with Jewish interpretations. The work, illustrated by over 330 paintings, was completed in 1430. In his comment on Genesis 9:25, Aragel wrote, "And Canaan was a slave of slaves. Some say that these are the black Moors, who are everywhere captives." An accompanying illustration depicting the biblical scene of Noah's drunkenness is the first known iconographic representation of Ham as a black African. Hold on a second. The introduction of Blackston. Hold on 1 second, family. All right, cool. So now we're gonna end that right there. But I just wanted to point out how the curse of Ham was brought to the West, to the Portuguese, before Zurara. Aragel brought it out. All right. Now watch this. Now watch this, family. Let's get back to why we got into the slavery. Let's get back to this right now. The age of discovery. A mixture of conditions prompted men to search new roads between the mid-15th and mid-16th century, and it was new routes rather than new territories that occupied the mind of kings and commoners, academics and seamen. First, the Mongol Empire was disintegrating by the end of the 14th century, and Western traders could no longer depend on secure passage through the land routes. Second, the Ottoman Empire. Let me take myself off the screen. The Ottoman Empire. Let me see. The Ottoman Turks and Venetians ruled over commercial links to the Mediterranean and ancient Near East West sea routes. Third, emerging nations on Europe's Atlantic coast were now able to engage in international commerce and adventure. The New World, the Portuguese probed the West African coast as part of their counter-offensive against the Moors in the Iberian Peninsula. The east to south sea path to Cathay, the quest for a sea route via south to Cathay was launched by Henry the Navigator, Prince of Portugal, as the first great venture of the Age of Discovery. His motivations were ambiguous. He was fascinated about the world. He was involved in modern navigational aids and improved ship architecture and excited to explore them. He was also a crusader who hoped to target Arab influence in North Africa from behind by sailing south and then east along the African coast. Another motivation was to steer the Guinea gold and ivory traffic away from the Sahara to the Moors of Barbary and instead channel it to Portugal along the sea path. Henry wanted to know how deep Muslim domains in Africa stretch. In order to trade directly with West Africa by boat, pursue friends in mythical Christian lands to the south, such as the long-lost Christian realm of Prester John, and see whether it was feasible to enter the lucrative spice trade in the Indies by sea. He put money into funding voyages down the Mauritanian Peninsula, bringing together a consortium of traders, ship owners, and other players involved in new sea lanes. The Portuguese expedition in the 15th century put European ships into frequent communication with sub-Saharan Africa for the first time. Slaves for the route through the Sahara to the Mediterranean have long come from this area. The advent of the Portuguese opens up a new line of communication. The beginnings of a slave trade. A Portuguese expedition seized two nobles on the West African coast in 1441, and some gold was obtained by handing them over, as in the common Iberian method of receipt or ransom. Another Portuguese attack on the African coast in 1444 captured a shipment of 235 slaves, including both whites, Berbers, and blacks, and transported them to Lagos in the Algarve for separation and disposal. However, the Portuguese captains quickly learned that they might buy slaves and sell them for less money and hassle to those helping to settle the islands, or to Portuguese or Spanish buyers looking for an African servant or laborer. All right. Since they gave it a theological tinge, the Portuguese were to be less secretive regarding their slave trade than about their quest for gold. Bringing African or Berber captives to the Atlantic islands or the peninsula may be seen as completely compatible with the goal of gaining souls for Christ. The Infante Henrique obtained Pope permission for the settlement of Madeira and the Azores, as well as for the trade operations from the African coast in the 1440s. Since these islands were uninhabited and there were no competing claims, and since the appeals were submitted by a Portuguese princely crusader, permission came in the form of a set of papal bulls. So I don't have to go over the papal bulls and all of that stuff. But then we see for how the African slave trade started. They were taking them to the Atlantic islands, which were like Madeira, Azores, Cape Verde. These particular areas were used for sugar production, which were provided by African captive slaves. So this is where the slaves went. How comes these slaves or descendants are not on the 12 tribe chart? You ever notice that? This is where the slaves were before the 1500s. They went to the Canary Islands, Azores, Cape Verde, Guinea Islands, Madeira, Sao Tome. During the 16th century, the total slave population of the Atlantic Sugar Islands may have been about 10,000. Slave trading from African coast to Europe and the Atlantic Islands, according to Philip Curtin, totaled 175,000 in a century and a half between 1450 and 1600. He estimates that only 50,000 of this number went to the peninsula and other areas of Europe. So we see the slave trade happening all over. That's how it started from the 1400s. The Portuguese, again, looking for Prester John's fake Prester John who never existed family. So all because of the Eldad the Danite story, they remixed that story and added the Prester John story, saying they had gold and a big Christian kingdom. So the Portuguese want to now team up with them. We see the curse of Ham being used by the Portuguese because they want to justify them using black people who they would call pagans, but they want to use them based off the curse of Ham. So the reason why we are despised and rejected, family, and this is, by the way, the Treaty of Tordesillas, where they're marginalizing the Portuguese on one side and the Spanish on the other side, the line of demarcation. That's what you're looking at. All right, so hold on, what about, all right, hold on. I think this is Deuteronomy 28 stuff. So, all right, so let me get back to this. All right, so the Hanseatic League, family, once the Portuguese, I'm gonna get to this. Pay attention now. Once the Portuguese, the Hanseatic League got cut off from the Christian community, the Christian kingdoms, and the Jews were involved in that trade too, that trade routes, whatever. The Jews were involved some way, somehow. The Ottoman Empire cut that off. They had to find new ways of making money. So it's called the Portuguese exploration. You could Google it. Wikipedia got a great article on it. You have the Portuguese exploration. They want to find new ways to cut off Islam, to get back some land from Islam. So this is like a religious war. This is a religious war between the Portuguese, the Christians, where they have the Order of Christ and the Order of Calastras and Order of this and whatever. The Christian, they want to defeat the Muslims from taking over. So the Muslims take over the Hanseatic League, the era, block the route. They're exploring different routes, how to make money. End up in West Africa because they want to combine their kingdom with the Ethiopian kingdom, with Prester John's ex-kingdom, with all the gold and whatever, and merge it so that they could defeat Islam. That's what started the slave trade. Not a curse. That's what started it. All right. Watch this now. Now that we got to Deuteronomy, so I'm done with Prester John. I don't know if hold on, let me get Truth Story at time to come on. And if he wants to elaborate. This is just for Truth Story alone. If you want to click the link and jump on and tell me where I went wrong or what I need to step up on. So that's the link is for go ahead, my brother. So that's for Truth Story. If Prester John didn't exist as a storyline, it's possible, family, that Bishop Natalia didn't go to Canary Island. This fake Ethiopian trolling me all day, bro. I can't get no love from my Ethiopian brethren, man. I get no love from my Ethiopian brethren. Why? The floor is yours, bro. I'm gonna just mute up.
Hey, what's up, man? Peace, bro. I just wanted to say, so hold on one second. Let me just close this.
All right.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, so our people understand where we are in the picture, because I think that's, of importance. Is the reason that they have to do this is because Europe lacks resources. So they have to come out of Europe searching for those resources. So the Hans and their big thing was wool. And wool, that was the main thing. That's all they really had to offer. So I'll go quick. The medieval age is coming to play, and why you see those guilds and whatever, because those trades then become the value and the skills. Why? Because like you mentioned, you have Black Death, and in the numbers in Europe, the population is low. So the upper classes of people then have to find ways to treat those skills that were guarded to the masses in some way so they can rebuild Europe. That's where you get the development of those craft guilds and merchant guilds. That's what I just wanted to say about that part, so our people know. But there's a famous painting, I forget the name, I just put it in the chat for Google so people can see what you mentioned, that port of Portugal, and they have blacks and Jews in the painting. And the Jews are noted because at the time in Europe during the Middle Ages, the Jews had to wear a circle or O on their clothing. And so they would be identifiable, right? And this is when those ghettos emerge and they live behind the walls and what have you. But as far as the reasons and the motivations, that's where it lies, is they're coming out of Europe with these trades now. Right, and that's where the craft and all that other stuff. The Bible or the Quran is just, the religion is the means where you have to meet on common ground. So you have some type of universal rules that's supposed to be in place so you don't cheat one another. This is why when you see the Berbers, who are just basically trade people, they're the middlemen between the, or the North and the South, where the resources are basically, they adopt the religions of the traders. This is where you see Berber Jews come as well as Berber Muslims. And you notice by the stuff that we recognize them for, people could just Google Berber Jews and you'll see the Berber Jewish symbols or Berber Muslims, and you'll see the Berber Muslim symbols. That's from them being involved with the Jewish and the Muslim traders. But yeah, you got it with the Hans, and that starts first. So what happens is during that whole Crusades thing, the orders come. Yes, the Knights Templar and blah blah blah, all of that other stuff comes. They kind of merge with the merchants, because now the merchants are pooling their money together to go out and get resources. Why? Because they're the craft guilds. The craft guildsmen then goes out and gets silver, gold, and whatever they exploit in West Africa. The Jews were known for metallurgy and putting stuff in forms to sell and trade, the raw materials or whatever. The European takes that, intercepts that from him. Now he becomes the source, right? Because they don't have nothing in Europe. They come out once again because all they got to offer is some goddamn wool. That's what, if you look up the Hans and those Germanic people, is wool. That's it. No other resource. So they have to, this is why they're called merchant adventurers. They then have to then fund these ventures to go out and do what? Exploit, crusade. They're coming out of these military men, now just become the quote unquote explorers. Thus you have Henry the Navigator and his father before him coming in and doing those things. Early on, people in the chat can just go and look up around, was it 1415 or 1418, with Madeira being the place. Why? Because you have the exploitation of some of those West Africans for sugar, showing you that this did not start when they come to the New World, this exploitation of Africans in particular. It was something that was in the quote unquote old world. Because prior to that, Portugal gets the sciences or whatever for the sugar from Asia, and that's how they get it. You have plantations in Portugal way before you get to the Americas. That's how all of this becomes together. Then, of course, sugar is the cocaine of the day, and sugar becomes the main exploitation. But that does not start when they get to Barbados or something like that. That is in Portugal, and then in Madeira. This is why if you're of a certain age in your parents' cabinets right now, you will see Madeira wine. That's the sugar and the grapes. Now, people in the chat, you want to make it even more crazier. Columbus marries the daughter of the dude who runs Madeira, and she is, yes, Jewish. So y'all can have fun with that in the chat too. Once again, Madeira, Madeira. You have Garfield mentioned Ceuta, Ceuta. This is where you see the war. That place is even in controversy to this day of whether it's Europe or whether it's Africa. Y'all can Google it right now. And that's where the conflict happens. And then you see Madeira up there. Henry has his place, and I believe Sagres, Sagres. He's not actually going on any of those military missions or navigating anywhere. He just sets up the funds so that the traders and the navigators could gather in that town and develop what they develop. Then you got the Moors and those people that fight, and that's when you see battles in 1415 and 1418. Then you see, I think they get around to the Canaries at some point, and like you say, Azores Islands, and there's that fight over there. Boom. Prester John finally comes in, where, like you say, part of it is that there was a purpose. So they need money to pay the soldiers who are fighting in war. So the money or the resources is the gold, right, at the time. So they want to go and find the gold in order to what? There's a purpose for that, to pay the people. And they heard these stories and tales, like you mentioned, of the supposed king. He's on the maps. People, I think he's on one of the maps also where Mansa Musa's on. Y'all could Google Prester John on the map. Somebody in the chat do it. Call me on it. And it's one of the old maps, and you'll see Prester John sitting on a throne looking like a Chinese emperor and around where Ethiopia is. Okay? So then you have that. So with that, the idea is a military tactic is what they thinking in some odd ways. They're going to flank the Muslims and box them in. So they'll come from Africa and from the south and come up that direction, pause, and then they'll come from Europe. And then, is that called flank? The military people will call me on it. Whatever it is, they're gonna, put the Europeans in the middle, and Muslims in the middle, and this is how they defeat them. This is their idea. That's why they then come up from the south to the north, and thinking they're gonna get them from the north to the south. Short answer.
All right, that's what's up.
That's it. Yeah, man.
All right,
yeah,
hey, I'm gonna get to King J. Yeah. This is just for truth story only, man. He taught me a lot of the stuff that I repeated, and this was supposed to be a part of my book in 2021, but I didn't put it in my book because it wasn't complete, and I'm glad I didn't, because now I feel totally different about Deuteronomy 28. That's gonna blow everybody's mind. All right, hey, Truth, yeah. I'm gonna kick you off. And
go ahead, bro. Yeah, thanks, man. Peace.
All right? Appreciate the brother Truth story, and taught me a lot about the Hanseatic League and all those different things, which I will not remember unless I have it on paper. All right, but the basic story is this. People are trading. There's a war going on between, the truth of the matter is, and Truth didn't say this, but I'll say that he probably would have said it if I asked him, but the truth of the matter is we're caught in between a wars between two Abrahamic faiths. Christians want to rule the whole world. Muslims want to rule the whole world. We are caught in the difference. I'm just saying. All right. But let's get to where am I at now? Where am I at? Okay, Deuteronomy 28. Let me see if I could bring up this slide right here. Oh, I gotta play a video. That's what I gotta do. I gotta play a video. Who wrote the Torah? And pay attention, Bible believers. Pay attention. This is from Matt Baker, of course, one of my favorite teachers on YouTube. He made a video a couple weeks ago about who wrote the Torah and all that stuff. All right, so check him out. He's about to bring that smoke in. Not smoke. He's about to bring where we're at as far as scholarship is concerned regarding this.
So let's dive in. From a traditional point of view, the answer to the question, who wrote this part of the Bible, is easy. It was Moses. And for some Orthodox Jews and evangelical Christians, there is simply no questioning that. But for the majority of Jews today, like myself, as well as most Christians, the answer is not so simple. As I mentioned in my video on Did Moses Exist? From a historian's point of view, Moses is more of a legendary character, and the stories about him quite clearly include many literary elements. It's also very obvious to language experts who study the Torah that it is definitely not the work of a single author. Rather, it clearly consists of many layers that were pieced together over time. Now, this actually makes a lot of sense, considering that the Torah deals with events that were initially passed down orally. Whenever this happens, you usually wind up with multiple versions of the same story, and this is exactly what you find in the Torah. For example, there are two separate creation accounts, two separate stories of Abraham lying about his wife Sarah, two accounts of God changing Jacob's name to Israel, and so on. According to some tallies, there are about 30 examples of these kind of doublets in the Torah. So what almost every scholar agrees on within the field of Pentateuch studies is that there were definitely several distinct authors involved. But what they do not agree on is exactly who those authors were and in which order they contributed their material. Because of this, I cannot present you with one definitive answer to who wrote the Torah and when. Therefore, I'm going to present you with 3 different theories and let you make the final decision. The first theory is the one that you're most likely to have heard of if you're at all familiar with any of this. It's called the documentary hypothesis, and it's been around since the 1800s. Nowadays, there are many variations of it, but the basic idea is that the Torah was pieced together from 4 different original sources. These have been labeled the Yahwist, Elohist, Deuteronomist, and priestly sources, or more commonly, J, E, D, and P. Note that I'll be using these 4 letters extensively throughout the rest of the video. So, according to the documentary hypothesis, Genesis, Exodus, and Numbers are all a mix of J, E, and P. Leviticus is entirely P, and, as you might have guessed, Deuteronomy is entirely D. Note that the black areas of the chart represent other texts that do not fall into the main 4. The original theory was that J was written during the reign of Solomon, when the Israelites were supposedly united and at the height of their power. E was written by someone in the breakaway northern kingdom of Israel. D was written during the reign of Josiah, after the fall of the northern kingdom. And P was written after the Jews returned from Babylon. Now, like I said, there are many different variations of this theory. For example, nowadays, J and E are often combined into a single source. P is sometimes placed before the exile, and D is usually divided into 2 or more stages. But the basic theory remains the same. Multiple sources combined together to create the Torah, sometime during the Second Temple period. However, the main problem with this theory is the overall timing. The latest research from Archaeology indicates that the Bible greatly exaggerates its description of Solomon's reign. In fact, many scholars today believe that there likely never was a unified kingdom, and that the Israelites were probably not strict monotheists until the reign of King Josiah. Which brings me to the second theory, the supplementary hypothesis. The supplementary hypothesis is kind of an updated or modified version of the documentary hypothesis. It's probably the most popular view nowadays, although keep in mind that there are also several different versions of it. According to this theory, Deuteronomy, or D, was the original version of the Torah, and it was indeed written around the time of King Josiah. Some scholars believe that this is when monotheism really started to be promoted in a big way for the first time. The reason being that it was a way to unify the newcomers from the north with the original inhabitants from the south. But in a major change from the original theory, J and E are no longer seen as separate sources, but rather as supplementary material that was added alongside D during the Babylonian exile. And P is seen as an additional set of supplementary material added by priests during the Second Temple period. Finally, scholars now talk about a final author called R for redactor, who added just a few more things here and there before the Torah was finally complete. So rather than 4 separate sources, instead we get a single source with additional material being added to it over time. So that's basically where 21st century biblical scholarship currently stands on the matter. However, there is a new theory being explored nowadays, mostly in continental Europe. It came to my attention through a book called Genesis and the Moses Story, originally written in German by Konrad Schmid. I'm going to label this theory the dual origins theory. The main idea is that the ancient Israelites originally had 2 separate origin myths, one involving the 3 patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and the other involving Moses and the Exodus story. According to this new theory, these 2 literary traditions developed independently from each other and remained separate until they were combined for the first time by the priestly writer. So D, which is obviously based on the Moses tradition, was written down first during the time of King Josiah. But at the same time as D, as well as both before and after D, there were other fragments of text floating around, some of which were based on the Moses tradition, but others of which were based on the Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob tradition. Then, sometime during the Second Temple period, a group of priests living in Jerusalem decided, for the first time ever, to combine the 2 literary traditions into a single coherent narrative. They took bits from both the patriarchs' story and bits from the Moses story. These are the sections that were previously labeled J and E. And then they interwove them with their own text, the parts labeled P. Finally, someone at an even later stage, the redactor, or R, added a few final things, tacked Deuteronomy onto the end, and voila, the final version of the Torah was born. This third theory makes a lot of sense to me. It explains why the transition between Genesis and Exodus seems so abrupt, and why there are several chronological problems when it comes to dating how long the Israelites were in Egypt. In my view, everything prior to the divided monarchy falls into the category of myth and legend anyway, and therefore I see no problem with the idea of 2 separate sets of legends developing instead of just one. In fact, considering that the ancient Israelites were originally 2 separate kingdoms, it actually makes more sense that there would be 2 separate origin stories, not just one. So what biblical scholars are slowly starting to realize is that when it comes to the history of ancient Israel, we've basically had it backwards. Up until recently, the idea was that Israel was a united nation first and then a divided nation second, because that's what a literal reading of the Bible tells us. But as we continue to learn more from archaeology and literary analysis, we're discovering that the exact opposite was actually true. The Israelites were originally two separate nations, and then only later, after Assyria destroyed the north, did they become a truly unified people. Remember, after the north fell, many refugees from the Kingdom of Israel headed south. And joined the Kingdom of Judah. So the unification happened not during the days of David and Solomon, but during the days of Hezekiah and Josiah, and then again after the Babylonian exile. Now, here's the part that I haven't heard anyone say yet. So keep in mind that this is pure conjecture at this point. In my opinion, I think it's more likely that the Moses tradition was the origin story developed in the northern kingdom, and the Abraham, Isaac, Jacob tradition was the origin story developed in the southern kingdom. For a long time now, scholars have associated D with Levite priests from the northern city of Shiloh, even though it was eventually compiled in the south in Jerusalem. As I mentioned in my video about Moses, the tribe of Levi has several interesting connections to Egypt and may have been the only tribe involved in some sort of historical exodus. Overall, it would appear that Moses was more of a northern hero, and Aaron was adopted as more of a southern hero. The southern priests were actually a bit negative toward Levites in general, and were known for believing that only their particular lineage, which they traced to Aaron, was truly legitimate. Joseph, the other main character associated with Egypt, was also more of a northern hero. He was supposedly the progenitor of the two largest northern tribes, Ephraim and Manasseh. In contrast, in the south, Judah was portrayed as being the most important son of Jacob. In fact, it's possible that Joseph was originally not thought of as a son of Jacob at all. Note that Jacob has two names, Jacob and Israel. Maybe these were originally two separate people. Maybe Jacob was the father of Judah and Israel was the father of Joseph. Maybe it was only later that Jacob and Israel were merged into a single character. So interestingly, the north has more associations with Egypt, and the south has more associations with Mesopotamia. Remember, Mesopotamia is where Abraham was said to originate from. And it is the book of Genesis that incorporates mythology that is very reminiscent of Mesopotamian mythology, the flood story being a good example. Perhaps this material was picked up during the Babylonian exile. So, as is often the case, history is strongly influenced by geography. Because the Israelites were for so many centuries nestled between two major powers, Egypt on one side and Assyria-Babylon on the other, it's not surprising that they developed a culture that fused elements from both these powers and their various interactions with them. Anyway, like I said, this third theory is yet to be fully fleshed out. The second theory is the one that's currently the more mainstream explanation. But I think the dual origins theory is very promising, and therefore I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I think it is likely to be the dominant theory in the future. Okay, so that was a look at who wrote the Torah. Let me know in the comments what your opinion is on the topic. And stay tuned for the next episode in the series. Episode 2 will focus on the prophets, the next major section of the Jewish Bible, aka the Old Testament. Thanks for watching.
All right, there's a reason why I played that video, right? Because last week I played something about the Bible. Where scholarship, if you do a simple Google search, Deuteronomy, right? Let me do a simple Google search. Let me share my screen so that you guys could see what I'm looking at. This is where scholarship is at right now. I'm not a believer in the entire Bible. There's stories in it that I think is true. But as far as the supernatural stuff and the saving you and coming back for you, I'm not into that type of stuff. With the Bible, I just basically look at the history. Deuteronomy. Let's look at Deuteronomy. Just Google it for a second. The book of Deuteronomy. I'm going to click on it. Let me see if everybody could see what I'm seeing. All right, look at this right here. I'm not even going to say nothing. Let's just look at what it says. No, wrong page. Let's go to where we at, Deuteronomy. Search results, Deuteronomy, book of Deuteronomy. All right, so let's go to the book of Deuteronomy here on Wikipedia. That's a basic article. You could go on New World Encyclopedia and look at it. Deuteronomy, chapters 1 to 30 of the book consists of 3 sermons or speeches delivered to the Israelites by Moses on the plains of Moab shortly before they enter the promised land. I want you to pay attention to this. Shortly before they enter the promised land. This is the beginning of Israel. Now look at it. It's talk about the structure, the summary, Deuteronomy Code, composite history. Mosaic authorship of the Torah, the belief that the 5 books of Torah, including the book of Deuteronomy, were dictated by God at Moses, is an ancient Jewish tradition that was codified by Maimonides as the 8th of the Jewish 13 principles of faith. Virtually, look what it says here, virtually all modern secular scholars and most Christian and Jewish scholars reject the Mosaic authorship of the book of Deuteronomy and date the book between when? The 7th and the 5th centuries BC. This is not Garfield. This is what the actual consensus is right now. Christian and Jewish scholars, modern secular scholars, between the 7th and the 5th century BC. So when you're reading the story, you got to put it into context. So when you're reading Deuteronomy 28, and I'm going to come back to this right here, remember between the 7th and the 5th centuries BC. Remember, so if the person is writing and they're writing and telling you something, you got to put it in a context from the time you think Moses was in real life was what, around 1400 BC, 1300 BC, 1200 BC, and when they went into Egypt, and then go down to the 7th and the 5th century from Josiah all the way down to Nehemiah. So during that time period, before the exile, after the Babylonian exile is 5th century. So you got to put your head in that context and say, hey, this is when this was written. When the person is writing, you got to put yourself in that context just for it to make actual sense. I hope everybody's understanding what I'm saying. So for it to make sense, you got to know when the book was written. Hey, Livical, anytime y'all want to click the link, any one of you Ethiopian guys that's OD, like you think you're right and Garfield is wrong, click the link. Matter of fact, let me put the link in the chat. Any one of you guys in the chat that love Ethiopia and think Garfield is an idiot, or any Israelites or anybody that opposes what I'm teaching today, you have all the right to press the link and challenge me on what I am saying. That's all I'm saying. We could go back and forth all day, all night and talk crap. It don't mean nothing if you don't have something to back up what you're saying. So let's just stop the foolishness. All right. And if you're going to talk in the chat, I'm going to have my moderators time you out. If you're too scared to come up here, but you got all this mouth in the chat, time them out. That's it. Time them out. That means you're just trolls. All right. Okay. All right. And by the way, till you talk about National Geographic, so all of a sudden now you love the white man. National Geographic is good. Whatever the white man says is right. According to the news, the world's most respected prophet. You're right. Prophet is right. All right. So anyway, so Deuteronomy, you got to look at it in context. All right. 5th to 7th century is what the consensus is saying for good reasons. And I'm going to break that down why they hold to that part. And by the way, Deuteronomy was also considered the first Torah by itself. Just to point that out. All right. Okay. What has Garfield done for you? What has Selassie done for you? All right, so let me get into these articles and these videos. I'm going to get into Zion Lex, one of the most popular guys on YouTube who supposedly knows the language, supposedly, and I use that word carefully. He supposedly knows the language and everybody respects him. He could read a little Hebrew here and there. All right, so he made a video saying a couple of things. One, Egypt means bondage. All right, here we go. When one attains scholarship in a particular area of truth, it's easy to discern a novice from an initiate. Thus, it is the responsibility of those who are astute in a particular branch of truth to reject the pseudo-scholarship of those who are attempting to exercise some semblance of authority in it without having the appropriate scholarship in it. As a fluent biblical Hebrew scholar, I don't allow anyone in my presence to speak authoritatively on the Hebrew language without exemplifying some basic baseline scholarship in it. We cannot allow anyone to tell us what our language conveys. As teachers of Hebraic vernacular, we are the authority, and therefore we will tell those who exist outside of the Hebraic parameters what our language conveys, not vice versa. As we draw near to putting Kemet on trial, I will slowly but surely dispel many of the myths that they aggregate to themselves and others. That being noted, let's talk about the Hebrew word for Egypt and define it Hebraically. The Hebrew word for Egypt is Mitzrayim, which is a masculine plural noun in Hebrew. Facts. It stems from a Hebraic root which means to bind, to be bound or boundary, and last it means bondage, servitude, or slavery. The above descriptions align perfectly with the Torah's appellations and synonyms for ancient Egypt or Kemet. Within the Torah, Egypt, known in Hebrew as Mizraim, is synonymous with bondage and servitude. There are at least 13 references in the Torah to Egypt as being the house of bondage. Okay. So whenever Egypt or Hebrew Mizraim is mentioned in the Torah, it's synonymous with physical and mental bondage. I noticed something about this when I read this years ago, right? He never puts Deuteronomy 28:68 as an example. So the black Hebrew Israelites, you got to listen to the black Jew, because he's the guy that y'all think is some great Hebrew scholar or whatever. A lot of people beg to differ on that, but hey, it is what it is. Who cares? I love Zion, and I love his Hebrew. I love when he pronounces his words. I love how it sounds. The dude got the Brooklyn magic. So it sounds good. So, you know, with black folks, if it sounds good, that means it's true. Now, he has a point about house of bondage, but that doesn't mean that Egypt means bondage. There's a difference. In context, metaphorically, we went to Egypt because you were in bondage in Egypt. So it's called the house of bondage for a reason. So I don't think the word Egypt literally means bondage, which I think a lot of people think it means bondage. All right. Let me go to his next article. Let me click off of this. Let me go to the next article. Shout out to Zion Lex, one of the leaders in the community. This is where I have some pushback on this right here. So this is from January 8th. Transatlantic slave trade. He wrote an article. Shalom to all. So just yesterday, I posed a very fair question to the community. I asked if they could provide. Oh, now I know why I needed that slide. Now I know why I needed that slide, bro. Thank you, Zion Lex. You just reminded me why I needed that slide. Go back to my Zion is dead file. Yeah, people don't know that me and Zion used to go back and forth. And I actually made him run off one of his shows. He was doing a show because he knew what was coming. The bazookas was coming. Ah, man, Garfield was a beast back in the days, boy. I'm a calm, lovable guy right now. I'm lovable. I'm a nice guy. All right, so let's get to this. Let's get to my brother Zion. You guys could hear me, right? Yeah, I'm going to play it in a minute. The son of Ham, according to the Bible, bro. Mizraim is the son of Ham, according to the Bible. All right, so let's go. So anyway, he makes a claim here about the Kemetic community. I asked if they could provide just one prophecy from any of their Kemetic literature which speaks to the conditions of our people here today in America, West African diaspora. In response, I was given everything but an answer or a prophecy which speaks to our diaspora today. So to be fair, I place a challenge on myself as well. So here's just one source, of which I have many more, which speaks to the West African diaspora verbatim and gives something no writing on any of the Egyptian Kemetic walls has ever given us as a people an identity. Who are we? Who we are, I should say. Why were we enslaved our 400 years? Okay, I have a prophecy for you. Why didn't you ask Garfield this question? I got an Egyptian prophecy for you. Let me go into my slides real quick, my notes. When it comes to prophecy, Garfield is the guy. Isn't he the guy? but you can't acquiesce this to his faulty premise from the jump, though. Because how is it that it's a prophecy regarding from Egypt, but why do we need that? Because he's saying that it reflects of us here in America, right? Come on, what's going on here? My computer freezing up, man. Damn, Zion, what you did to my computer, bro? What you did to my computer, bro? Like he sent a signal. Don't let Garfield show this. All right, here we go. Known as the Bible emphatically attested the idea that the Creator reveals. What the hell is wrong with this damn thing? All right, as it is written, the Lord will not do anything unless he reveals his secret to his servants, the prophets. Everything in the universe is in the hand of God, while man may attribute a turn in history of a righteous or wicked king or ruler. Torah says, like streams of water is the heart of a king, da-da-da-da. The Torah is the only literary work which answers the question of why slavery occurred, why God allowed it, and who or what is the true national identity of the slaves of the transatlantic slave trade. In the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, Moses is told by God to give us an exhortation about the specific spiritual necessity of aligning ourselves with God's will. Verses 1 to 14 teaches and empowers us with an understanding of how the Torah gives us spiritual identity. We're taught in these verses that we will be blessed and 56 exhorts us not aligning ourselves to the God is being cursed to the point of the destruction of not joining up, but our physical identity as well. We'll focus on only 2 verses from Deuteronomy chapter 20. In order to bring you up to speed with my mode of interpretation, I will present some examples of esoteric depths of the Hebrew language. Every Hebrew letter has a numerical equivalent similar to Roman numerals. For instance, Aleph equals Bet, 1, 2, 3, What's so special? Well, from fertilization delivery is 270 or 27 days, according to this, Pregnancy is 9 times months, 9 months, 9 times 30. 9 trees, 27, 270 days, He's into this numerical equivalent and all that stuff, okay? All right, so let's look at Deuteronomy 20. The very last curse described, which was supposed to represent the total destruction of our physical and spiritual identity as a people, says, you know what, Zion? Big statement. Deuteronomy 28:68, which was supposed to represent the total destruction of our physical and spiritual identity as a people, says. Now, bear in mind, he said it, I didn't say it. The total destruction. The total. I never said it, Mika. He said it. The total destruction of our physical and spiritual identity as a people. And the Lord shall bring you into Egypt again, this time by way of ship. And there you shall offer yourself for sale to your enemies. No other people other than those who were taken through the middle passage via the transatlantic slave trade can attest to this description. So hold on a second. Again. This time by way of ship. All right, I'll get to you in a minute. Let me deal with my big bro first. And there you shall offer yourself for sale to your enemies. No other people other than those who were taken through the middle passage via the transatlantic slave trade can attest to this description. No other. I like the absolute talk. This is Garfield back in the days too, Zion. I made this error all the time. No other people, no other this. You can't prove that because we are the only people. I love it. I love that type of talk. I'm going to destroy the shit out of this later. But I'm going to get to that shortly. Transatlantic can attest to this description. The Torah teaches in Deuteronomy that the reason we are cursed as a people and we're forced into slavery is because we did not keep God's laws, which are the 613 commandments which God gave Moses. The very first slave ship to sail to America with slaves was captioned by Sir John Hawkins, and the name of his ship was the Good Ship Jesus. In Hebrew, the Good Ship Jesus is ironically numerical. This is so wrong on so many levels. So nobody taught Zion that there were slave ships back here in 1526? Nobody taught you that, bro? When Eusebius ran, the 8 people ran to Mexico from being docked in Florida. They traveled from Florida all the way to Texas and went into Mexico, what we call Texas today. Wow. So this is way off. Nobody told you that. The Good Ship Jesus, ironically, is not the first ship that came to the Americas. God Moses, which he said if we didn't keep, would lead to us being placed on ships via slavery. Coincidence? Last in Deuteronomy 28:49. This is where I'm going to beat the brakes off of him. Deuteronomy 28:49. God describes the nations which would enslave us by saying, the Lord will carry a nation against you from afar, from the end of the earth, as an eagle flies a nation whose language you will not understand. And guess what? The numerical equivalence in Hebrew of a nation whose language you will not understand is 1227, which is also numerical equivalence to the transatlantic slave trade in Hebrew. Talk to me. Yo, Zion Lex, I don't know if he's still hosting this, but it was funny. It was funny listening to that. Let me ask y'all this, man. Hey, should I get him? Like anywhere from Boomerang. Should I get in the Clumps, whatever show that was? Should I get him? Yo, Zion's my dude though. That's my dude, man, because he talk with his chest out and he gets mad when you like contradict him and like the point out where he's wrong. He get mad and want to fight and all type of shit. Yo, let me tell you something, man. You're so wrong on so many. And by the way, I saw that you split up the words of the Bible. You said 28:49, and I'm gonna get to that shortly. All right. Who else I need to play? I need to play something here else. What else I need to do? Okay, I need to play this video. Why do scholars date Deuteronomy to the what do you call it? This is Dan McLennan. He's a scholar. Check him out.
The current scholarly consensus is that Hey, thank you for a great question. The current scholarly consensus is that the book of Deuteronomy and the Deuteronomistic literature first began to be composed and compiled in the latter half of the 7th century BCE under the reign of King Josiah. And the origins of this consensus are to be found in questions that were being asked way back in the Renaissance and the Reformation by humanist scholars and reformers who were challenging traditional authorship, not of Deuteronomy, but of Joshua and Judges and Samuel and Kings. So we have like John Calvin, who says that Joshua probably didn't write Joshua. It was probably this priest named Eleazar, because he refers to Joshua in the third person throughout and even narrates his death. And then a few decades later, we have a Catholic scholar who notes that there are these statements peppered all around this literature about how this place or this artifact is still there to this day, which indicates that the person is not writing contemporaneous with the events they're narrating, but many, many years later. And so this scholar suggests that it's probably Ezra, way down in the Persian period, who is compiling all of these stories together. And then we have Spinoza, who says, you know, Deuteronomy looks an awful lot like it's setting the stage for and pointing in the direction of the events that are being narrated all the way through to the end of the book of Kings. So suggests that Deuteronomy and this other literature is part of one whole corpus that is to be distinguished from the first 4 books of the Pentateuch, which became known as the Tetratuch. And then you have in the early 19th century this Swiss scholar named De Wet, who says, hey, you know, it seems an awful lot like this book of the law that Josiah found in the temple conveniently in 2 Kings 22. Might be Deuteronomy, and this just might be a story of how this book that they created was actually what they were supposed to be following all along, because the reforms that are implemented don't really relate to the rest of the Tetratuch. And so Josiah became the main kind of context for the original development of the book of Deuteronomy and the Deuteronomistic literature. And scholars since then have been imposing new methodological lenses and asking new questions and challenging this consensus in a lot of different ways. And a lot of the details of this theory have ebbed and flowed and changed, regarding who these redactors were, how many redactors were there, when this half of this verse is to be dated versus this half of this other verse. But the main core idea that the book of Deuteronomy began to be compiled under the reign of Josiah has not really been significantly challenged. It is agreed upon by the majority of scholars. In fact, since the 20th century, I would argue it's been significantly strengthened. We have a number of scholars who have pointed out the vassal treaty of Esarhaddon, which dates to just a few decades before the reign of Josiah, happens to match the kind of treaty nature of the book of Deuteronomy in not just content, but even in the order that content is listed. And so a lot of people think that Josiah used this vassal treaty of Esarhaddon and other Assyrian literature as kind of a template for how to have Adonai strike this covenant, this vassal treaty with the people of Judah. And so there are, again, minutiae details that change from time to time and differ from scholar to scholar, but the overwhelming majority of scholars would agree that the earliest layers of the book of Deuteronomy were first brought together, and the Deuteronomistic literature first began to be compiled under the reign of Josiah in the second half of the 7th century BCE. And if you would like more discussion, I would highly recommend Thomas Romer's book, The So-Called Deuteronomistic History. There are a number of different books that talk about this from a scholarly perspective, and this book is going to be a little technical, but I think it's probably the most accessible of those that are out there and probably does the best job covering the development of the theory as well as the methodological grounding for it.
All right. I see my two brothers on stage here with me. Listen, let me ask y'all this respectfully. How much time do you guys have? Because I want to finish up what I'm saying about Deuteronomy 28 so I could hear you guys after. Because I'm doing the video chronologically. So I want when somebody wants to get the questions you guys have after, which is important to the whole program. So if possible, can you guys come back in like 30 minutes? All right? Please. I'm asking you guys. All right? All right, cool. All right. Yeah, so you guys will come back in 30 minutes. I should be done by then. So I'm done with that. I want to show one more thing. Divine Prospect. I think I got Divine Prospect. Hold on a second. Let me do this. I think I got Divine's Prospect video, I think, that I need to actually. Oh, as far as prophecies, let me just say this for my brother. The Oracle of the Lamb, the Oracle of the Potter, the Demonic Chronicle. You have revolutionary prophecies. A new Pharaoh will rise up, like a Jesus character coming back to save them from what this wicked regime is doing. That's something like America. They could use that just like how you use the Bible to mean something. So as far as prophecies, again, the Oracle of the Lamb, the Oracle of the Potter, the Demonic Chronicle in the Egyptians, from an Egyptian perspective, I would have responded to that conversation. All right. And they got tons of prophecies in Egypt that can relate. No. He's not running. He's not running. I took him off because I said, let's come back after. No, he's not running. He's definitely not running. We're going to deal with it in a second. I just want whatever I'm putting up to the audience to be in chronological order so that we could understand what I'm trying to do with the show. All right. Deuteronomy 28. We have another brother that I want to play. His name is Divine Prospect. I want to put his video up so that people could see him politicking. This is the organization that Kyle used to be a part of. Kyle, you know what I need from you? I need two more witnesses to what you said, bro. What you said that he said in that meeting. If you bring 2 more witnesses, I'll make a video about it.
Again with ships. Now, the ships should be H59. Right? So, all right, so the word there is ania, right? And it can mean merchant ships. Well, how do we know it means merchant ships? We got to go to a cross-reference. So, anybody who has a Blue Letter Bible open.
That's up there.
Yeah, you can bring it up here. Good. Yeah, you go to Deuteronomy 28:68. And I posted this on somebody's page today who was making a reference to this actual passage, right? All right, now, and look, and right now, I'm just going over the language, right? Context, I'm gonna deal with some context, but you also have the historical sense, because we gotta see what was going on in this time period and how this can apply to various captivities and situations the Israelites went through. I'm not gonna deal with that now because it'll be a long video. Let's deal with the language a little bit, right? So Deuteronomy 28:68, and it says, and Yahuwah or Yah shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships. Now, the ships should be H591. Somebody click on that. And now we're going to look for the lexicon here, right? All right, now scroll down. See, the word is Aniya. So Ani, N-I-Ya. Aniya, right? And scroll up. It's a feminine noun. Scroll up. Scroll up. It can mean a ship, and it says shipmen when it's with this word H582, which can mean seamen. That we know as seamen, people on the sea, right? So the reason why this is important, you can click on that. You can click on that. Shipmen. Because I want to show you that the sense can also be with reference to people on the sea, right? Scroll up. Scroll up. Scroll down. Where is it at? Go up.
It's still turning.
Oh, still turning?
It's still
Okay.
turning.
It's not even coming up. All right. But we have the word. Oh, go up.
Scroll up, Frank. There you go.
You have the word Enosh, right? Almost like the word Enosh. Enosh. And that means what? What does the word Enosh mean? Enosh actually means something. What does Enosh mean? Anybody? Yes. Well, yes, it is. Because I was trying to look for something more specific. I don't know why it's not bringing up type in H582 up here. Anybody? Enosh means a male that's a pilot that's navigating. So when you have Enosh here and you attach it to that word ship, Aniya, it means a man that's piloting or navigating the ship. That's how you get the word ship, men or seamen, right? See? Of a man. It just means like a mortal person, right? So when you have Enosh with Aniya, you have a man that's guiding the vessel, right? And the sense is can literally mean it could be, nowadays it could be an airplane, it could be a car, it could be a bus, it could be a ship. But we're gonna look for context, right? So go back. Go back. So I'm trying to find the verse that has them syntaxed. All right, go down. Here we go. Perfect. Go to 1 Kings 9:27. Click on that, Frank. And this is when you look at the syntactical lexical analysis, right? So lexical has to do with the definition, and syntax is how you put two things together to form a word, a clause, etc., right? Or even a grammatical statement, right? So now look. 1 Kings 9:27. It says Hiram. Who was Hiram? Who was he?
That was the king over there at the time.
Okay. Sent in the what? Navy, his servants, and then it says what? And it's syntax with H582 and H591. So we know 582 is Enosh, which means a mortal man, and we know H591 means what? A ship or a vessel. But we have this word in the Navy, so click on H590. This is why context is important when we're looking at other passages, right? This is why the TSK, the Treasury of Scriptural Analysis, is good for cross-referencing, right? All right, so go down. It means a navy of ships, a galley, a fleet of ships. Let's go down. Now, another important thing, and I'm going to show you this when we go back. Gesenius Hebrew Chaldee Lexicon. Scroll up. Now, the reason why this is good is because this is giving you the sense and the different passages of the application of that word. That's what a lexicon normally does. It gives you the definition of the original language. It says commonly a ship, or rather collectively a fleet, right? And it gives you the Arabic word as a vessel, especially a water vessel, picture, so-called from holding and containing. Then we said merchant ships, holding and containing, right? Compare conjugative words signifying ships are often taken as in English. Now, when you conjugate this particular word, you give it more of a sense and literally trying to nail it down specifically to what that is doing and what it's for. Words signifying ships are often taken as in English from those. Click on this. Now, if you go to the Blue Letter Bible, I encourage you to click on the lexicon, right? From those, go up. Yeah, there we go. From those meaning vessels, compared to Greek milk pile and ship. Herodotus, blah, blah, blah. 1 Kings 9, 26, 27, which we're reading, 10 and 11, where it is joined with a verb, a masculine verb. Verse 22, Isaiah 32 and 21.
All right. My brother, Divine Prospect. Let me get one more. And this is from a Christian. He's talking about Deuteronomy 28. Check him out.
Primary sources that demonstrate that this was actually literally fulfilled in the question. So who are those people that this happened to in reference to Deuteronomy in 28 and 68? So I'm going to show you proof. I'm going to show you 3 primary sources that demonstrate that this was actually literally fulfilled in Jewish history well before the transatlantic slave trade. I'm talking well over 1,000 years. But what's going to happen is cognitive dissonance will kick in, and the Hebrew Israelites will flood this page still saying they're going to look sources in the face and still choose to say, nuh-uh, that's not right. But what they will not do is be able to come back and prove why the evidence that I'm going to show you is actually incorrect. So let's take a look. So for those who are not familiar, the verse in question that is badly misinterpreted, I mean horribly misinterpreted by Hebrew Israelites, is Deuteronomy 28 and 68. They love the King James Version because it's the only version that supports their twisted interpretation of what the verse actually means. Let's look. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way whereof I spoken to thee. There you shall see it no more. And there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. Now, just on a cursory reading, just barely looking at it, it doesn't work. It doesn't make any sense to think that this is talking about the transatlantic slave trade. Let's take it piece by piece. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again. Again. All right. So Egypt, they're going to say, is symbolic. It's metaphorical, speaking of the house of bondage. But there is literally no reason to believe that this is speaking of a metaphorical Egypt. All right. This passage is talking about history. All right. And again, it is literally fulfilled in history, which I'm going to show you. But again, there is no reason to metaphorically think of Egypt as metaphorical in this. When it's talking about Egypt, it is talking about the literal place of Egypt. And notice it says into Egypt again with ships. When were we in Egypt before? When did we come to America? If this is talking about America, when were we in America before that it says that the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships? If it says again, we had to have been here before. But again, Hebrew Israelites will twist it and they will Hebrew hopscotch all over the Bible to try to make their point. Now, notice at the end of this, it says, and there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen. The King James Version does not give the best translation of what this text is actually saying in the original text of the Hebrew. But I gave you 4 different other translations to show that are better translations that help us to see what the text is actually conveying. Look at the New American Standard Bible. And there you will offer yourselves for sale. Did that happen in the transatlantic slave trade? Absolutely not. The ESV says, and there you shall offer yourselves for sale. The CSB, there you shall sell yourselves. The NIV, there you will sell yourselves. Again, the King James Version is the only translation that offers that type of translation and understanding of the text, but it's not the best translation. And later dated translations help us to understand it's not talking about that. Let's look and see what Dr. Eric Mason says in Urban Apologetics. So notice in the paragraph it says, notice that in each of these translations, the Israelites are selling themselves. They are not being sold. The Hebrew verb translated sell or offer is a reflexive verb form, meaning that the subject, which is the Israelites, the subject of the verb acts upon or with respect to itself. So the subject is acting upon itself. The Israelites are selling up themselves. So in this verse, the Israelites are not being sold. They are attempting to get enslaved, likely because they are indebted in some way. The point of this aspect of the curse is to warn the Israelites that if they break the covenant, they will be taken captive and will experience hard economic times, closed out from their captor socio-economic system. They will be so desperate and destitute that they'll voluntarily trade their freedom, selling themselves into slavery in order to obtain the basic necessities. Watch the bruise in the comments in the way that they try to twist this particular scripture without actually looking at what the actual Hebrew says. Black people did not sell ourselves in the transatlantic slave trade. We were sold by other people. So again, it does not work. The only way they can make it work is the Hebrew hopscotch all over the scriptures and try to make it fit a bad interpretation.
All right, so one more video and I'm done. I got to give the Christian side, the Hebrew side, everybody's side. This is the most hated man by the
here. We're under siege warfare. This is the Bible, by the way. Today we eat your kid, then tomorrow we eat my kid. Sound like a good deal? Shake on it. They eat his kid, and the next day she hides her kid. Clever lady, right? And so this was a grievance. This is in the Bible. And that's not the only example of this kind of stuff that happened, right? Oh, you're going to plant, and then someone else is going to reap the harvest. What was Gideon raised up for? Those Midianites would come around crop time and say, give me that, right? That's why he was threshing his stuff underground, remember? Hey, man of valor. What's that? Who is it? Right, man of valor, hiding out. Okay, so this stuff happened, but sometimes the key one, you may not know as much where it happened. Verse 68, the very last curse. And the Lord, every time you see all caps, that's Yahweh, and Yahweh will bring you back, so you have had to already been to this place, in ships to Egypt. Okay, they were in Egypt, they're going back to Egypt. The way the Hebrew Israelites spin it is, Egypt means house of bondage, they're going back into some form of slavery. This is actually talking about the transatlantic slave trade. A journey that I promise that you should never make again. What God is saying here is I'm going to de-exodus you. It's almost like I'm reversing the Exodus. Do you see? That's going to be one of your punishments. Think about it. They're leaving Egypt, and he's like, I'm going to de-exodus you. I promise you should never make again, and there you shall offer yourselves for sale to your enemies as male and female slaves, but there will be no buyer. That's a modern translation. It's more correct because in the Hebrew it's reflexive, indicating selling yourself, which would be like an indentured servant. That's why it's tough that there's no buyer, because what it's showing is you want to sell all you got left, and you're destitute, so you try to sell yourself. You can't even hardly do that. The KJV says you'll be sold. There'll be no buyer. So if a person went more with that interpretation, which they usually do, okay, then if it says there's no buyer, that doesn't fit the transatlantic slave trade. That's why they kept on stealing people, which is punishable by death in the Old Testament, by the way, because it was profitable because there were buyers. They'll say, oh, well, buyer's metaphorical there. It means no one will redeem you out of slavery. That's what it means. They say it means no one will redeem you out of your slavery. They're going to have no earthly savior. They kind of make it metaphorical, not like a purchase situation. So they say John Brown tried, Nat Turner tried, they tried, but no one, But the thing with this is it's clearly in a transactional purchase goods situation. The context lets you know. There are some examples, but if you go to immediate examples, especially in this kind of context, it does have to do with transaction. You can find examples of something being used in that way, but there's no reason why it should be used that way there. Yeah, and the context really seals the deal, because it's like you're offering yourself for sale, and then it relates it to buyer. Buy, sell, it literally goes, So literal ships to figurative Egypt, literal slavery with figurative redemption. You see that? But here's what I'm going to show you. Sometimes they'll say, when did this ever happen in history of the Israelites? Well, if you read Jeremiah, Yahweh tells them, don't go back, don't go into Egypt. And it says some of the Israelites disobeyed and went into Egypt. Now, you may have not realized the importance of that. That's showing you Israelites did go back into Egypt during the days of one of the downfalls of Israel. Do you see that? But I'm going to show you a historical one now. Pulling out Josephus. Josephus was a Jewish historian who lived after Jesus. He actually included Jesus briefly in here. And he wrote a history of the Jews. And I'm turning now to Antiquities of the Jews, Book 12, Chapter 1. Are you ready for this? All right. This is during the days of the Greeks. Okay. So this is not the Bible, but this is showing you something that happened in history to the Israelites. You ready? But when Ptolemy had taken a great many captives, both from the mountainous parts of Judea and from the places about Jerusalem and Samaria, so Ptolemy, Greek king, leader, gets captives, and it's telling you where they're coming from. And if that was it, it'd be like, hey, okay, they're going into captivity again, okay? But it gets even more explicit. Watch this. This is a Jewish historian talking about this. And the places near Mount Gerizim, he led them all into Egypt and settled them there. When I bring that up, but it didn't say ships. That's what you get. Well, it doesn't say they went on foot. It's most likely they did go on ships, by the way. But notice, the point is you don't need to leapfrog. In fact, I would say you don't get to leapfrog to the transatlantic slave trade, as horrible as it was, to try to make it like it's fulfilling Deuteronomy 28. So sometimes when you bring this up, they'll say, well, it didn't say ships, or they'll say, but the curses are perpetual. Now, it is true there's a cycle of this for Israel, but when they try to pull it never happened, we show it did. Jeremiah, Egypt. Jeremiah 43, verse 6 says, even men, women, and children, the king's daughters, and every person, the Nebuchadnezzar, the captain of the guard, is left with Gedaliah, son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, and Jeremiah the prophet, and Baruch, son of Neriah.
Shabar, what's up, bro?
No, what's going on, man? I had some questions for you.
Before you get to the questions, can you wait until I'm finished my part with the Deuteronomy 28? Then you could ask all the questions you want.
Oh, man, I ain't got that much time, brother, man. I'm on the move, man.
Well, all right. We talk later then. Don't worry about it. All right. Let me get to this part because I've been talking for almost 2.5 hours. And I'm not done. I'm not done. So I'm going to show my presentation in my slides now that I made just for this show. I hope you guys appreciate it. I hope you guys appreciate it. I hope you guys appreciate it. That's all I got to say. I actually put some effort to answer some serious questions that Israelites have. All right. And let's take a look. This is the flyer that I made. Garfield actually made this. Are you guys proud of me? I made this. Deuteronomy 28:68. Is it America, Egypt, 70 AD, Assyria? There are two ways at looking at the Bible, right? Two ways. If you look at the Bible and look at it for what it is and take it as it is, then you're a literalist. If you look at the Bible from a secular perspective or a consensus perspective, you're dealing with academia. That's another perspective. Now, look at this right here. I'm going to show y'all this again. Remember when I showed you this? The book of Deuteronomy, Wikipedia has the article. It says, Mosaic authorship of the Torah, the belief that the 5 books of Torah, including the book of Deuteronomy, were dictated by God to Moses on Mount Sinai, is an ancient Jewish tradition that was codified by Maimonides, or whatever his name is, as the 8th of the 13 Jewish principles of faith. Virtually all modern secular scholars and most Christian and Jewish scholars, meaning that these people are Bible believers, reject the Mosaic authorship of the book of Deuteronomy and date the book much later, between the 7th and the 5th centuries BC. And there's a reason why I'm showing this, by the way, too. There's a reason why I'm showing this, because I'm going to get into some scholarship that you don't normally hear when you're at a camp. So Shabar, you could have all your questions. You could write them down, send them to Mika in the chat. Mika will tell me them as soon as it's time. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I played the video with Matt Baker. I'm telling you what modern scholars say and how they come to that conversation. Now watch this. Remember what Dan McClellan said. I showed 3 people. I showed Matt Baker. I showed the PhD scholar, Dan McClellan. And I'm showing you right here what it says on Wikipedia, which is actually the consensus of scholarship. You could read about it in Stacker's book from 2022, page 136. So Wikipedia got sources. I'm going to click off this. When I click off this now, family, I'm going to my slides. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at my slides for a minute. I want everybody to pay attention. Remember what the claim that Zion Lex made. I'm going to address those two, right? I already addressed the prophecies thing. He could have dealt with it with the prophecies. But anyway, let's take a look. This is from the New Oxford Annotated Bible, New Revised Standard Version with the Apocrypha. This is an ecumenical study Bible. These is created by Bible believers, not Garfield. The authorship, date, and historical context. This is very important in understanding Deuteronomy 28:68. My contention is that nobody is correct. The Christian community says it happened already. And they tell you in Josephus, where he write about it happening in the Greek period, Ptolemy, how they went into as slaves. And some people say it happened when 135 Bar Kokhba revolt. Some people, Garfield could sometimes, I've said in the past, it happened during the Assyrian time period, which makes absolutely more sense if you're saying that it happened already. But there's also the other side that says it never happened already. And it's going to go back to something that my brother Zion Lex said. I didn't even realize he said that. Now watch this. The authorship, date, and historical context, Deuteronomy directly addresses the problem of the historical distance between past and present, between tradition and the needs of the contemporary generation, between revelation and interpretation. In that way, it is a remarkable modern text that instructs its audience how to become more thoughtful readers of Scripture. In narrative terms, Deuteronomy comes just as the Israelites encamped on the plains of Moab, finally standing poised to enter the promised land. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the beginning of Israel, the birth of Israel. This entry into Canaan would provide the long-awaited climax of the story that had begun with the promises to the ancestors in Genesis and whose fulfillment had been delayed by the enslavement in Egypt and the wandering in the wilderness. Now, on the eve both of his death and of the nation's entry into the land without him, Moses, as Deuteronomy's speaker, arrested narrative action in order to deliver a series of 3 speeches grouped together as a long farewell address. He reviews the nation's history, expounds on their laws, and instructs them about the importance of loyalty to God. He also requires that the nation swear upon oath to uphold this combination of law and theological instruction as a covenant upon the plains of Moab, one that supplements the prior covenant of Horeb. Only after the conclusion of these discourses and a follow-up appendix does the overall narrative line resume with the account of the nation's entry into Canaan in the books of Joshua and Judges. Please, just give me 20 minutes more of your time, and y'all could come on and talk about whatever y'all want to talk about. Look at this now. Josiah's reform with Deuteronomy as its catalyst was much more a revolution than a simple return to older forms of worship. Previously, it was entirely legitimate to sacrifice to God throughout the land, as did Abraham at Shechem and near Bethel, Jacob at Bethel, Samuel at Mizpah, Ramah, Gilgal, Bethlehem, and Elijah upon Mount Carmel. Indeed, earlier biblical law stipulated that God would grant blessing in every place where I cause my name to be remembered. Deuteronomy challenged that older norm, prohibiting sacrifice at any place and restricting it to a single site, implicitly Jerusalem. In this way, Deuteronomy's self-presentation as a rehearsal or explication of prior law, or the simple supplement to the prior covenant, obscures the extent to which Deuteronomy actually challenges and revises earlier law in support of its new religious vision. A century of Assyrian imperial domination serves as the historical background of Josiah's reform. Let me say that again. A century of Assyrian imperial domination serves as the historical background of Josiah's reforms. The northern kingdom of Israel had fallen to the Assyrians in 722 BCE. Continuing Assyrian incursions down the southeast coast of the Mediterranean had all but reduced Judah to a rump state in 2 Kings 18:13. In a desperate bid to preserve the nation's autonomy, King Uzziah of Judah made a pact with Assyria, as had his predecessor Ahaz. The resulting military allegiances led to religious syncretism, as foreign forms of worship were introduced into the temple. Religious syncretism. Watch this, family. By the last quarter of the 7th century, however, Assyria's might was in decline. In this context, Josiah's religious reforms represented an important bid for Judean culture, political, and religious autonomy. The monarch extended his reforms into the area of the former kingdom of Israel. So Josiah went up into the northern parts of Israel and implemented his reforms. Territory formerly under Assyrian control. Deuteronomy apparently written sometime during this historical crisis. Now, ladies and gentlemen, they're saying that it was written while these reforms was happening. Remember, he said he found a book or some sort of writing in this is what Dan McClellan was saying in his video. So now that's the first Torah. You hear academic and secular scholars say that probably was the first Torah written, the book of Deuteronomy, or parts of Deuteronomy. Because remember, they said they dated from the 7th century to the 5th century. So from the 600 BCs to the 400 BCs, that's when they think Deuteronomy was written, based off of internal evidence. Likewise reflects the desire to preserve Judean culture and religious integrity. Its authors were convinced that older conventions of worship and social organization were no longer viable. So that means the older way of doing the covenants, they didn't think that was viable in today's world from a 6th century BC, 600 BC to 400 BC. If the religion of the Lord was to survive, the crisis, renewal, and adaptation were necessary. The collection of laws that form the core of Deuteronomy, chapters 12 to 26, provides a remarkably comprehensive program for cultural renewal. The laws deal with the worship, the festival calendar, the major institutions of public life, criminal family, and so forth. Now look at this part. That covenant structure closely corresponds to what? Neo-Assyrian. See right here. Read it for yourself. Neo-Assyrian state treaties that have been recovered from this period, the most famous of which is the Vassal Treaty of Esarhaddon. At a number of points, the authors of Deuteronomy seem consciously to have patterned their covenant after such treaties. Treaties that have been repeatedly imposed upon Judah in the late 8th and 7th centuries BC. From this perspective, Deuteronomy is a counter treaty. Its authors turned the weapon of imperialism into a bit of freedom, shifting its oath of loyalty from the Assyrian overlord to their divine sovereign. Let me stop right there. Hold on, Rastafarian. I'll soon get to you, my brother. Give me 15 more minutes. 15 more minutes, beloved. I got you. I want y'all to look at this right here. This is Deuteronomy 28 compared with the Vassal Treaty of the Esarhaddon Treaty. I want y'all to look at this if you never seen this before. All right? Look at this. This is Deuteronomy and Esarhaddon loyal oath. In number one element, lines 472 to 475, a general curse. We see it in Deuteronomy 28, verse 20. We see also spear of death and placelessness in 20b and 21. Verse 22 in Deuteronomy 28, we see the same things or similar concepts in the Esarhaddon law tree. Look at all of this, family. I didn't make this up. This is scholarship. Garfield didn't make this up. Misery, consequence of the invasion of the enemy. Misery, illness, nutrition, beverages, bomb, clothing, children, foreigners on the territory. Throughout Deuteronomy 28, we see a repeating or a parallel from Deuteronomy 28 and the Vassal Treaty of Esarhaddon. This is before the great King Josiah took over. See? Deuteronomy 28. I didn't make it up. The Lord will make the rain of your land and power the dust from heaven. It shall come down on you until you are destroyed. Just as rain does not fall from a brazen heaven, so that of you do may cause rain on your land. The Lord will cause you to be defeated before your enemies. But family, I didn't make this up. This is where scholarship is on the subject. Even Deuteronomy 13 is parallel with the Vassal Treaty of Esarhaddon. I didn't make this up. This is what scholarship is saying. So let's get back to the presentation for a second. Zion Walshaw, if you guys have time, I'm asking you give me 20, 25 minutes. I'll be done with this presentation as soon as possible. All right, please, let's give me that respect. The authors of Deuteronomy were thus tutored in international treaty conventions and elsewhere revealed their knowledge of the literary traditions of ancient Near East law and wisdom literature. The authors of Deuteronomy made use of another common ancient Near East convention as well. They did not directly teach their names or show their name to their compositions or write in their own voices. Instead, they attributed their composition to a prestigious figure from the past. So what the Bible writers did during the time of Josiah, from the 600s to the 400 BC, by employing Moses as their spokesperson, they established a link with tradition at precisely the time when tradition for the sake of survival had to be transformed. This convention of ascribing a text to an ancient personage, technically called pseudepigraphy, is particularly well known in the later literature of the Second Temple period. Examples: Jubilees, Second Esdras, the Testament of Abraham, and among the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Temple Scroll. Judah's status as a vassal, first to Assyria and later to Babylonia in the late monarchic period, meant that it was subject to overlord vassal treaties that provided details of the obligations of both parties to the treaty relationship. Generally, the suzerain or the more powerful partner to the relationship would provide protection to the vassal, i.e. the suzerain would guarantee the vassal security from threats posed by other enemies or even from the suzerain itself. In return, the vassal had a number of obligations to the suzerain to ensure its security. Example: annual payment of tribute, provision of troops and supplies to the suzerain in time of war, arrest of fugitives from the suzerain, etc. If the vassal failed to meet these obligations. The treaty specified a number of curses that would befall the vassal. The vassal treaties of the Assyrian monarch Esarhaddon state the following curses should the vassal fail to meet its obligation. May the gods of Assyria make your ground hard like iron, so that none of you may flourish. Just as rain does not fall from a brazen heaven, so may rain and dew not come upon your fields and your meadows. May it rain burning coals instead of dew upon your land. That's from the article, How Do We Conceive the Divine, by Professor Marvin A. Sweeney. But anyway, we see in the Leviticus 26 also compares to the vassal treaty. And I don't need to get into that. The vassal treaty of Esarhaddon and the treaties, you see that the treaty is there, and it relates to Deuteronomy 28, 27 to 34. This is from the novel Introduction of Blessings into a Treaty with God by Professor Rabbi Pamela Barnish. The author of the biblical curses has reworked the model by omitting the deities, but retaining the punishments in the order of the treaty: disease, blindness, and loved ones, and possessions taken by others. While it is possible that the punishments appear in this order by chance, the appearance of these punishments in this close order in both Deuteronomy and the vassal treaty of Esarhaddon suggests a deliberate echo. The author has also integrated other features of Israelite culture and makes the culmination of the curses the undoing of the Exodus, the return of the Israelites to bondage in Egypt, but with an insult. They would be so unwanted and valueless that no one wants to purchase them as slaves. Deuteronomy 28:68. So Deuteronomy and the Esarhaddon vassal treaty. This is from the article Loving God Beyond the Way You Love, Assurance by Dr. Dina Grant. You see how in Deuteronomy, and your dead body shall be food for all birds of the air. You see the equivalent in the Esarhaddon treaty, eating the flesh of children. Look at this. In the Esarhaddon treaty, look at the second line. Mother shall bar the door to her daughter. May you eat in your hunger the flesh of your children. May through want and famine one man eat the other's flesh. So you see them eating each other's flesh in Deuteronomy 28:53. You see it in the Bible in Kings also. So you see it in Deuteronomy again. You see it also in other parts of Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy 4. You see it in Deuteronomy 6, Deuteronomy 10, Deuteronomy 6, Deuteronomy 10. And you see it equivalent of Deuteronomy in the other parts of the Bible, in the vassal treaty. Now, Deuteronomy is divided into two things, right? Blessings and curses. Do you notice something, Mika? I've never heard Zion Lex say, never in my life I've ever seen Divine Prospect, even my captain, Captain Tazaria, Katazar, my brother Yawasab, I've never seen them say the blessings have occurred. It's split up into two. From verse 1 to 14, or 2 to 14 is blessings. From 16 to 68 is curses. I've never seen them mention blessings. Why? Because it contradicts the doctrine that they teach. It contradicts it. Deuteronomy 28 also has to do with the people in the land. 40% of the writing in Deuteronomy 28 has to do with the actual land. They are in the land. Has nothing to do with America. They're making that up to fit a paradigm, because definitely this is a recruiting tool, because no one else, Mika, has gone on ships into slavery. So this is Moses giving words of wisdom before Israelites enter the promised land. They are now, this is the birth of Israel, the entire nation. The birth of Israel, the entire nation. Deuteronomy 28:1, and it shall come to pass, if thou shalt hearken diligently unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe and to do all his commandments, which I command thee this day, that the Lord thy God will set thee on high above all nations of the earth. In verse 15 it says, but it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. In Jamaica, we have a saying, the good must suffer for the wicked. That means if you have 10 children, if 2 of them mess up, all 10 is getting punished. This is the same thing in Deuteronomy 28. Now watch this. So you're telling me, Mika, nobody has gotten blessed from Deuteronomy 28? Nobody got any blessings in the African American community? Why have you not heard any black Hebrew Israelite talk about the blessings in Deuteronomy, only the curses? So God has only cursed us for 2,500 years. I don't want that God. Keep that God to yourself. I don't want him. Deuteronomy 28 verses 11 and 12. And the Lord shall make thee plenteous in goods, in the fruit of thy body, and in the fruit of thy cattle, and in the fruit of thy ground, in the land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers to give thee. So they're talking about Israel, ancient Israel, the land. The Lord shall open unto thee his good treasure, the heaven to give the rain unto thy land in his season, and to bless all the work of thine hand, and thou shalt lend unto many nations, and thou shalt not borrow. Let me ask you all a question, who's listening. When have you ever lent money unto other nations? Come on, Hebrew Israelites, black Hebrew Israelites, my black Jewish family, my Christian Israelite family. When have you ever lent money unto many nations? When? Guess what? The Jews, a good book to read is Vines Intertwined by Leo Dupree Sandgren. The Jews, ladies and gentlemen, of Babylon did lend money to different nations. Whether it's Babylon, whether it's Persia, they're lending money to other nations. You don't believe me? Go read the book and read the sources. Vines Intertwined. 3.3, Jews of Babylon. Apart from visitations of Ezra and Nehemiah, we have very little evidence for the growing Jewish community scattered around the Persian Empire. One source, however, allows us to extrapolate the growth of the Jews, namely the Morasha archive. The archive consists of more than 800 cuneiform tablets or fragments that preserve financial records of what may be called an ancient banking firm of the Morasha family. What? These are Jews in Babylon. I thought they were slaves in Babylon. The records dated from 454 to 404 BC, hence the reigns of Artaxerxes I and Darius II, and deal with members of the royal family, small landowners, and numerous lesser individuals. Among the lesser individuals are many personal names that appear to be of Jewish extraction, about 80 individuals such as Haggai and Shabbatai. From the details of their transaction, we learn that Jews lived in about 30 villages around the ancient Babylonian city of Nippur. Some served as soldiers and minor customs officials, while others were farmers, merchants. They gave their children Babylonian names, but the offspring in turn revert to naming their children with Jewish names in the third generation. So you had a banking family. When did you lend money to other nations? They did. They did. When did you do it? Look at this. Cyrus allowing all of God's people to return. Would that be a blessing, and rebuilding the temple? Isn't that a blessing? Nebuchadnezzar destroyed their temple, and he allowed, look at what God did. Now, in the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, that the word of the Lord by the mouth of Jeremiah might be fulfilled. The Lord stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, king of Persia, that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom, and put it also in writing, saying, thus says Cyrus, king of Persia, the Lord God of heaven has given me all the kingdoms of the earth, and he has charged me to build him a house in Jerusalem, which is in Judah. He said, who is there among you of all his people? And I want to stop there for a minute, because I got to teach something to these crazy black Hebrew Israelites. Yeah, I'm talking to you. I got to teach y'all something. Look at this right here. What does it mean by all his people? What does it mean by all his people? It means the descendants of the northern tribes. It means the descendants of the people that went when Sennacherib took over 200,000, he alleges. It means the descendants of them. it means the descendants of the people that was taken into Babylon by Nebuchadnezzar. That's what it means. All his people. Who is all of God's people? The good, the bad, the ugly. So you're telling me that there's no blessings for 2,500 years? So how are you getting a blessing right now by God returning you back to your land and doing what? Making you build a temple. And you bringing back people from the northern kingdom who was possibly in the southern kingdom, who came down to the southern kingdom, are descendants of people from the other eras. Because remember, he's saying all of in control of the entire earth, which is the ancient Near East. Come on, family, think. All of God's people, his people. His God be with him and let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Judah, and build the house of the Lord of God. But guess what, Nika? You had a choice to go back to Judah. Because it says, and whosoever remaineth in any place where he sojourneth, let the men of his place help him with silver and with gold and with goods and with beasts, beside the free will offering for the house of God that is in Jerusalem. So you had a free will to stay. This is how they ended up staying in Babylon. They don't want Garfield teaching this Bible. Look at this right here. 2nd century BC, the Hasmonean kingdom retakes all of Israel, plus Moab and Edom, all call it Yehuda. Jehuda. Is this a blessing? Look at it. They took back the whole land. Plus they took Moab. Plus they control Edom. They got extra. Is that a blessing by God to give you back the lands that you lost to Assyria? And he called the entire place Judah. This is why Israel can be called Judah. The 12 tribes can be called Judah. For those who don't know, because the places we have it actually in actual records in archaeology where they defeat an area and they call it Judah. We now refer to here as Judah. They control some areas in the northern kingdom, they call it Judah. In Galilee, Judah. Because these tribal names weren't used after the Babylonian exile. This is why I know the 12 tribes was actually something that was made up or developed later. Is this a blessing? Remember, you ain't got no blessings. John Hyrcanus, we're in a Persian name. Israelite king, we're in a Persian name. Deuteronomy 28 verses 7, the Lord shall cause thine enemies that rise up against thee to be smitten before thy face. They shall come out against thee one way and flee before thee 7 ways. This is on the blessing side. Now on the curses side, thou shalt go out one way against them and flee 7 ways before them, and thou shalt be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth. He shall lend to thee, and thou shalt not lend to him. He shall be the head, and thou shalt be the tail. Okay, that's actually an opposite of when I showed you that they were lending other nations money. Why were they lending other nations money? Why were they doing it? In the 4th century, when Deuteronomy was written, in the 5th century and the 7th century, in the 5th century, they're lending people money. Is it a coincidence that we see Deuteronomy 28:12 talking about that? Remember, the writing took place in the 5th to the 7th century. Remember that. Now, Deuteronomy 28:36, Micah, the Lord shall bring thee and thy king which thou shalt set over thee unto a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, and they shall thou serve other gods, wood and stone. What time period were Israelites taken to a nation with their king while in West Africa or North America? When did that happen? When did it happen? Again, the book was written between the 5th and the 7th century BC. You're taking it from Moses' time period, 1200 BC, to the 5th century BC. That's going to be the context of Deuteronomy 28. In the 9th year of Ashiah, the king of Assyria captured Samaria and carried away the Israelites to Assyria, where he settled them in Halah and Gozan by the Habor River and in the cities of the Medes. All this happened because the people of Israel had sinned against the Lord their God, who had brought them out of the land of Egypt from under the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. They had worshipped other gods. 2 Kings 17:18-20. So the Lord was very angry with Israel, and he removed them from his presence. Only the tribe of Judah remained, and even Judah did not keep the commandments of the Lord. God but lived according to the customs Israel had introduced. So the Lord rejected all the descendants of Israel. He afflicted them and delivered them into the hands of plunderers until he had banished them for it. What does it mean by the Lord rejected all the descendants of Israel? All. Is that an absolute thought by God? Or is it the right trying to make a point? Deuteronomy 28:37, and thou shalt become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword among all nations, whither the Lord shall lead. Jeremiah 24:9, I will make them a horror and an offense to all the kingdoms of the earth, a disgrace and an object of scorn, ridicule, and cursing wherever I have banished them. Ah, man. Then I will cut off Israel from the land that I have given them, and I will banish from my presence this temple I have sanctified for my name, that Israel will become an object of scorn and ridicule among all peoples. Depending on which translation you read, a byword in the King James Version is just being ridiculed and scorned. That's all it is. Deuteronomy 28, verses 46, and they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder and upon thy seed forever. Ladies and gentlemen, forever is a preposition as far as even to up to until while. But in the King James Version, then shalt thou say, O Lord, thou hast spoken against this place to cut it off, that none shall remain in it, neither man nor beast, but that it shall be desolate forever. This happened with Damascus, with Isaiah 17:1, the prophecy. What about the Davidic line prophecy in Samuel? What about the Egypt prophecies? There's always something where they're talking about forever. So when you see a sign, it will be, and they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder upon thy seed forever. You got to look at forever as what? It shall happen when 70 years are accomplished that I will punish the king of Babylon and that nation, says the Lord, for their iniquity, and the land of Chaldeans, and I will make it desolate forever. Now, you ask yourself this question, is Babylon desolate today? It says it will be desolate forever. Look at this one. And say the Lord, you have spoken concerning this place to cut it off, that none shall dwell therein, neither man nor animal, but that it shall be desolate forever. So you're telling me no man or animal shall live there forever. Forever? Forever, ever? Really? Let's look at some more Jeremiah and Isaiah. Therefore, the wild animals of the desert with the wolves shall dwell there, and the ostrich shall dwell therein, and shall be no more inhabited forever. Forever, yo? Isaiah now says, you will not join them in burial because you have destroyed your land. You have killed your people. The seed of evildoers will not be named forever. Hazar shall be a dwelling place of jackals, a desolation forever. You're telling me nobody lives in Hazar today? It won't be quenched night nor day. Its smoke will go up forever. Forever? No one will pass through it forever. Really? Isaiah 34, really, Isaiah? Forever, eternity is all about Hebrew literature. It's hyperbolic language. Medes will destroy Babylon and it will be desolate forever. Come on, probably. You can't take this verse, and they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever. Come on, family. This is hyperbolic language. This is based on Moses' time period from 1200 to between the 5th and the 7th century BC. That's what they're talking about, what's going on during that time period. And by the way, it must happen, because remember, it's contingent on if you break the laws or follow the laws of God. What if you do follow the laws? It don't apply to you. By the way, this question has to be asked. What laws and commandments did the Jews in West and Central Africa break to be sent on slave ships? We have records of Luanga Jews, Senegalese Jews, Jews in Tinderma, Timbuktu Jews. All these Jews are documented living separate lives from the native Africans. What did they do actually to be put on slave ships? And by the way, to these Jews were not on slave ships. I'm just throwing that out there. King James Bible, Deuteronomy 28 verses 48. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee, in hunger and in thirst and in nakedness and in want of all things, and he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed thee. Let me give a shout out to Faithful to God and Fortune 93, because they actually built these slides for me years ago. Let me say this to everybody that's watching, right? Everybody can apply this to them, and we're gonna get to the ships in a minute. But watch this, family. I'm almost done. In the beginning of the reign of Joachim, the son of Josiah, king of Judah, came this word unto Jeremiah and to the Lord, saying, Thus said the Lord to me, make thee bonds and yokes, and put them upon thy neck, and send them to the king of Edom, and to the king of Moab, and to the king of Ammonites, and to the king of Tyrus, and to the king of Zidon, by the hand of the messengers which come to Jerusalem unto Zedekiah, king of Judah, and command them to say unto their masters, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, Thus shall ye say unto your masters, I have made thee the earth, the man and the beast that are upon the ground, by my great power. So we see that it applies to Jeremiah 27:1-8, but also we see, thou hast broken the yokes of wood, but thou shalt make for them yokes of iron. For thus said the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, I put a yoke of iron upon the neck of all these nations, that they may serve Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and they shall serve him, and I have given him the beasts of the field also. Ah, man, but the nations that bring their neck under the yoke of the king of the Babylon and serve him, those will I will let remain still in their own land, says the Lord, and they still shall till it and dwell therein. So what are you talking about? Why are the Aboriginal Australians not on the 12 tribe chart? They got chains around their necks. Look at the slave master right beside him and the Uncle Tom house Negro. Why aren't they? They look just like us. What about the slavery in the Roman world where they had slaves around their chains around their necks? Are they Israelites? Roman slaves are on earth still with their iron collars and shackles in place around their necks. Rome took slaves of various ethnicity and skin tones. Iron yokes are not exclusive to black people. Colored Roman slaves from the Ashkelon Museum. Yoke prisoners, captives depicted in low relief on one of the column bases from the areas in Germany. Oh, man. Let's get to Zion Lex now in Deuteronomy 28:49, where the brother said that. What he said, Mika? What our brother said he was teaching us? Where Mika? Mika still here? Zion Lex said that it was the eagle is the sign, and these black Hebrew Israelites are using the same conversation too. Let's get this right here. The King James Bible said, Deuteronomy 28:49, the Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth, a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. The JPS Tanakh said, the Lord will bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth, as the vulture swoopeth down a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. I would have thought that my brother Zion Lex would have used more of the JPS Tanakh more than the King James Bible version, which a lot of the versions say vulture. And scholars think the eagle should be a griffin vulture. This is from the Illustrated Bible Dictionary, Treasury of Bible, Matthew George Easton. He said, properly, Neshur, the Hebrew Neshur, properly the griffin vulture or great vulture, so-called, from his tearing his prey with his beak, so far its swiftness of flight, from Deuteronomy 28:49. Now, I mean, that's kind of old, bro. Let's take a look here. The majesty and valor of an eagle has led different Western nations throughout history to adorn their flags and national identities with the eagle's image. Yet few English speakers are aware that the Hebrew word nesher, which is often rendered as eagle in Bible translations, really means vulture. Oh, Zion, you should be teaching me this, not vice versa. There are few eagles in Israel, unless they are briefly passing through during migrations, while the griffin vulture has a venerated history in the ancient Near East, even being worshipped as a god in Egypt and Mesopotamia. This long-winged scavenger of Middle East with its high-altitude flying is the true fit for those citations. But let's get to some bigger scholarship. Eagles were not common in the ancient Near East. This is from the Journals, a peer-reviewed article. It's talking about Fred S. Cannon, the biblical nesher, as the griffin vulture. So all you guys going around say the sign is an eagle, and the eagle is on the dollar bill, and it's America because the sign of American Roman is the eagle. No, my brother and sister, it's the griffin vulture. The biblical nesher is the griffin vulture. Both the biblical nesher and ornithological griffin are known for their bald head, enormous wingspan, effortless flight, cliff nesting, devoting, nurturing, rapid descent, and group feasting on carrion. From biblical times until the industrial age, griffins have been ubiquitous in the Middle East, but absent in Northern Europe or the Americas. However, eagles commonly resided in Northern Europe, but are uncommon residents or pass-through migrants in the Middle East. Through millennia, when Northern Europeans sought translations for biblical plant and animal names, they sometimes replaced Middle Eastern meanings with recognizable Northern European ones. So the nesher became known as the eagle to many Northern Europeans and North Americans. However, recent Hebrew-speaking ornithologists concur that nesher is the griffin. This distinction becomes important when gleaning nuances from biblical metaphors, clarifying kosher dietary regulations, and discerning genealogical connections among raptors. So, ladies and gentlemen, Zion Lex, my brother, stop using that to say it's an eagle when it should be griffin vulture. In the Hebrew, it's clearly vulture. I don't know why my brother would use the King James Version or another version that don't agree with the Hebrew. But let's not even go there, all right? That kills that whole thing about the eagle being America or Rome. Let's get this now. King James Bible, another Deuteronomy 28 verse they like to, they run from. And he shall besiege thee in all thy gates until thy high and fence walls come down, wherein thou trustest throughout all thy land, and he shall besiege thee in all thy gates throughout all thy land, which the Lord thy God has given thee. Where did this happen? I asked AI, said this. The fulfillment of this occurred multiple times throughout Israelite history, particularly during the Assyrian and Babylonian captivity, the siege of Samaria by the Assyrians, the fall of Jerusalem. The Israelites' trust in their physical defense was ultimately undermined by their disobedience and the consequences that followed. That's from AI. Now, 2 Kings 18:13, now in the 14th year of King Hezekiah, did Sennacherib, king of Assyria, come against all the fenced cities or fortified cities of Judah and took them. So, ladies and gentlemen, this did not happen in West Africa. It didn't happen in the United States, because you know what it says? It says, in all thy gates, in all thy land, all thy gates, and all thy land. That land is Israel. I tell you already, 40% of the verses in Deuteronomy 28 have to do with the land of Israel. Nothing to do with America. Get out of here with that, Zion. Get out of here with that. When did Israelites eat their own children in West and Central Africa or in the United States? I'll wait. Well, you may find, you know what, let me not do the absolute talk, because you may find instances where people in America have been cannibals towards eating, not black people though. I don't hear that with black people a lot, but it possibly could happen. But this is a curse that should be happening constantly. But this is something, look at Deuteronomy 28:53. And thou shalt eat the fruit of thine own body, the flesh of thy sons and thy daughters, which the Lord thy God hath given thee in the siege. So what siege? It's a siege in the land, and in the straitness wherein thine enemy shall distress thee. Look at 2 Kings 6. Then the king asked her, what is the matter? And she answered, this woman said to me, give up your son, that we may eat him, and tomorrow we will eat my son. So we boiled my son and ate him, and the next day I said, so again, this is fulfilled within that time period from Moses 1200 BC to the 5th to the 7th century BC, when they said Deuteronomy was written. You see the methodology that I'm using? Because I'm using it in the context of when the book was written. And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people from the other one end of the earth, even unto the other, and there thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone. From one end of the earth to the other, this is hyperbolic expression, emphasizes the totality and extent of the dispersion. Let's look at Daniel 4:22. It is thou, O king, that art grown and become strong, for thy greatness is grown and reaches unto heaven, and thy dominion to the end of the earth. Did Nebuchadnezzar control the entire earth as we know it today? No. And your dominion extends to the end of the earth. This statement highlights the extensive reach of Nebuchadnezzar's rule, which was one of the largest empires of the ancient world. The phrase ends of the earth is a common biblical expression denoting vast territorial control. Y'all don't want this smoke with Garfield, man. Y'all don't want this smoke. Y'all don't want me to put slides together and make a presentation. Y'all just want to argue what y'all think y'all know. And you guys who are waiting to come on, y'all don't even know the Bible. Y'all front. Y'all just got a belief. Y'all can't mess with Garfield with this, man. Y'all can't mess with me, man. Now, watch this now. And then this guy going to come on and say, oh, you're not a believer. I'm not an idiot. Now, ladies and gentlemen, did Cyrus rule the entire world? In 1 Ezra chapter 2, it says, in the first year of Cyrus, king of the Persians, that the word of the Lord might be accomplished that he had promised by the mouth of Jeremiah. The Lord raised up the spirit of Cyrus, the king of the Persians, and he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom and also by writing, saying, thus saith Cyrus, king of the Persians, the Lord of Israel, the Most High, hath made me king of the whole world. Was Cyrus the king of America? Was he king over West Africa? Was he king over South Africa? Was he king over East Africa? Was he king in North America, South America, Central Asia, North Asia, Russia, Siberia? Was he a king over those areas? Four corners was an idiom used in the ancient Near East. Isaiah 11:12. And he shall set up an ensign for the nation, shall assemble the outcasts of Israel, and gather together the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth. The four corners of the earth was an idiom. Zion Lex, you know this better than anybody else because you study Sumer. So it's either you keeping this as a secret or you're just living a lie, bro. And by the way, the northern kingdoms, just to know that why they didn't come over here, look at what it says in verse 11. And it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall set his hand again the second time to recover the remnant of his people. Where's the remnant of his people? The ones that shall be left in where? Assyria, Egypt, Pathros, which is in Egypt, and Cush, right there, Nubia, Elam, Persia, where they went. This is where they went, right? When the northern kingdom was taken to the era of the Medes. And from Shinar, which is Sumer, and from Hamath, which is Syria, and from the islands of the sea, which is the Mediterranean Sea, where they were taken. So listen, four corners of the earth. What about the Sumerians and the Assyrians who had king of the four corners of the world? Did Naram Singh, Zion Lex, 2300 BC? You used to teach about Naram Singh being Narma of Egypt and all his foolishness. Oh, I forgot to play the video. I'm going to play it after this. The king of the four corners of the world. The king of the four corners in the Middle Assyrian Empire, near Assyrian Empire. Nabonidus was one of the king of the four corners. Cyrus the Great was one of the king of the four corners of the world. So ladies and gentlemen, what are we doing? Why? Because you want to include yourself. You want to be one of the chosen of God. So you want to make America part of the four corners of the earth, or the earth in an ancient Near East literary hyperbolic sense. That makes absolutely no sense. Almost done. Notice this. This is the four corners of the world that Naram Singh ruled. From Elam, Akkad, Sabar to Amaru. Where's America? Where's Africa? Where's Egypt? Where's Ethiopia? Look at this one here. Empire of Lugazilisi, 2350 BC. Four corners of the earth. Look at it. Don't include Africa. The whole world or earth should not be taken literally in the biblical text. The four corners of the world is an idiom from the Sumerians, the Akkadians, and the biblical writers just used it. It's hyperbolic language. It's literature. Look at the Assyrian Empire. The Assyrian Empire was the entire world. Wherever green is, dark green and light green, that's the Assyrian Empire. The Babylonian Empire is on the right side. Neo-Babylonian Empire, there you go. Didn't even include Egypt. The Persian Empire, the orange. The Greek Empire, the yellow. What are we doing? This is the entire world in the eyes of the writer. Roman Empire. The Jewish community lived in 80% of the Jewish community lived outside of Judah or Israel. 80%. So where were they running to? 70 AD is a myth. Deuteronomy 28 verses 68, and the Lord shall bring thee into ships again. Da, 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 da. All right, let's look at this right here. Who has been brought in? Who has been hold on one second here, family. Who has been taken by ships? The Japanese were rumored to have been Jews. Chapter 10, our own people of Jacob see Japan, the spread of the fantasy of Israelite origin. You think it's only you in America claiming that you're Jews? You think it's you alone? In Zion, Divine, Captain Tazariak, you think it's only you? The Japanese Jewish common ancestry theory. Yeah, Black Hebrew Israelites, it's a theory. Y'all got a theory. Japanese were taken into slavery with ships. You arguing about being in ships? Look at what it says at the bottom. Not so Toyona had he was Japan's supreme warlord at the end of the 16th century. This is unbearable to me, he said. In 1587, upon learning from one of his officials that the Portuguese buy hundreds of Japanese men and women, their hands and feet are chained and they are driven into the bottom of the ship. This is far beyond the punishments of hell. Isn't this, all we got to do is change Japanese to West Africans. It's the same thing we used to talk about, being driven into the bottom of the ships. You ever hear Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark talk about it? The Portuguese, same Portuguese that was a part of our slave trade during the same time period, is taking Japanese to South America on slave ships. The samurai invasion of Korea, 1592 to 98. Korean captives taken to Japan. Japan is an island nation, right? Its prisoners were shipped from Korea as well as their pottery. Does this make these Koreans Israelites? They was on ships too. What are we talking about? What about the Chinese people that were taken to Mexico from Chinos to Indians? During the late 16th and 17th centuries, countless slaves from cultural diverse communities in the Indian subcontinent and Southeast Asia journeyed to Mexico on the ships. How we know it's not them? What are we doing? slaves taken by ships. Japanese were taken to South America. East Africans were taken to Europe by the Portuguese. Europeans were taken to North Africa. This is the barbarous states, the barbarous slave plantation. Chinese were taken to Mexico. What about Papua New Guinea? They were taken to Australia by ships. Is this fulfilling Deuteronomy 28 verses 68? What are we doing? We being crazy right now. Let's stop for a minute now. While I end this. One last thing I gotta show, then I'm done. One last thing I gotta show. Let me show Zion's video. Let's look at this video right here.
All of my sources are listed. My book is right here. In my book, all of my sources are listed, just so the camera can see. All of my sources are listed. So there's even times in my presentation where I drew from my book, Ancient Chemical and Tribe, where every single source is actually listed. The step pyramid of Zoser, which is based on what? The Sumerian model. It's found globally around the world. This structure or model, which is unique to Egypt, is not unique to anywhere else because you don't find that curvature perfectly as you do find in Egypt. The step feature is diffused throughout the world. And the step feature, all people agree, come out of Sumeria. And yet you find it in Egypt. In fact, the very first Egyptian pyramid was built in the step model. Hence why I tell you time and time again, and more importantly show you, that Sumeria is that which influenced and birthed your greatest legacies. And I'm not just talking it, I am demonstrating it. We always talk about, there's things on the Egyptian wall that's inscribed that you can't find anywhere else. Here's a relief coming out of Sumeria from Jeremy A. Black, PhD holder, in his book, The Literature of Ancient Sumer, which I grabbed it. Notice in the picture how the DNA model in Sumeria has an ankh in it. What's interesting about that, Zion? Next slide. The Sumerian ankh and Shenrin. Enki is the creator god in Sumeria. Or if you're following, like I tried to show scholastically, if you're following linguistics and etymology, when you say Enki, Enki, ankh, Enki, ankh, Enki, ankh, linguistically, etymologically speaking, you're talking about the same linguistic and etymological base. Why is that interesting, or why is that significant to note? The word Enki in Sumeria literally translates as life giver. And what is the ankh in ancient Egypt? The symbol of life. And the Sumerian Anunnaki, Enki, the creator of life, that's what his name means in Sumerian cuneiform. He's holding a Shenrin. I thought Shenrins are unique to Egypt, but we find the Shenrin in Sumeria as well. As a matter of fact, here's what I did. Here's the god Enki, the symbol, which translates as the god of life in Sumerian. He's pictured in this relief with water, which represents life, flowing from his shoulder. In this relief coming out of Egypt, you see the ankhs representing life. Like water is life, you see the ankhs representing life. And in this picture, Enki is flowing with water. And in this picture, you see the ankh as it is flowing with water. As your feet shall find no rest in these captivities, such as America, as we are in right now. And brothers and sisters, we still behind closed doors. The phrase in Hebrew, your feet shall not find no rest, is numerically equivalent to 764, which is numerically equivalent in Hebrew to African American. If you don't believe me, check this video out again when you're next to somebody in Hebrew. Some of our brothers and sisters only listen to a person if they have a Eurocentric lens on. So if you're next to a white Jew, ask him if that's the word African American in Hebrew. See if I'm making it up. If you don't believe that Eurocentric lens is the litmus by which truth is measured by, then at least come to a Hebrew who knows Hebrew and check it out for yourself. The phrase in Hebrew, your feet shall find no rest, is numerically equivalent to 764, which ironically is numerically equivalent to African American. My brother, until you can open the text in Kemet that shows me the term African American as applying to our people and our condition today, I will not quote the Torah. I refuse to. The trans-
How does this change the language? You can't take a shot at the New Testament and say, well, you know, there's errors in it, but then I go to the Old Testament and show you various manuscripts that don't read the same, and then have to ask you which one are you saying is canonized that you use in your Tanakh?
Really simple question. The first thing I'm going to admit and tell you is I cannot read without vowels. That's the bottom line.
No, that's honest.
But yeah, that's the only way to be. But in contradistinction, I'm going to also ask you this. What we have right here is a Paleo-Hebrew
I got that one,
Torah as well. So if you could read me just one line, not two, from a random verse, then that would actually cooperate with whatever point you were trying to make.
Sure.
So just read Deuteronomy 20, phonetically correct in the Paleo-Hebrew, really quick.
What are we looking at?
Deuteronomy 20, the Paleo-Hebrew. I'll follow you along with the vowels to see if you're correct.
Okay. Now I'm gonna answer this, but I still ask you a question. You still didn't.
I'm going to answer it, but I just want to show that you can't point out that I don't do it as if you do it. So let's just follow.
So we're gonna look at this word right here, right? And I'm gonna read the consonants, and I'm gonna show you the pronunciation of it without the diacritic marks.
Okay.
All right. So for the people looking at home, we're gonna look at a wav, right? We're gonna look here at resh. We're gonna look at aleph.
We're not looking at a wav. Wav is not the first letter. It's a kaf. We're in Deuteronomy chapter 20.
No, I'm picking out a word you say, and I'm giving an example on how to pronounce it.
Let me be fair. My brother, let me be fair.
You said pick out a word.
No, I didn't. No, that's not what I said.
Pick out a word.
No, that's what you're doing. You see, hold on. Let me see. Let me say something right now. Let's be fair, my brother.
You're being fair.
Let me finish my point. Let's be fair. You cannot point out to me or ask me. Let me finish. You cannot ask.
All right, just for the record, just to clean up what Zion said. He said a lot of interesting things about that pottery or whatever. It actually was in what do you call it, Susa, which is in Elam in Persia. So that's actually a Persian thing that he probably knew, but I don't know why he would put it out as Mesopotamia. And Tepe said, we don't know. That's a modern day image of it. I don't know how it survived the flood. If it's 3000 BC. All right. Mastabas are the roots to Egyptian pyramids. Shout out to Zavari, who pointed it out in his debate. And Zion Lex said that this was a big thing about his book. He claimed that this book, he got it from this image. And this is why he ran off that interview that he had, because I was going to point that out on the spot. I'm going to play that video one of these days too. Just to brag and laugh about it. It's a pass. So this is why he's making remixes of my book and talking about I plagiarized. But the point is he has no sources in his book. So he said that this book comes from here. But we went in this book, me and Meru, we went through like 800 pages. This image is from a website. It's from a Dr. York website. So that's where his scholarship was. I don't think Zion teaches this anymore, though. He knows better than that. Then he's using a scene. This is something that Jabari actually pointed out. Why are you using a scene from 900 BC to say something is older than Kemet? When this comes from, the Sheng ring comes from later on. You know, but I guess when you're trying to win a debate, man, you do a lot of different things. The meaning of the Dead Sea Scrolls, Deuteronomy 28:65, he uses gematria. Gematria is originated as an Assyria-Babylonian Greek system of alphanumeric code, later adopted into Jewish culture that assigns numerical value to a word, name, phrase, in the belief that words are phrases, with identical numerical values bear some relation to each other or bear some relation to the number itself, as it may apply to nature, a person's age, a calendar year, or the like. Although the term is Hebrew, it is derived from the Greek gematria, gematry. So I don't know what he's trying to prove with that. This means African American and all that stuff. I don't know about all of that, but I had to point it out. I had that up earlier to show that, but I didn't. All right, let me get back to one more thing, and then I'm done, family. Then y'all could have it. Y'all could have it. All right. Before I show this slide, Let me show y'all this website on ancient ports in Egypt and Libya and see if we can build our vibes. This is Egypt right here. So this is Egypt. These are port cities, ancient port cities that Assyrians use. All right. Now the docking port for Israel was Dura. All right. So if people want to know if there were ancient port cities, this website is called Ancient Ports Antiquities, antiques.com. It has like the primary sources of where documented by people in history. So it has the sources where you could get the source to show that there was a port there. All right. So I'm not just talking out my ass. I just want to show you guys that traveling by sea, although Israel is there, you're talking about walking distance. Y'all can't even walk 2 miles good nowadays. The way how unhealthy y'all are. You're talking about, oh, we could walk from Israel to Egypt. Yeah, it sounds good. From Egypt to Israel. Yeah, it's not this close. Like how it looks on the map. All right. If you notice the map, I've had to make it bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. That's the map right there that I'm showing. All right. So I have to make it bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger so you guys could see the actual port cities. Okay. All right. Let's stop sharing. Let's move on. Let's get to this right here. No, not this. Get to, where is it at? No, I don't want that. Ah, here we go. It's right in front of me. Ain't nobody on YouTube showing y'all this, man. Y'all getting a special treatment today. This is Ziva Shavitsky, one of my actual YouTube people. She's actually a great scholar that wrote about the lost tribes, right? And all the claims. I want y'all to look at this. Following the fall of Samaria, Sargon deported its people and resettled others in their stead. Ezra 4:2 shows that the transplantation of exiles from other lands into Samaria occurred again in the time of Assyrian king Esarhaddon. Watch this. In the last quoted inscription, it is again interesting to note the comments regarding men and chariots being taken from among the inhabitants of Hamath and added to the royal corpse. Again, Neo-Assyrian administrative texts attest to the employment of Israelites from Samaria by Sargon II as mercenaries skilled in chariotry. In the inscription relating to the fall of Samaria, Sargon said that he took 27,000 of the people and 50 chariots. These two may have been a contingent that he attached to his army. So just like how oh man, J.R. Thomas, why you coming for Zion, man? Zion is okay, man. He know ain't nobody gonna check, bro. All right, so now the chariots, the reason why I'm showing this, because she shows a lot of the primary sources. The reason why I'm showing this because this is what happened with the army of Israel that they took with them. Majority of the people that they took with them was the army, and they went into the Assyrian army. Why am I showing that? I'm going to show you right now. Where is this at? Search results. Here we go. So this goes back to the port of Egypt in the inscriptions of Sargon II, a reference to another Assyrian Karoo on the western frontier. So what I'm showing now is the proof of the port cities where they are. So proof of trading and port control. More Assyrian keywords in the documents from the time of Esarhaddon and Ashurnabal. Another reference to the Assyrian Karoo appears in the letter of Iti Samasabalu, an Assyrian official stationed in northern Phoenicia. You'll never see this on anybody else's channel. You'll never, in my true story and voice, you'll never see this anywhere else. He reports to the king after the revolt of Ilkilu of Arwad, which probably took place in the closing years of Esarhaddon's reign. More specifically, at the time of his second Egyptian campaign, according to the letter, would not let boats come up to the port of the king, killing anyone who docked at the Assyrian port. While providing for anyone who came to him, it appears that Ilkilu attempted to break the Assyria-centric trade regulations, excluding Assyrian Volume 40, 2005, 73 Royal Port from the regional trading activities, Egypt, Esarhaddon, Ashurnabal. All right. So frontiers of the Neo-Assyrian Empire. This shows that Sais, the major city of the Nile Delta, was also given a new name by Esarhaddon. Apparently on the same occasion, Karbanit and Karbel Matat are also mentioned in the accounts of Ashurnabal's Egyptian campaign. All right. All right. So here we go. So Dor, this is Dor in Israel, the city Dor. That's where it's located. All right. If you look at the references in Assyrian records, you look right here, you see Israel, where they do their docking is at. Right here. So you see, I'm not lying. It's right here. Dura Israel, Esarhaddon, Karu. So that's where they would dock people in, bring the armies from, and so forth. Karu's on the frontiers of the Neo-Assyrian Empire. Deuteronomy SR's vassal treaty. All right, we already talked about the vassal treaty and everything. I don't need to go over that again. We know there's a connection. All right. Now, this is from the Ivy People background commentary of the Old Testament. They're saying that Deuteronomy 28, returning to Egypt in ships, Assyrian kings of the 7th century coerced their vassals into supplying troops for their military campaigns. Remember I showed you that the 27,000 and I showed the chariots? One way then for Israelites to return to Egypt in ships would be in the Assyrian campaigns launched from the Phoenician coast in which they were obliged to take part. This represents continued oppression by foreign enemies as the curses have detailed. Another possibility would include falling victim to Egypt's slave trade in Syro-Palestinian, where the slaves were often transported by ship. All right, so those two. So now we have the article by Donald G. Schley Jr., Yahweh calls you to return to Egypt in ships. Yahweh will call you to return to ship. The text of Deuteronomy 28:68 contains the last of the curses upon the Israelites threatened by Moses if the people are not careful to do all the words of the law of this law which are written in this book. It is not difficult to find historical explanation for other of these concluding curses, especially, for example, with regard to verse 64, where exile among all peoples is threatened, has proven, however, a stubborn obstacle to interpreters. It reads, and Yahweh will cause you to return to Egypt in ships in the way that I said to you, you shall never see it again. And you shall sell yourselves there to your enemies as male and female slaves, but there shall be no buyer. The crux here is the reference to a return to Egypt in ships. Scholars have thought various explanations for this phrase. Anyway, let's move on. All right, so they found Yahweh will cause you to return. To clear up this matter, however, one may appeal to a text from the Annals of Ashurnabal of Assyria, long known to Old Testament scholarship. This text is found in Prism A, of which the main exemplar is the Rassam cylinder, line 68b to 74, concerning Ashurnabal's first campaign to Egypt. In the course of my campaign, 22 kings from the sea coast, the midst of the sea, and the mainland servants, obedient to me, brought to me heavy tribute during my campaign and kissed my feet. Those kings, together with their strength, their ships by sea and land, with their armies, are made to take the road to Egypt. According to this text, Ashurnabal was met by loyal allies en route to Egypt, who presented him with tribute and were then compelled, along with their military forces, to accompany him to Egypt, both by land and sea. This text would seem to offer a suitable historical background against which to the ships. However, nothing is said of the identity of the vassal kings. And if you want to know the vassal kings, go back to the record of Ashurnabal. You'll see the kings listed and so forth. We could actually figure it out in the text of Prism A itself. The parallel text of Prism C, however, offers a list of kings inserted between what would be the lines of 68 and 69 of Prism A. This list itself was taken from the great prism of Esarhaddon, Ashurnabal's father and predecessor. The second name in this list is that of Manasseh of Judah, King Manasseh of Judah. And while the secondary nature of this list in Prism C raises doubt about the exact identity of the Assyrian vassals who accompanied Ashurnabal on his first Egyptian campaign, there is scarcely any doubt that Manasseh of Judah was as much a vassal of Ashurnabal as and also of Esarhaddon. The text of both Prism A and Great Prism of Esarhaddon, at any rate, confirm Assyrian control of the eastern Mediterranean and the sea approaches to Egypt during the successive reigns of these two kings. In conclusion, the text of Deuteronomy 28:68 is best understood in the context of Assyria's dominance of the Syro-Palestine. Anyway, so we have an answer through Deuteronomy 28:68. We do have an answer in history with the Assyrian records. One thing I want to point out to everybody, right? One thing I want to point out. Deuteronomy 28:68 can't have happened. And I'm going to tell you why. Deuteronomy 28 is the last curse. If you are a part, hold on, 68. Let me go to Bible Hub and bring up an article real quick. Bible Hub, Deuteronomy 28:68. Parallel verses. All right. So I want y'all to see this, what I'm seeing and where I'm coming from. And the arguments by the black Hebrew Israelites is so ridiculous, it's in funny. If you go to the King James Version, right? And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships. Okay. First of all, what does the word again mean? And what does the word into mean? Into is a preposition. The Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships. Remember when I showed Moses at Moab, right? That he was bringing them out of Egypt on land. So this time God is saying, I'm going to punish you. I'm going to bring you into Egypt on ships. That's what that is, because it's a reverse exodus. Remember, going out of Egypt into the land, Mount Gerizim and Mount Ebal, the blessings and the curses. Remember, this is the birth or the introduction of Israel to the world. So Israel is now your homeland, and this is the birth of Israel. So going back into Egypt would ultimately be the death of Israel. If you go back to what Zion Lex said, Zion Lex, oh man, I'm using your scholarship today, bro. I'm using Zion Lex today. Zion Lex is my guy today. He's my guy. Where you are, Zion Lex. Zion Lex said Deuteronomy 28. At the beginning, he says, hold on, let me get it first before I make it on the screen. All right, hold on there. Tested I that the creator is will to serve. All right, before I do that, it says, and the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships. Now, this is the argument that I had with my brother that came on here the last time. By the way, where if I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again, which I pointed out, he did do that in Exodus 14, when he says that he will account for you today, for the Egyptians you see today, you will never see again. And another scripture is, would be, where is it at? Right here, Deuteronomy 17:16. But ye shall not multiply horses, nor cause the people to return to Egypt. Remember, if we're doing it in chronological order, and you said Moses wrote it, or somebody in his time, or if we say it wrote in 5th century to 7th century BC, we're saying that in chronological order, we would have to find before Deuteronomy 28:68, where it was said that they should not go back into Egypt again. So we know it's physical Egypt, and we also know it's physical Egypt because what? Right here, go to the King James Version that they use. We know because it says, and there, bondage is not a there. What will happen when it can't be bondage? Bondage is not a place. When you use there, it's not a place. So even if we do look at the JPS, let's look at the JPS Tanakh version. Hold on, let's look at the JPS Tanakh version, which my brother Zion Lex would probably read more than any other version before. It also says, and there. Where? It's a place. There is a place. Egypt is a place. So that's why it's there. It can't be bondage. You could sell that to an idiot who don't know the English language, subject, predicate, and the in-between, suffixes, suffix, and prefix, using how they construct the sentences, how they do it, SVO, VSO, OSO, whatever which way, whatever typology they use. And the Lord shall bring thee back into Egypt in ships. That's the first sentence. How are you going to bring us back to Egypt in ships? Oh, Egypt means house of bondage. Yes. As far as Exodus 22, Egypt doesn't mean bondage. It's called the house of bondage. There's a difference. Exodus 22, it's called the house of bondage. It is not, it don't mean a house of bondage. See, for he will accomplish for you today, for the Egyptians you see today, you will never see again. So we know that he's talking about literal Egypt. Stop talking about spiritual Egypt. So this is a reverse Exodus, like what the brother Vocab was saying. There you shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, no man shall buy you. This is probably something metaphorical, because at the end of the day, it really don't make any sense. So if you look at this commentary right here, I'm going to scroll down a little bit. Let's scroll down a little bit. This guy had a good commentary on this. This, the Lord will return you to Egypt in ships. This phrase signifies a reversal of the Exodus, where God delivered the Israelites from slavery in Egypt. The mention of ships suggests a forced and humiliating return. Yeah, you came on ships by a route that I said you should never see again. What they say? Exodus 14:13. Garfield seems to know the Bible and these people. There you will sell yourselves to your enemies. It can't be North America. It cannot be North America. Cannot be North America. Look at this guy. Here's a commentary that I actually like. Thou shalt see it no more again. Deuteronomy 17:16. Garfield again is correct. Let's look at parallel commentaries, what they have for us. Hold on 1 second. There's something I'm looking for. Here we go. Right here on the right side. Verse 68, worst of all punishment, they should be again reduced to bondage, carried back to Egypt, put up for sale as slaves, and be so utterly despicable that no one would purchase them. Bring thee into Egypt again. If the Exodus was the birth of the nation of God as such, the return would be its death. With ships they came out of Egypt by land as free men, that should be carried back, imprisoned, and cooped up in slave ships. By the way of, I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. This does not refer to their being carried to Egypt in ships as different from the way by which they had come out from it, but similar to the fact that they should be carried back thither, contrary to what was expected when they so triumphantly came forth from it. But it can't happen, because I'm saying symbolically, it would mean the death. It would mean the death of an entire nation. But Zion Lex said something that was important. I have to find it, and I'm gonna end my talk today on that point. I know I probably left some stuff out, but I know brothers and sisters want to comment and jump in and chime in and disagree and whatever. But I just want to make it clear to everybody: Deuteronomy 28:68 could not have happened. If you really think about it, it couldn't have happened. If it happened, that means there's no more Israelite nation. There's no more Israelite nation. Hold on, I don't know. I know how to speak in my presence in the Hebrew language. You can. This is the wrong article, yo. Zion probably changed the article already, yo. I can't even get back the article. Blood clot, yo. Hold on there. Let me bring this back down. Hold on a second. Zion said, we are taught that the opposite of being blessed by virtue of keeping God's law is being cursed for not keeping it. To the point of destruction of not just our spiritual identity, but our physical identity as well. Here we go. This is it right here. Got him. It says right here, we are taught in these verses, we are taught to the point of destruction of not just our spiritual identity, but our physical identity as well. For the sake of not letting too much information out of the bag. So this is the point, though. So this is the end. Deuteronomy 28, if it already 68 happened, it would be the end, not of spiritual identity, physical identity. You're killing, because remember, coming out of Egypt is the birth of Israel. Going back in as a punishment would be the death of the entire nation of Israel. All right? And I leave it there. I'm done for the day. All right, let's get it. Whoever want to come on now, let's get it. Let's get it. Zion Warchild, what's up? What's on your mind? Let's go. Let's do this fast. Let's go. Zion War
Bless
Child.
up, bless up. Yeah. Yo, hold on. Let me mute this because I'm on live with the Ethiopian World Federation. So let me just mute that. Yo, so yeah, you know what I'm saying? I hear what you're saying. You know, I think that sometimes what you did, because you bring up the fact that some of the biblical interpretation is allegory and, you know, metaphor. I oftentimes use the term pardes. So if you know, I'm sure you know what pardes is, right? So pardes is the Jewish or the mainstream Jewish way of looking at scripture from multiple forms of context, right? So you have the Peshat, you have Remez, Drush, and Sod, and sometimes they do Sod. Sod actually represents like something that's a mystery of mysteries. So when you Sod, so they say it's 4 ways of breaking down scripture or Hebrew context. And so, you know, I got a question for you. Like, so when you look at the transatlantic slave trade, now I'm not saying, like, I'm not taking one stance on whether, you know, Deuteronomy 28 is relevant to the transatlantic slave trade. However, the transatlantic slave trade is actually what began the international cause against slavery in itself. So it's very significant. The transatlantic slave trade and the African American slavery is actually what brought, you know, the inhumane, you know what I'm saying, dysfunctions of that system, because, you know, Christians were doing this, continue practicing this. Slavery was practiced all throughout, you know what I'm saying, the world. So up until transatlantic slavery is when slavery became a negative internationally. So how do we reconcile, you know, the importance of that event? Because I think a lot of people try to minimize the transatlantic slave trade like it wasn't an important historical feature.
All right, stop for 1 minute.
Can.
Speak the truth. You need to understand this. Straight shot, no, I can't miss. Are you just talking? Never, I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist, tell them what to do. This is what we're gonna do. Speak the truth. You need to understand this. Straight shot, no, I can't miss. Are you just talking? Never, I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist, tell them what to do. Cool, thanks, kudos, real talk, not for the pseudos. Trust the kid, real talk, I debunked the myth. Sit still, don't run from this. That's a wise man told me. Watch for the flakes and the phones. You gotta be cautious. Listen and open your conscience. People be talking that nonsense, chattering. That's when the daggers are stopped. Okay, this is what we gonna do. Speak the truth. You need to understand this. Straight shot, no, I can't miss. Are you just talking? Never, I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist, tell them what to do. This is what we gonna do. Speak the truth. You need to understand this. Straight shot, no, I can't miss. Are you just talking? Never, I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist, tell them what to do.
All right, and that's for all the people in the audience. Y'all want to talk all this nonsense in the chat. Now you could come up here and get this work.
Get that work.
Come get this work. That's all. I'm right here. I'm not hiding behind a screen. I'm not scared to show my face. I'm here. I want that work. Let's go. But yeah, I get your point, brother. You made a good point. I got your point. How are you doing, by the way? Okay, Pitar did email me back, but not about your debate, about another debate. You debate.
Yeah, you know, if he doesn't want to debate, it's not a problem. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to sit here like a lot of these cats and be like, oh, he running. I don't do that. That childishness.
Hey, JT
might not want to debate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. JT Mack, you said verse 68 does not apply to the entire nation of Israel, as not all of the Israelites were dragged back to Egypt. You see, that's the thing, though. That's if you believe that it happened. I don't believe it happened. It's two things if it happened. If it happened, it had to happen between the Moses time period and when the actual book of Deuteronomy was written. And that's from a secular academic perspective. Now, if it happened, I'm saying it would apply to all of Israel because technically speaking, When Moses was right there, this was the birth of Israel. So he's saying, if you don't follow all the laws, statutes, and commandments, it's the last one. He's saying, hey, it's going to be the end of y'all if y'all don't follow these laws, statutes, and commandments. That's why it's number 68 and not 21 or 24. It's 68 because as a last resort, the Most High going to punish y'all and kill the entire nation of Israel. Because since I gave y'all birth, you hear your mama or your grandmother say, I gave you birth. I brought you to this world.
Brought you in the world, take you out. Right.
There you go. Go ahead, keep the branch. How you been, bro?
I'm good, man. I'm blessed. You know what I mean? I can't complain, you know.
All right.
But yeah, that part, the pardes. So that
hold on, Zion.
Yeah,
Hold on. Let's keep the branch in here. Keep the branch. You wanted to make a comment? Let's go. Keep the branch. Let's go.
Hey, what's going on? Peace. Yeah, Deuteronomy 28 and what is that, 68?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, the interpretation of that is, first of all, people got to realize when the Israelites went into full captivity to the four corners of the earth, they were already in Egypt. If you read the book of Jeremiah, they were already there. So if anybody interpret that as saying that they were brought into the physical landscape of Egypt, that's a wrong interpretation of that, because we were already in Egypt, running from the Babylonians, okay, and whoever else that was against.
Time out. You talking about Jeremiah 44? Let me say this to you: did they go back into Egypt on ships, brother? In Jeremiah?
Again, we went into Egypt.
Simple question. It's a simple question. Did the Israelites, according to the tradition, it's literature, according to the literature that has been written, that's passed down to us today, did they go into Egypt on ships during the time of Jeremiah?
No, they didn't use ships to go into Egypt when they ran into Egypt. They were not
into Egypt.
Hold on. Let me answer your question.
Hold on. You already answered. Hold on a second.
I did not. Let me rephrase that. You can't. Let me rephrase my question. My point. Why you scared, man? You fearful. Why?
Yeah, I'm very fearful and I'm scared of you. But you're gonna relax.
Fully relax. You're not relaxed.
Bro.
You're the one not relaxed. Let me answer the question. When we went into Egypt. Let me answer the question. We went into Egypt.
Listen, nobody's scared of your rhetoric. All right. All I ask you is a simple question. I didn't ask you to elaborate. I didn't ask you X, Y, and Z. I said, did they go in on ships? Now, they went into Egypt several times. What I'm trying to say with the whole show is context is the most important thing. Christian scholars, Jewish scholars, academic scholars agree on one thing. Deuteronomy was possibly written between the 5th and the 7th century BC. It's talking about somebody named Moses, who's around probably between the 12th and the 14th century BC. Now, if you're writing a story in the 5th or the 7th century, you're now retroactively writing a story about a guy saying he's going to punish you. My argument is this, though, which is original. Everything in Deuteronomy 28 must have happened between the alleged time of Moses and the 5th century BC. And if you look at it, everything in Deuteronomy 28 happened within that time period. It happened. They eat the babies. It's in Kings. It's there. Everything is there. A king come and get you. 28:36, Hosea went to Assyria. Deuteronomy 28:52, they take away the walls. My seed forever. These are vague. Different statements about the woman. These are vague. Everything must happen between X, Y, and Z. But if verse 68 happened, he's referring to all of Israel. But if you look at the video I just made, I just pointed out that they got blessed. When Cyrus said you could come back and build your temple, you're blessed. Yes. When you take over the Hasmonean time period, you take over all of Israel, plus you took over Edom and Moab. That's being blessed. So
I agree with you on that statement.
They're so concerned about the cursing.
Yeah, that's that. I agree with you. I literally argued that when I went to ISUBK, that they're so focused on the curses that they don't see the blessings. You know what I'm saying? And I actually said, this is why you're not a Rastafari.
All right, let me get my brother back in because he's mad. Go ahead. Go ahead. You want to say Jeremiah 44? Let's go. Hey, Ryan, come on and bring that scripture out, bro. Jump on, bro.
Yeah, jump on, Ryan.
Go ahead, keep the branch. You're back. The floor is yours. You can say whatever you want now.
He's on mute. You're on mute, brother. Go ahead and unmute.
Okay, look.
Your signal is not good. We can't hear you.
Now you're in the matrix.
I think.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead,
Yes.
go ahead.
Hear you very well.
Go ahead. Go ahead. The floor is yours, brother. Go ahead.
Again, when we went into Egypt in the time of Jeremiah, we never went back home. Never. I mean, leaving
So that means Jeremiah 43. That means that prophecy didn't happen. So what about the prophecy Jeremiah 43 with Nebuchadnezzar? That didn't happen, right?
Okay, what does Jeremiah 43 say?
Jeremiah 43 that God sent him in there because the Israelites went in there without his permission, so he killed them off. So what are you saying? What's the purpose? What's the purpose of Jeremiah 43 and the prophecy with Nebuchadnezzar? The prophecy is to kill off the Israelites and the Egyptians and destroy their temples. Because why? Because they let the Jews go inside of Egypt and he told them not to go. He punished them. So I
think he went out. There he is. He came back.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
I mean, you don't know what I'm talking about. I'm answering your question. You trying to keep trying to.
I'm just saying that the people, those people were killed off during the prophecy of Nebuchadnezzar, whether it happened or not. That's why he sent Nebuchadnezzar to Egypt, because of those people going into Egypt, and he didn't get to they didn't listen. He told them not to go into Egypt, and they went into Egypt. So he sent Nebuchadnezzar to kill off the Egyptians and destroy their temple because of that. So what you're saying is that that's a lie. That didn't happen. So if that's a lie, you're contradicting your Bible by what you're saying.
They say
Man, you're choppy, bro. Maybe it's just me. Can you hear him, Garfield?
Yeah, he's choppy. That's the Most High trying to shut him up.
I knew you was gonna say that. Don't do that.
That's the Most High trying to shut him up.
Don't do that, yo. Maybe he just got a technical issue. Come on, Garfield. That's that Israelite tactic. Oh yeah, the God.
This is rice and peas.
Mika,
rice and peas, Jamaican dinner, Sunday dinner. Rice and peas.
Oh, me not see boy. I chat about.
Yep.
Yeah,
We're on fire now, boy. We're on fire. I got time today.
You about to slap that up, babe. Yeah, I was with the African Muslims yesterday, man. They had the fresh lamb that they slaughtered early in the morning yesterday. They cooked that up. That was
great. Why are they slaughtering lambs though? Is that biblical?
I think that I don't know how it works with the Islam, but they have a holy day. Yesterday was a holy day, and they had to slaughter the lamb and then cook it, and everyone ate.
Here comes the Most High in the form of Ryan Mulligan. What's up, Ryan? Zion Lex Killer. Killer, what's up, man?
I'm glad an objective opinion said I got that, because the polls weren't giving me the love that I expected, but I know he put out the Israelite bat signal, so I was outnumbered in the chat. But yeah, guys like Zion Warchild voted for Zion Lex, so that's what I'm dealing with up here.
I didn't vote. See, objection, speculation, brother.
All right, well, you had
now you bore false witness. I didn't even vote.
All right, I apologize if I bore false witness on the voting, but I did read 100 comments from you.
No, I did. I felt like you lost that debate, but not because of your information as much as it was because you were playing on a battlefield that has a certain kind of rules, and you wasn't really applying that same tactic. But I get what you're coming. You know what I'm saying? When you go to we already had this discussion. When you go to
we don't need to repeat it.
Yeah, we don't have to repeat it. Yeah. You gotta rock out with them sources, man. Yeah, them backup sources.
All right. I know. I showed the Bible and Assyrian reliefs. To me, those qualify. Every single statistic I showed had a college behind it. But yeah, people believe when people are in debates saying whatever. People, are gullible and they believe it. I guess the George Floyd source, probably convinced you of Deuteronomy 28:68 in the third round or whatever.
Well, no, I'm coming from a perspective where I look at the scriptures not only from the literal, the part bashat, but also the drush and the remeres and the sod. And so if you look at how even modern day Jews, right, level of study, understanding the allegorical or the hint level, at this level of reflection, the plain words, a story traditionally is hinting at something more. So you can't just look at the scriptures and think that you're going to get a lineal perspective of everything. Now, when you look at slavery, all throughout history was never as extreme as it was until the transatlantic slave trade. And then the transatlantic slave trade and African-American slavery is what brought this issue to the forefront worldwide, where slavery is now condemned. Prior to it was not condemned even by the Christian church. So we have, as Christians and or even Israelites or people believing in the Bible, we have to know that has to have some biblical and revelatory significance. You understand what I'm saying?
I think Garfield could show you tons of history to show you what you just said there is totally inaccurate. I mean, if you look at what the Assyrians used to do to their slaves, they used to flay people alive. And I mean,
did they cut their balls off and daggone open up their women's wombs and make the babies fall out and feed them to alligators? Did they do all of that? This is the thing. Like, you're trying to minimize. And that's the bad part. Don't minimize. Don't minimize.
Diane, hold on.
Okay.
What you're doing, you're trying to make yourself in the Bible. There's nothing in Deuteronomy 28:68.
We're all in the Bible if you read it.
We're
Look,
not.
watch this. In the Pardes, right? In Pardes. Okay.
Not only you can talk. Hold on there. Joel Armstrong, go ahead, bro. Muted.
Peace to all y'all brothers, man.
Long time.
Peace to y'all.
Peace.
What's going on? Hey, Godfrey, I only jumped on to get a plate, man. Can you send me some down to be more?
Come on now. Come on now. You get some when you do.
I'll gladly pay you for it. Hey, check this out. Hey, Godfrey, I had a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
So all these blessings, all these curses, remember you talked about the blessings just a few seconds ago.
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible that they don't talk about the blessings because they still waiting for the goat, which is Jesus? They still waiting for Jesus to come back in order for them to get them blessings.
Well, technically, subconsciously, yes, but they can't talk about the blessings because they'll lose membership.
Man, you made that up.
Think about it.
I'm talking about that
because when you're under the curses, this is why I talked about the curse of Ham. The only thing I have left to do is to tell people that we need to reverse the curse of Ham. That's my ultimate goal. This is why I'm working so hard. Bro, if we don't reverse the curse of Ham in the next 1,000 years, black folks are going to be suffering for the next 5,000. Because the idea of us being cursed and that made us black is what they believe subconsciously. When you go to a church, you ask the average white person, that's what they believe. So this is why we're treated the way we're treated, and we're always going to feel despised and rejected. They are right about that part. That has to do with the curse of Ham and the mindset of those Arabs who rewrote the Cave of Treasures and started attaching blackness to slavery till the Portuguese. Right. So all this religious talk, you could be anything you want to be for all I care, but we need to reverse the curse of Ham. Not today.
I think the scriptures do that
within the next 1,000 years.
I think. Okay, so didn't Captain Tazaria? I could have swore. I heard Captain. Y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. I could have swore I heard Captain Tazaria say that their blessings was going to come when Jesus came back and set them up to be rulers over the earth, and that the white man was going to bow to them. And
they probably believe that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they believe. Yeah.
Who else heard that? All right, so that's what
I know.
so that's
I know they do that. That's what they teach. That's their doctrinal foundation of their doctrine. They have white folks kissing their boots and stuff.
right. And there you go.
You know what I'm
So
saying?
why is it predicated upon Jesus though? Why is it? Because from what I understand, like the Hebrew Israelites don't really rock with Jesus and him dying and all that stuff, right?
Yeah, they rock with it. They believe in Yahweh.
You sure?
Yeah, they believe in Yahweh.
They believe in Yahweh, but they don't believe in the teachings that come with believing in Yahweh.
I don't know, bro.
Okay, Jesus and Yahweh is the same, and they both idols. They're the same.
See, there you go. There we go, my man. Who's that? Who's that said that?
Some heathen.
He called him a heathen. Hey.
I'm not a heathen. I ain't no heathen.
Thanks,
man.
bro. Who was that? Who's that? Who's that talking?
You don't believe in the New Testament.
That's my point. Thank you.
John Lex learned the hard way. He believed in the New Testament. Yeah.
So okay. So how is it possible that if they don't believe in the New Testament, they fix themselves to be Christians some kind of way and rely on the goat to come back?
Yeah, I'll tell you, because they when they talk about God or Christ coming to save the world, they use that terminology from the Hebrew. There's like 3 different ways of interpreting the word worlds or world. So there's like 3 different words for world. And what they're saying when you get to the New Testament, which is written in Greek, not Hebrew, when it says, the world, they're saying that world is only significant to Israel. And because there's Hebrew that in the Hebrew, when they say world, there's 3 different ways of saying it, but there is a specific way of focusing on world as the reality of Israelites alone.
Okay, you explaining the world, but you're not helping me at all. I'm asking.
Okay, let me help you. Yeah, show me. So, where do you? How can I help you, brother? I'm not an ISUBK Israelite. I came out of the Commandment Keepers, and you know what I'm saying. So I don't rock with all of their doctrine.
Okay, so what's your you're not a blessings come later guy. What are you?
No. We you know what I'm saying. I'm a Rastafari, so we have our blessings already.
That's different, though. You're not a Hebrew Israelite.
No, that's not. We're not a one. I'm not One West. We actually predate One West. If you understand, Rastafari actually came before. Even Garfield just did a whole show on that a couple of weeks ago on how, you know what I'm saying, the Commandment Keepers and the Hebrew Ethiopian Zionists of New York and Chicago were the originators of what we consider even now, like Abba Bivens literally came out of Commandment Keepers. So they learned from the origins of where the Rastafari movement came from. So we predate One West. And yes, the Rastafaris are Israelites. We just older than One West, just a little old, about maybe 40 years.
Okay, so when do y'all believe y'all gonna get y'all blessings?
Oh, we saw our blessing when His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I was crowned King of Kings and Lord of Lords. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, you definitely not no Hebrew.
We got our blessing. We got our blessing. We got to see the actual King of Kings being crowned. You know what I'm saying? According to Scripture and his words and his teachings that correspond to Christ's teachings and what Christ prophesied. The Queen of the South shall rise up. We saw the Queen of the South rise up. You know what I'm saying?
Who was that?
The Queen of the South is the representation of Ethiopia and the Solomonic dynasty. Remember, Pardes the scriptures. Don't just sit there and read it flat. That's called dead letter. We don't read a dead letter. Yeah.
When was the first time in Ethiopia you ever heard of the Solomonic dynasty?
We already did this, Garfield. We're not going to go back.
I'm asking you right now.
It doesn't matter, bro. It's irrelevant. The fact of the matter is that doesn't fulfill Scripture. Scriptural prophecy.
How is it irrelevant then?
It's irrelevant for him to try to say, it was in 12th century, whatever. 12th century is still older than ISUBK, which was 1968. So how are we going to sit here? So just because something it was in the 20th or the 15th century or the 14th century, we're going to minimize its significance? That's retarded.
Okay, but let's make it something more simple. The way we get back to the blessings is turning from our iniquities to the Most High and obeying the 10 Commandments. That's how you start getting your blessings, period. Bottom line. It's that simple.
Keep the branch. Let me ask you a question, right? When last you got a blessing?
I get blessings every day.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. I love that. That now we can agree, because you shouldn't have to wait for blessing. You see, it says you have a condition, right? You're going to, if you don't follow the laws, statutes, and commandments, what is going to happen? You're going to be punished. This is all it is. It's like when your parents say, "Yo, you're going out to the friend them today. You better behave when you go out with your friends, or you're gonna get punished when you get home. Don't let me hear you did nothing." And you know, in when you grow up in the hood, sometimes it's the community that raise your children. Meaning that if you do something wrong in front of certain parents, they're gonna go back and tell your parents. So at the end of the day, it's the same thing that Moses is doing as far as the literature is concerned. He's telling
none of us follow the law, statutes, and commandments. Not one individual on this panel, on this planet, follow the law, statutes, and commandments.
I do it. I do it. Hold up, John. I do it. What are you saying?
What do you mean?
I do it. And I ain't
Go
getting
ahead.
yet.
Tell me how y'all.
What's
I ain't talking about the law, statutes. Hold on, wait a minute. I ain't talking about the law, statutes, and commandments according to Garfield. Are we talking about them law, statutes, and commandments? Garfield chapter 1, verse 2, or are we talking about the ones over there in Exodus? Which one we talking about?
Yo, and by the way, too, I'm about to hook up with some of my Japanese brothers that claim they're Israelites. I like their story, and my Afghanistan brothers that trace it to Osama bin Laden. I'm going to hook up with them because their story is more real than the ones here in America. So I'm trying to be an Israelite. I want to be chosen. I'm going to rock with my Afghan people who's right behind Iraq. And I rock with my Japanese people who got a very smooth, they got good technology over there. I'm going to rock with them niggas. Yeah, it is what it is.
Garfield, what going on, brethren?
I'm here, bro. What's poppin'? Odad. Ryan or Obi?
No,
Obi?
that's Obi.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, bro. No, I'm just saying with this. Well, what you just said about the Afghans, without getting too deep into it, how when they say that they're connecting themselves, is it because you said it sounds more real? Is it modern? Do they must have some new text? They must have some new doctrine, because if it's the old stuff, garbage.
Well, you mean like going back to the
Black Hebrew Israelites? Garbage. So
yeah, you're going back to the old world when certain things you know you can't. There's certain things that you cannot do outside the land according to. And this is why Christ came and brought forth. You know what I'm saying? He said, you keep my commandments. Those commandments are basically he shortened it up into 2. But it represents the 10 commandments or the 10 words. Technically, is
so convenient. So convenient.
It's not convenient. You just don't know how to study the Bible according to the.
I sure know how to study the Bible.
Okay, so you know what Pardes is? Tell me what Pardes is.
I have no idea.
What's
I just know you just made up what you just said. I know that.
So let's look at it. Let the Pardes.
Hold on. Time out.
Yeah, but before you
time out. Y'all taking it somewhere else, man. Listen.
Yeah.
He made a claim and he doesn't even understand what is the consensus of how to understand or interpret scripture.
I wanted to say
look at AI response to what I asked, right? AI, is there a metaphorical meaning behind Deuteronomy 28 verses 68? And there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondman and bondwoman, and no man shall buy you. It says, yes, there is a metaphorical meaning to Deuteronomy 28, which means, and there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondman and no man shall buy you. This verse is part of a list of curses that God warns the Israelites will come upon them if they disobey his commandments. Here's a breakdown of the metaphorical aspects. Return to Egypt as symbolic of bondage. Literal interpretation. The verse explicitly mentions returning to Egypt, which for the Israelites symbolized a return to their former state of slavery and oppression. Metaphorical extension. Commentaries suggest that Egypt in this context can also represent a state of spiritual or physical bondage in general. It signifies reversal of God's deliverance and a return to the old life of slavery from which they were freed. In other words,
Exodus return. I mean, Exodus in reverse. Sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen. Literal meaning, this refers to the Israelites being forced into slavery by their enemies. Metaphorical meaning, this imagery can be extended to represent a state of spiritual bondage where one is enslaved by sin and separated from God's freedom. Okay. Number 3, no man shall buy you. Literal meaning, this indicates a state of utter hopelessness and rejection, where the Israelites are so despised that no one wants to purchase them even as slaves. Metaphorical meaning, this emphasizes the depth of spiritual desolation and the futility of seeking redemption or escape outside of God's provision. It suggests being in a state of spiritual abandonment where one is unwanted and unredeemed. I'm saying that when the Assyrian army went to Egypt to fight them, the Israelites were on some of those ships going into Egypt. If we want to believe, I don't think the Josephus story or the one in Greece, the Greek story, I don't think none of them make sense because of the context of when the book was written. That's okay. My main argument. My main argument is all these things that are negative, if they do happen, would happen between Moses' time, between 12th and 14th century BCE, and between the 5th and century BC when the book was written.
I agree.
Yeah, but
100%.
that's not a prophecy. That's just a,
it's not a
like
prophecy,
you said,
that's
a warning.
I never said prophecy.
No, I'm saying because people call it a prophecy. That's not a prophecy. That's just somebody's
predicting.
Warning. Yeah, there's a prediction. That's all it is.
So if you do this, this is what's going to happen to you.
It's a condition.
A prophecy is different from a prediction.
When you're talking to your kids, right? When you're talking to your kids, I'm telling you, if you don't get home by 8 o'clock, you're gonna get an ass whooping.
Yeah, I was thinking the same
I'm gonna
thing.
get
That's
there
what I
at
was gonna
59 and 59 seconds.
Yeah.
Or I'm gonna get there after 8. Let me tell you something. I went to a party when I was around 11 years old. My mom said, "Don't go to the party."
Mm-hmm.
You know what I did? I went to the back of the house, hung out with my cousins, went to the party. The party was over when I went because it's a kids' party. Then when I came back, I act like I was in the back chilling, laughing like, my mom was waiting with the belt in the couch, bruh. I went under the bed and she was swinging that belt. Did not tell you not to go, but tell her say not to go. I didn't get hit or anything, but she was attempting to beat me because what? That was my curse.
Prophecy fulfilled.
No, but that wasn't the prophecy. Didn't get fulfilled. He didn't get no whooping.
Hey, by the way, before we go anywhere, right? Before we go anywhere, I want to ask Unc and Zion and Keep the Branch and Ryan Mulligan, Joel and Obi, do you guys want to join one of these 5 groups who were taken by slaves and taken on ships and claimed as Deuteronomy 28:68? I want to know who is willing to join. Well, I want to join one of these groups. I like the Papua New Guinea because they got big noses like me. So I like the
Where the West Africans at, man?
Absolutely.
The East Africans is there because E1B1A.
I said West, WEST. I can't join.
Yes, Bika, you know what it is, Bika. You know what it is.
Well, supposedly by them, I'm one of them. I'm Igbo by King Eri, but you know.
But bro, your E1B1A came from East Africa originally, 60,000 years ago.
Right.
So you are connected to East Africans, so you could go that route. When the East
Man, I ain't joining none of this. I ain't joining none of this.
No, Garfield. They said that we are connected through Eri from Gad. So that's what that's what they said.
Eri was 900 AD anyway.
Hey, Garfield.
I know.
Garfield.
Eri, the Igbo Eri is supposedly someone who came from the sky. It ain't nobody who came from Israel. It's all folklore, mythology.
Hey, Garfield.
Yeah, what's up, bro?
Garfield, why you do this to your mans, yo? Ain't no West Africans on here.
Yo, come on, man. East Africans, we still Africans, bro. We won, bro. Come on, man. Africans are
right. Come on, teach. Garfield.
But you can make the argument. You see, that's the thing. When these things are created and you can just argue it, and people, it's either people gonna respect the belief or people are gonna reject the nonsense. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
In the building, man. They took the Papua New Guinea people in the 90s.
This is nonsense. This is nonsense.
You're a hater, Joel. Joel, you're a hater. You're a hater.
Yeah,
I'm hating because you ain't got no West Africans on here.
No,
You
because
want to be chosen? I want to be chosen, nigga. What's popping, man? Y'all don't want to be
hey,
chosen.
but
So
my,
what's
my
You
now
from
thing is
West
this
Africa
though.
too? You ain't chosen.
My thing is this though.
I want to be chosen.
If
God,
these
you from West Africa, yo. You ain't chosen.
wouldn't these prophecies or whatever have to have been fulfilled in those times? Like how the heck
no,
can
no.
That's
There's
what.
something
That's
called
No, that's
how
not what
wait,
prophecy
how do
mean,
you
man.
determine
right.
how
There's
do
something
you
called
determine
Joel. Remember this? Look at this image that I'm gonna put on the screen. Right? Look at this image right here. This is
There
why
we
I
go.
brought this up. I brought this up. Hold on, let me get the image right here.
Plus, y'all gotta let me know. Y'all gotta give me some time to tell y'all when our blessing gonna come too, because I know
Right
when
here.
the blessing.
This is why I brought this up. This is why I brought
Mhm.
up this being a blessing of them taking over Hasmonean period. Because I'm saying, to me, I have a preterist view towards the Bible, in a sense, because I think all these stuff happened already. The reason why the New
That's where I'm
Testament
at.
was needed, because Rome, remember, the Jews gave the Rome the okie doke. The Romans say, yo, we will help you to defeat the Greeks, the Antiochus Epiphanes and them, right? If you let us have some sort of sense of control over the area. The Jews say, yeah, we got you. Nah, nigga, we ain't gonna let y'all rule us. We rule ourselves. And almost for like almost 100 years, they ended up taking over more and more areas till they took over almost all of what was Israel before, plus Moab and Idumea. So they were bigger than the original Israel. So I'm saying to myself, if this, because remember, the ultimate goal is for the 12 tribes to come back, right? So these people in Asher who are still there, you don't think they would still be Asher? The people in Naphtali, you don't think they'd still be Naphtali? They'd still be there. Because remember, majority of the people stayed back. They stayed back on the land and they lived on the land.
That's pretty interesting.
And
I'm
remember
saying that everything is fulfilled once Hasmonia took over that area in 63 and from 163 BC. I'm saying that they was on their way to being back Israel again. And they called everywhere Judah. So the whole of Israel was called Judah now. And then 6 AD was called Roman Judah. Including
Garfield, you be thinking, don't you, boy? You be
I'm telling you,
Garfield,
putting this stuff together, yo.
them promises came true, bro. I don't care what y'all want to say. I'm a
I'm
preterist.
gonna use this man on them Hebrew Israelites I be talking to. I'm
and
gonna use
Garfield,
this.
remember this too. That New Testament is a remix of those of that because they changed, because these new nations, they weren't gonna follow those traditions. They eat pork, they eat the unclean food. So they remixed it, and they're not gonna do all those traditions of that Old Testament. No, people aren't even doing it now. When people wives
You made that up.
they went, supposedly the women supposed to be unclean when they're on their menstruation, and they ain't supposed to be. They're not supposed to be sleeping in the bed, or you ain't supposed to. People don't follow. The Israelites of today do not follow that. So
Oh, I agree with that.
yeah. That's why I wouldn't say I would believe it, but I would like kind of, I guess, agree with it more if they had new doctrines, but they haven't elected like who there is no like they're self-proclaimed prophets, but there isn't like no real anointed person who's like supposed to, changing the stuff. Because right now in churches, you see there's same-sex stuff going on in the churches. And it's becoming accepted with the culture. But that's not what's in the Bible.
Right, the temple is defiled.
Well, I'm waiting.
Prophesied in the scriptures, so I don't see your point.
Say that one more time.
I'm waiting to tell y'all when the blessing coming, man.
Say that one more time.
Hey, hold on 1 second, guys. I think we skipping over Unc. Everybody's speaking. Unc is supposed to go.
Oh, what's up?
Unc, go ahead, bro. It's on you, bro.
On it.
Unc is a tribe from the tribe of Judah, by the way.
No, he is not tribe of Judah. Levite, yo. You ain't know Unc was a Levite?
He ain't no Haitian.
That's not East African is the Levite. He called him Haitian.
Y'all like my avatar, yo? I made this avatar myself.
Hamite.
Y'all like it?
Hamite.
Look at all them Hamites.
No. If one person on here is literally one of them, it's gonna be Unc. Unc is out of East Africa. Some of his DNA go back there.
Objection.
Bro, if anything, I'm a Hamite. Ain't no whatever. That Semite is up there.
He a Levite, man. He from the priestly. Plus, think about it: black, African power, God killer, all that. That's Levite talk. That's that.
He said that's Levite.
Sacrifices.
The
All that stuff.
Levite was created so that they can reap the benefits of the people. That they the ones who were given the sacrifices supposedly for God, but they was the one enjoying it. That's what that
That's
was.
right. So they hold on to the traditions and make sure people do it right.
It's
That's
family.
That's all the way. He making sure African Americans do it right. That's that. I'm telling you, he a Levite.
No, I'm not saying about that. I'm talking about that they just reaping the benefits. Like when you go to sacrifice to the Most High,
Oh, that's messed up, yo. You
they
ain't
get
right.
the good. They get the.
I know what you're saying now. That's messed up. That's a horrible way to interpret the Bible, yo.
Yeah, they get the best parts. Hey, I'm being realistic, bro. I'm not being,
No, you're not being
yeah.
right. They don't get the work, dude. They can't do nothing but cater to the people and do this.
How can a family be appointed as that? It should be it should be the actual, if it is, it should be people appointed regardless of which family they are. That's how they do priests right now. You don't have to
Oh
be
man,
from a
you
specific
wild.
family. It's true.
You a
I'm
wild
being
guy.
realistic.
Let's talk about the blessings. We got to get back to the blessings. Y'all want to know when the blessings gonna come? The Holy Spirit talked to me this morning when Garfield was talking. The blessings gonna come when we all start working together and drop all these crazy ideologies and religious battlings and all that mess, and we come together as a people and start working with each other. That's when your blessings.
When you say we come together, are you saying all black people?
I'm talking about all y'all on this panel. You got that right. Everybody want to try to grab onto some. I'm this and I'm that, and we don't even work together.
No, but there's different ethnicities within
It don't make
a race.
difference.
It do make a difference. It does.
Why?
Ethnicity is means different cultures. Because we can be the same skin, but if you a criminal and I'm doing something, more righteous, does that mean
move the goalposts?
I didn't move. I'm being realistic. I'm not moving.
No, man. Why you gotta go to the worst thing you can come up with? We're not even battling over somebody breaking the law. We're battling over little stuff that shouldn't even be. We shouldn't even be fighting over.
Time out, Joe. Let me get Unc in here.
All right, the Levite here. All right.
Let me get the Levite, the Judite, Levite, the Judite Levite in the building. What's popping, bro?
What's popping, man? What's going
from
on?
the heart? You're from the heart of Judah, man, in Georgia, Atlanta, man, Atlanta, Georgia, bro. Let's go.
I'm just trying to figure out that there has to be some type of psychological thing going on. It has to be. When African Americans claim to be Hebrews, I understand why they claim to be Hebrews, because they can't actually imagine, believing in a God without it being the God of Israel. So you got to be part of Israel. I get that. I don't know why African Americans want to be Native Americans, because even if you was, you ain't getting no damn land. So
my people are on the reservation.
I'm in the middle of talking though, yo.
Okay.
I'm in the middle of talking, and your reservation ain't showing you not to be rude. That's some bullshit, dog. But that's bullshit. So the decorum doesn't matter. So the decorum doesn't actually matter. So you can just talk.
He going. Go ahead. Carry on, bro.
Come on, man. What the hell is wrong with these people? It's a mental condition, bro. It actually is, yo, and I can see it. There's a real problem with African Americans because we've been put in a position where it's very, very blurry. Okay, and if you hate white people, then you're not going to use the tools that have been produced for people to understand where the hell they come from. So I get it, bro. I do. So no, we not extended from Israel or whatever the hell people want to think. There's none of that. That ain't what we're doing. So we, ain't no proving that. And so yeah, I'm getting at all the Hebrews to prove that with scholarly work. I don't want to hear about the bull crap. I don't want to see about no wild half a book. No, we're gonna do it the right way, yo. They're gonna have to step up, yo.
I would agree, and that's why I said our blessings gonna come when we decide to come together.
Yeah, I'm tired of that. That's enough of that. Enough of that. Calling people hoteppers, like what? Get out of here, man. Mixing up stuff, playing expert and you not. You seem like to me, Y'all have went to school by now.
Yeah, it's a lot of confusion. That's all they do. A lot of confusion.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, by the way, Unc. This is Ryan speaking. I've watched you and Garfield for years, obviously, on Sonetta, so it's an honor to be able to talk to you guys for the first time, really.
Please let them know it's an honor. Let them know. Let them know. Let them know, white man. Let them know. No, I'm good.
Make us put that on your soundboard, Garfield. You know what I mean?
Let them know, man. These dudes.
Seriously, I respect your guys' perspectives. I always say that it's fine if somebody wants to identify as an Israelite by faith, but I agree with you guys, obviously, that to claim the identity is just bad scholarship. But one thing I'd say to Unc is, isn't it fair if somebody says it's a possibility they could be an Israelite? Because that's the perspective I've taken. Because
Nope.
Heck no.
That's 1%. I'm give 1 to 2%. What I will say is, if you have a more likelihood where those traders that went into West Africa, to practice Judaism, whatever, married African women, and maybe you may be descended from that. But that would not be. But still, you still wouldn't be the claim. The claim is that African Americans are the ones that was put on the slave ships and brought to America. A divine suspect, he switches stands back and forth 100 different times because it's a complete scam. You can't even be real solid in it. You're tethered back and forth between your literature, and it's a bunch of scammery going on, man. So yeah, them brothers gotta stop that.
Yep. I agree.
Yeah.
Hey, hold on, time out. Garfield is calling yourself a Christian the same as calling yourself a Hebrew. A Christian,
heck no.
No, it's not, because to claim you're a Hebrew black Hebrew Israelite is something that was made up in America, technically around 1969. Black Jews have been in the country, probably been around for a while, but we don't even look into that culture. And I forgot to actually bring that up and show it on the screen. Hold on 1 second. As a matter of fact, let me do it before the show is over so that somebody could catch this. Before I
actually, Garfield, if we go back far enough, when the Africans wasn't allowed to worship in the churches, they started an African Methodist Episcopal.
Hold on. If you look at this book, right? This book is called Soul of Judaism. I want you to look at what it says right here. It says, where is it at? The large Sephardic community that sprouted across the Black Atlantic continued to practice Old World Judaism, which recognized slavery in biblical terms. Slaves of Jewish owners were often immersed in mikveh to legitimate their bondage, a practice that stems back to Egypt. Household slaves were often converted via circumcision in accordance with the Torah, which mandates that all male slaves be circumcised, or immersion to render them ritually proper to prepare kosher food. Renowned historian and slavery expert Hugh Thomas reports that Spanish merchants of the early 1600s often accused Portuguese conversos of continuing to practice Judaism in secret in filling the Americans. Hold on, let me get this right here. Filling the Americas with Africans who held heretical Jewish beliefs. Between 1636 and 1654, northeastern Brazil was one of the few havens in the Western Hemisphere where Jews could openly practice their religion. They were also granted rights to residence and to trade in retail, which included slavery. Sephardic Jews transformed their New World communities. New World communities mean over here in the Western world, in the Netherlands, in Curacao, the ABC Islands, in Jamaica, in Barbados, by formally converting numerous African servants and slaves in accordance with biblical law and producing Euro-African offspring. Rabbi Fournier described to me one Afro-Jewish community in Brazil. Look at what he says. I've been in touch with a community in Brazil, in Sao Paulo, where I'm told that there are nearly 200,000 Brazilians who the father is Jewish and the mother is African, of African descent, Black Brazilian, and they're interested in converting to Judaism. So the way how to get to Judaism and a proof of it being here in the West, it has always been here. Black Jews have always been here. The oldest one that we found on record is 1660 in Massachusetts, but they've always been here. So black Jews have always been here because, remember, some of them come from the Euro-African communities. I'm saying that it's obvious that's happening. That's Orthodox Judaism. They don't believe in Jesus. The people that believe in Christianity and call themselves Israelites, it's a new thing. It's like Jews for Jesus. There's nobody running around saying they're Jewish and that they follow Christ. They don't believe in Christ. And by the way, to the Jews for Jesus group is a Baptist group that's not even Jewish. It's crazy. Won't get into that.
They got Messianic Jews though, right?
They got Messianic Jews that believe. Every Jew is Messianic, by the way. Every Jew, because all you're saying is that you expect a Messiah to come, but before the Messiah comes, Elijah has to come. They don't believe John the Baptist was Elijah.
Oh, got you.
How do you spell Elijah backwards in Hebrew?
Is that like a requirement? Will I get?
I mean, if you're going to pardes the scriptures, if you're going to pardes the
what? Hold on. All right. You know what, my brother? I can't do it. Can you do it for me?
Yeah, it's Haile.
But is that significant, or is that just a coincidence?
He out of here, Zion. I ain't messing with you today. Bro. You got another level. We ain't gotta respond to that. You got another level, bro. We ain't gotta respond to that.
Leave me all the way off.
But you know what? Respond to that. Leave that alone, man. Leave that alone. We ain't gotta respond to that craziness, bro.
I'm talking about what you were saying.
We ain't gotta respond to none of that. That's
why
I
I'm talking about what you were saying about.
I knew where he was going. I knew where he was going. But you know what? You got us, bro. You won. You debunked the whole entire people on my platform right now. You debunked Mia, Ung, and Ryan. And
what did he do? Hold on. What did he do?
He definitely got me.
No, he did what though? Hold on. What did he do? What did he do?
Beat y'all up, man. He beat y'all up with that knowledge.
Hey, but Garfield,
I mean, what did he say?
Hey,
what did he say?
Regards to what
what is what do you call it?
Don't entertain that, bro.
Yo,
I just want to hear it,
yo. We funny, yo.
I want to hear it.
No, but I'm saying what you were saying about the Brazilian Jews. Well, who's to say that's just not a conversion? They can claim that they're Jewish, but if
it is. What it is though, it is.
Okay, all right. I thought you were trying to say. I thought you were trying to say that they were. I thought you were trying to say that they were trying to tie them. That they were claiming that they were like ancient Israelite.
No.
Yeah,
every Jew is a convert.
I know that.
Yeah.
I know that. But there are a lot of people that will argue that they are actual Israel. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the converts. I got respect. Like if you want to convert to a religious practice, whatever. But once you start saying, "Oh no, I know I'm a descendant of Jacob" and all that, that's why I start to think you crazy.
Right.
Yeah,
Obi on to something. Obi on to something.
Yeah, I agree with all y'all that you can be a Muslim, but you can't say you was born and raised in the holy city of Mecca.
Exactly.
Tripping.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's
and
an
then
Arabian,
say your ancient
Arabian
grandfather
religion,
was and all that.
No, that's when that's when you treading on. You ain't even treading on thin ice. You scamming. That's pseudo archaeology.
But it's kind of what you were saying. That's a mental health condition, though.
It is, bro.
Yeah, it's a mental health condition. Because you basically rejecting your own heritage, your own identity, and then you trying to adopt something that's mythology.
Hey, by the way, earlier we asked our brother about the Jews. The Jews weren't the Jews who moved to Egypt supposed to die by the sword, famine, or pestilence. All those who moved to Egypt will die by the sword, famine, or pestilence, according to Jeremiah 42. That escape from evil that comes directly. As in evidence 42:11, the prophecy found in Jeremiah 42 is specifically directed to the Jews who would seek refuge in Egypt during the time of Babylon rule. In other words, this prophecy was to be the fate of the Jews who took refuge in Egypt during the time of Babylonian rule. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I don't believe in prophecy. But if we're having a theological conversation, technically, those Jews were supposed to die. It's prophesied. So you have it two ways now. It's either the prophecy came true, which it didn't, obviously, because he didn't beat up the Egyptians beat him up twice. So obviously it didn't happen. But you're not going to go against your Bible. So with my guy that was on, he's not going to say the Bible is wrong. So I'm just going to save him. The Jews that you're talking about that went into Egypt, they died and got killed off, according to what you say would happen. So that means you're wrong on both ends. You're wrong because the prophecy didn't come true, and you're wrong because you claim that those people went into Egypt and they survived. You're wrong on both ends. I just wanted to clear that up so that when somebody's watching the tape, they could go back and say, Golfy, why you ain't respond to that? It is what it is. I got it.
Yeah, you don't believe many prophecies, Garfield. I did see a show before where you were going in on like a lot of the different Old Testament prophecies, and I'd agree with some of them because they're not going to be fulfilled literally. I mean, some of them are hyperbolic or idioms, but yeah, I'm not familiar with.
Why would they be fulfilled? They wasn't for the whole world. It's called geography. Yo. We cannot eliminate geography out of the equation in the conversation. Not unless you think there's an all-seeing eye, right, that is directing the minds of the Israelites. So it's just that simple, bro.
Yeah, and
Jack Sparrow's compass.
And then when you say, when they say the whole world, when they say the whole world, but then we're saying now, oh, they didn't mean the whole world. Well, a prophet's supposed to know the whole world. The prophet's supposed to know what they're saying. It ain't supposed to be left up to interpretation.
Right. He's supposed to know the whole damn world.
Yeah.
So them Hebrews gonna get Obi, yo. Obi going down. Them Hebrews.
Hey, bro, I'm
rough him up, yo.
Listen, bro, I'm a realist, bro. You can't fool me with like, literature. You gotta come like with the real. You know what I mean?
Yo, why my Aboriginals not on the 12 tribe chart, yo? They got chains around their neck. They fulfilled Jeremiah, Deuteronomy 28:48. They fulfill it, man. On 49, they got chains around their necks.
Dang, how about that? Man, Garfield be on it, yo. Garfield
they
funny.
gotta be on the 12 tribe chart. These Romans, they gotta be on the slave 12 tribe chart too, because they got chains around their neck. They found one dead, They found him dead in the 2nd century. Look around his neck. The shit is still around his neck. He's an Israelite.
Man.
He's an Israelite. He fulfilled. Look at these Israelites right here. Look at them. Look at them.
Wow.
Oh yeah, this is what I want to talk about. The Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far. This is one of their biggest arguments. From the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth. So they say the eagle is on the back of the dollar bill, and the eagle is the sign of America and Rome. So we know that we're in modern day Rome or modern day Babylon. But guess what? The eagle actually should have been a vulture, and it's a griffin vulture, which was popular in the ancient Near East. Come to find out, the eagle is not even present in the ancient Near East like that. It's not even there. It's in Northern Europe or the Americas. Yep.
Got him.
So Zion Lex. Zion Lex, who knows people, should have known this. The biblical.
Dang, they don't know their birds.
Griffin vulture. Griffin.
False prophets. False prophets.
Griffin vulture to the toss. So you say the eagle is America, y'all are liars.
A vulture would look like an eagle, when he got his wings spread out, though. He would look like an eagle.
No, you tripping, yo.
Maybe that's what they was. No, I'm telling you. That's what they was thinking, man.
The Griffin vulture is big, bro. It's large. And that wingspan, you don't
eagle a big boy. A big boy.
Bro, they different, bro.
But with Zion, it's different. Zion studied Sumerian history. So he would have
Right, he know that.
This shit. Another thing that Zion disappointed.
He missed that part.
No, with this right here. This right here. He missed me with this. He missed me with this part right here. This part that talks about the 4 corners of the earth. He missed me with this because we know that the earth it's an idiom that comes out of Sumer. And he studies Sumer a lot more than a lot of people. It's come out of Sumer. So when it says the 4 corners of the earth or the world, we know it's hyperbolic talk. It's literature. This is literature. They call Cyrus the king of the entire world. We know Cyrus ain't ruling no West Africa. Get out of here,
Thank you.
Ruling no America. We know. And then in Isaiah 11, it's saying, and gather together the dispersed of Judah from the 4 corners of the earth. That's their biggest argument, the 4 corners of the earth. What is the earth to them niggas? They're talking about these empires. And by the way, this is in the Sumerian and the Akkadian and the Neo-Sumerian Empire, the kings of the 4 corners. Cyrus was called kings of the 4 corners. Nabonidus was called king of the 4 corners. Then you see the Assyrian kings, and you see the Middle East, Gutian dynasty. You see the Akkadian Empire. Naram Singh in the third millennium BC, being called the kings of the four corners in the Akkadian Empire. Zion Lex should have known this.
Yeah,
This
but
is
when you teach
the whole world
information,
right. This is the whole world right here to them. The four corners of the world right here. How is that? How it don't include America? It don't even include Egypt. That shit is crazy.
Yep. But when you know that and you still teach it misleading, that's deception. So what is that? what is that?
Fact.
The prophecy shouldn't be nothing about no deception. If it's coming from God, supposedly.
Yeah, I was kind of disappointed in my debate with him about his willingness to, like, kind of not be as ethical as I thought he would be just to try to win the debate. Because, like you said, he's familiar with Sumer. He did a whole debate against Jabari on it. And then he's making that argument like, oh, the four corners must mean the world. And there's not even I don't know what curse it is. It's definitely not Deuteronomy 28:68 itself that says anything about the four corners. But, yeah, using that eagle argument in the third round was really disappointing too, because I mean, God calls the Assyrians and the Babylonians, swift like eagles, like throughout the whole Bible. Jeremiah and Lamentations 4 even says, like, I'm paraphrasing, but our oppressors were like eagles, swift like eagles, to just chase us in the wilderness and up on the mountains. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. That guy. I'm sure some of you guys didn't see the debate, but he said in the beginning it was dual fulfillment, and that in his first round, and then in the third round he totally abandoned dual fulfillment and started arguing against any fulfillment until the 15th century. So I think he was just kind of willing to like throw stuff out there and whatever convinced the crowd he was going to run with. So I don't want to totally trash talk him if he's not here, but I don't know. I'm glad you guys that did see the debate, Garfield, at least say that I did better than him, because I was kind of disappointed that the poll was 70-30 for him, but I wasn't really shocked.
Hey, Ryan,
what up, Garfield? What up, Garfield? Can you hear me? I'm gonna be brief.
I think hold on one second. I think Pastor Bennett won that debate with Pizarro. But Pizarro is just a charismatic dude that people like. You know what I'm saying? And we hate Christianity. But before you go, Savior, let me just say this real quickly. It says, and the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships. Let's say it does mean bondage. And the Lord shall bring thee into bondage again with ships. So that means you're going to be on a slave ship and you're going to be a slave. But the key now is the second sentence. By the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. In other words, I told you before, you're never going to see this place again. So it's a place. So you can't be Egypt spiritually. It has to be a physical Egypt. It can't be a spiritual Egypt. So when it says, I speak in the, thou shalt see it no more again, we have examples in Exodus 14:13, or Exodus 13:14, and Deuteronomy 17:16. And then it says, and there, again, referring to a place. It can't be, and bondage, ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen. You see what I'm saying? That kills your whole argument. And there ye shall be sold. There where? In Egypt? Okay, it's not America, because it says there where I told you won't see it anymore. So so this whole thing about them it's not being fulfilled. And another thing too, the Israelites wrote in the 1st century BC. They wrote an interpretation of this in the Targums. Look at what it says in the Targum. Don't take my word for it. This is what an Israelite wrote over 2,000 years ago. Hold on a second. Let me find it real quick.
Hey, Garfield.
Go ahead, bro.
It's a rule, yo. Whatever the poll says, the opposite. Y'all forgot that?
Yeah. I know.
The audience is never looking for coherent argument. They're looking for incoherency. They agree with shit that's incoherent.
So where did that even start from? The whole that's not a physical Egypt, that it's a whatever, it's a metaphor for something else. Where did that come? Because that's not in the Bible. So where did that come from?
Well, I disagree with you on that, because if you read Hosea, like verse 8:13 or 9:3, or even just chapters 7 through 11 in the prophet Hosea. He was a Northern Kingdom prophet. He uses Egypt as a metaphor for bondage, and Isaiah does too in chapter 10. So if you want to check the Bible, those are
No, that's different. You mixed that up. You
Yeah,
mixed that
but
up.
I don't
That
think
ain't what
that
he's
they're
saying.
talking about.
Hold
That ain't what he's
on,
saying.
guys. Time out. What are you saying, brother? They use the word Egypt to also mean bondage?
Yeah, I mean,
where is that at? What
Nothing
chapter?
showing up.
I can show you the verses right now. I got it in my Zion
right now.
presentation. Want me to show you the verses?
Give me the first one. Isaiah what?
I can just share my screen if you want.
Yeah, share your screen. Go ahead. Share your screen.
Yeah, because I already got them all compiled to just save time. You know what I mean? Yeah, hold on. Because I had them for the debate versus Zion.
Yeah, that ain't what he said though. You mixed the two together. That's what I was trying to say. Like, that ain't
Why? I thought he was saying that Egypt was never used for bondage.
No. Come on, Garfield. That ain't what he was
Let him
saying.
finish. Let him finish. I got to see what he's talking about.
No, I know what he was saying. You got to ask the other guy what he was saying. It ain't what he's saying. It's what the other guy was saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was
used to. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying. I was just saying. Me as a reader, when I read that, I'm Egypt. I'm still taking it that it's physical Egypt. Now, I feel that people interpret it their own way to whatever their belief is.
It's hard to hear you. Not your noise, but somebody's got some.
Oh yeah, somebody. I don't know what that is.
Go ahead. Want to hear?
Yeah.
Go
So basically,
let
what
Ryan go. Let Obi. Hold on.
Oh,
one second. Let Ryan go. He's up on the screen. Go ahead.
All right. Well, yeah. All I want to say is that Hosea, the prophet, he's the Northern Kingdom prophet. He's prophesizing their captivity in Assyria, and you can see here in the verses where I got it highlighted. It's talking about 8:13, they shall return to Egypt, and then 4 verses later in Hosea 9.
Hold on. Is that physical Egypt?
Well, yeah, it's not. It's talking about Assyria because chapter 8 and 9:3 are 4
I'm
verses
talking about
later.
the whole bondage argument. Are you talking about bondage? I know Egypt can mean Assyria. I know that. I don't have no dispute about. I'm talking about the bondage argument that it means bondage.
Stick to that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying Egypt represents bondage or slavery in Assyria or somewhere else, but in this context, Assyria.
No,
we're talking about the word.
Yeah, because I'm saying Egypt. Yeah, not the. I'm saying Egypt meaning bondage by itself, not representation of.
In
bondage.
context, it can mean like the house.
Wait a minute, man. We talking about the scriptures they all use, bro. That's what we talk about. We're not talking about going to the book of Hosea when they get metaphorical. We talking about the scripture, bro. When motherfuckers acting like the United States is Egypt. No,
That's what I'm talking. There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
Introduce something, yo. I get your point.
I'm talking about that.
Right.
That's not in
you
the
can't
Bible.
shift that
That's
to that.
not in the Bible. That's not.
No, it's not.
So that's an
not
interpretation
there. Not for that.
from the human mind. So I'm just saying, where do you get that from? Who influenced you that that's what it means that it's America?
Correct.
I never said it was America. I'm saying in the Bible, the prophet.
Not you. Okay.
Oh, he jumped in it.
He never said
you
that.
mixed it up.
He never said that. Let me ask you this, Ryan.
But y'all have heard that though. Y'all have heard that though.
Ryan. Ho. Why y'all? Come on, God. Y'all doing this on purpose, yo?
No, I didn't hear him say that.
No, I'm trying to tell you that the brother made a statement, then the other guy jumped in telling us that it was another place in a whole different part of the Bible with Hosea when they talk metaphysically about Egypt. But that ain't what he was saying. He was saying right there with that scripture where the Hebrews try to act like that Egypt was America. That's what we talking about. We know the scripture about Hosea. We're very familiar with that. But that has nothing to do with the scripture that the Hebrews be using. That's what that's the conversation.
That ties into your topic, Garfield. That ties into your topic.
Really, bro?
I thought you were asking
too much people talking at one time.
Ryan was gonna pull out. I thought he was gonna pull out scriptures that in support of
correct.
That.
Right.
I
Right,
thought you were
Ryan.
saying the scriptures never said that Egypt was
No,
used as bondage.
no,
Oh,
Ryan.
okay,
So quick to no.
okay. I get what you said. I guess I did say that, but
Hold on one
That
second.
ain't what.
Hold on, I'm confused. Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Go back to the slide you had up before.
Yeah, I mean, I was just showing some other ones too down here in Hosea 11:5.
Just show me. No. Show me the one that you had up before with second Ezra. I'm trying to see.
Okay, yeah. I mean, all of them are using Egypt in the prophecy to say that they're going to return to Egypt, but then it's actually referring to Assyria.
All right,
yes, a different place.
Right here.
Yo, show me when they're gonna return to America.
Hold on, guys. Let me just ask a simple question. Well, how you said showing when Deuteronomy 28 was fulfilled by the ancient Israelites? Why did you bring up 2nd Ezra 13 twice?
Well, the first time here is to show in verse 40 that King Shalmaneser carried them over the waters. And then the second verse at the bottom shows that God, in order to free the Israelites, he had to stop the Euphrates like the Red Sea and do a miracle. So that's why I put that second one on the bottom to show that the first time they went over it, they didn't walk over it the first time because God had to do a miracle to get them out to be able to walk through it the second time to free them. So the first time they went over it in boats. That's the only reason I have the bottom one there, because it says he did a miracle like the Red Sea.
Okay. All right, no problem.
Well, hold on, God. Let me ask, what about America? Where it's making reference to going to America? Where is that in the Bible?
Oh, I totally disagree with that. I debate that. That's not true. Yeah.
Thank you. That's all the brother was saying.
Yeah, because I
Bible?
was saying in relation to the topic about with
Okay. Well, if you were only speaking to America, I thought you were saying within the Bible.
We know that.
Okay.
My bad.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah. So I'm saying, just so we understand, in the Bible, you have this shit with Egypt and in Hosea. When I was around in the Wapians, we used to use that shit. But you can't then turn around and mix that up with that. Yeah, we know about that, of course. It uses a lot of metaphors, of course, but never America, because once again, they never knew about America to make any such reference.
Oh, I totally agree with that. Yeah, I mean, I spend all my time trying to debunk that. But yeah, I mean, for the record, Isaiah also uses Assyria as Egypt. Just so people that say Assyria wasn't a fulfillment, they really should revisit the Bible, because that's what Zion next argued against me, that Assyria wasn't a fulfillment. And,
but you notice, Ryan, that even though it's saying Egypt, and you're saying they're meaning locations, physical locations. I was just saying, where does that because I guess the Hebrew Israelites or whatever, they'll say that Egypt means bondage, and then therefore, when we came to America, that was the fulfillment of that, which I don't believe that's what it means. Me personally, I believe if that was supposed to be some foretelling prophecy or whatever, or that it would have been fulfilled in that time, you know what I mean? Not so far later.
Oh, I totally agree with you. That was my whole argument, that Jeremiah 11:8 says God brought upon them all the words of the covenant. And the covenant, if you read Jeremiah 11, 1 through 7, before 8, it's telling you it's the covenant that he made with them after he took them out of the land of Egypt. So it's the Deuteronomy 28 curses that he spoke before they went in the promised land. I mean, it's totally, yeah. Go ahead,
so
sorry.
If that's debunked, then, because I don't really follow it like that, the big debate or whatever it is, but if that's debunked, then what are they holding on to? What is it? If you present that information, then what is the rebuttal that they come back with? What is it?
They just
It's called
lie.
scam. It's called scam.
Okay.
Scam.
All right.
Scam.
All right.
They sell T-shirts and make money, and
See, that's sad.
It's just a hustle, really. I mean, I'm sure some people truly believe it in their heart too, but they're also making money. I mean,
I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like, I used to, that was pitched to me, and I was like, when I was younger, I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Oh yeah, we did come over Transatlantic. We was on, bro. And that's just not having the information. But once it gets presented to you, you can't reject, true knowledge. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's a statistic thing to me. Like Unk said earlier, I would agree with him. Like maybe 1 to 2% of people are, descendants of the ancient Israelites, but they try to make it 100%, which is where it's just totally unfactual and just, a racist propaganda doctrine to just make themselves better than people. And, it's pretty easy.
Well,
Garfield's debunked it forever. That's why none of them want to come up here because they get debunked. They don't come to my channel because they get debunked. But
Hold on 1 second, Ryan. Ryan showed me more respect on his platform than Garfield. Diabolical. Lone Wolf in Lion Club. Who is that?
He's the war child guy.
Oh, Zion. Zion, come on, man. Zion, what you said a while ago was nuts, bro. You needed a time off for that, man. If you want to come back, come back, bro. Well, come on. That was just nuts. Come on, man. Yeah. You see, what happens when you got a belief, you kind of lose your mind. You kind of compromise. No disrespect, but you are compromised when you have a belief because you have to hold to that belief. You can't run around and say, hey, there's false prophecies all over the Old Testament. You can't say that if you're a Bible believer. I can say it. I'm not a believer.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Warchild saying spell Elijah backwards proves you know the Bible too is kind of ridiculous. Like, just objectively speaking, that's like you can't play trivia games and you know what I mean. Try to act like that proves you have a great biblical doctrine.
No, he's better. He's smarter than all of us. That's what he wants to prove. So he's great. He's in tune with Haile Selassie. So he's in tune. So hey, it is what it is, man.
Yeah,
that's why I said let him have it. We don't even need to respond to it. Let the mic drop. Give him that mic drop. He wants it so he could clip the video later and say, hey, look how I defeat all of them, Garfield and all of them. I'll beat them up. Yeah, go ahead, bro. Take it. Take it. You can have that. I'll take that L any day of the week. Any day of the week.
Yeah, that Haile Selassie stuff's kind of crazy. I didn't know anything about that until recently, and I saw it on your channel somewhat, and then he came on my channel, and it's his faith. I'm not gonna totally knock him, but yeah, to think that Haile Selassie guy's like the second coming of Jesus or whatever.
Nobody said that.
He's back.
All right.
Yeah, please don't misquote me, brother, because that would be Don't misquote me.
Well, what is he? King David's. Well, I thought you said he had something to do with it.
Can I just address? I want to address that. We can get on that. In fact, if you open up a panel or whatever, I'll be glad to come over to your show.
Zion, 1 second, yo. I'm gonna let y'all go in together. Hey, Ryan, who do you think the Israelites are? Somebody said to ask Ryan.
Well, I think that
hold on, Zion.
My bad. I think you're calling me.
I believe the ancient Israelites were predominantly what we would call today black people. So I would say that they have the highest percentage of being Israelites today. But yet we know people have sex with each other too. So you can't say other races can't be Israelites. So yeah, to me, it's just a math problem. And that's why I don't understand why it's hard for people to accept that it's not 100% of people, because you could have the highest likelihood, but there are 54 countries in Africa that had black people. So you just do the math. And that's where it's like Israel's population and black people compared to the rest of Africa. Then you do the math and divide and say, okay, what's the percentage that, but there's obviously 100 other variables with birth rates and where do people migrate to and all that stuff.
Ryan, yeah. You're tap dancing right now. Let me ask you, let me make it easy for you. Do you believe African Americans are ancient Israelites?
Oh, Ryan, you scamming around?
I believe some of them are like a very low percentage. Like
Ryan, what state you live in, Ryan?
New York.
You live in New York. I'm right here beside you. Let me tell you something. Ain't nobody gonna bother you, man. You good money. All right. Just tell the truth, bro. I have never seen evidence for any of them being ancient Israelites or attached to the culture. I have not seen any evidence. That means not one person has brought. I've heard, hey, this source says this, that source says that, but they can't prove. This is what I'm trying to say. Nobody, as a matter of fact, I don't believe anybody can prove that they're ancient Israelite based off the Bible.
Oh, I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that. Nobody can prove it. I'm just saying
that's why. All right, so I just gave you out. So you need to say African Americans can't prove that they're ancient Israelites.
Yeah, what happened, Ryan?
Go ahead, Ryan. Come on, man. We're gonna be
no, I already did the debate with Yara. I don't think anybody on earth, white, black, anybody can prove it. But I don't think they're extinct either.
No, that's not true. Wait a minute,
Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan. Go ahead. There's people on earth that can prove they connect back to those people. Yo, what you mean?
Who
Come
do
on,
you
Ryan.
think? Who do you think? The small hat people?
Yeah,
He said small heads.
Don't let me fool them small heads. Them small heads got DNA going back.
That was
No, hold on. I found. Hold on for a
anti-Semitic.
minute. Hold on.
Anti-Semitism is not allowed.
Yeah, hold on for a minute, Ryan. So you saying the people that's in that area migrated out, mixed with people and come back? They not, but you shouting out African American. Like, what's the game you trying to play now? I thought you was going, like, going to be kind of scholarly and go to the bottom. Man, so that's a chink in the armor, yo. Yeah, I'm saying the small hat people definitely. So now what? Now get past that. Yep.
I mean,
they
I
more
don't know
connected
how
than most people.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how how far back their genealogies will go for each of them. We'd have to talk about specific groups, but just in general, I understand what you're saying. How likely is it for people to move out of the land and then migrate back to the land? It's not impossible, considering the fact that they're fighting for the title of being God's chosen people. So that does make it more likely that people would go back there. But yeah, I know they wrote that, who wrote the Talmuds and stuff. We don't have the exact pictures of the races, but you can trace some early white people to that. But yeah, I'm not going to say, I don't believe the ancient Israelites were white people. So I would have
white people. Yeah, I like this. But a lot of their claims is not even really through, genealogy. They just say that, that we can trace that we practice the tradition. You know what I'm saying? That's what a lot of them will say. Oh yeah, I can trace. They can say, oh, I can trace that. Oh,
there is a genetic claim though. There's a genetic claim with the J haplo, the J1, J2. But that, me and Garfield already discussed that. It could be broad, but that's coming out of the mutation that happened around
brother-in-law, don't be coming here to save nobody, brother-in-law.
I'm not. Who? Me?
No, not you, brother-in-law.
Oh. Yeah, so there's a genetic claim with the Kohen.
Yeah, but how far back does that go? How far back? You talking about DNA, right?
Time out for a second, guys. Time out for a second. Brother-in-law, he don't normally come on. Let's give him the floor. Go ahead, brother-in-law.
Peace and blessings to everybody on the panel as well as your families, man.
Peace.
Bless up. Shalom.
I mean, for the most part, Garfield, I was watching. I figured I'd just jump onto the panel. It was a question I wanted to ask, but it's not a rush or anything. But it seems like I don't just want to be Petty LaBelle today.
Petty Pendergrass. Call him Petty Pendergrass.
Hold on, let me answer these two questions real quick in the chat. I got my brother out of UK, man. Shout out to my brother right there, Hebrews 9. Didn't Pastor Bennett say to the people that some are Israelites? Yes, he did. And part two, how would you have responded when Zion told Ryan that the majority that went back are Israelites? What do you mean went back? Went back where? I don't know about that part. Went back where? But let me say this right here. This is the migration and settlements of the Spanish Jews. And you could pay attention that they went all over Europe. That's where the Jews went. If you didn't know, Ryan, they went all over Europe. A little bit went to Africa. Most of them went, some of them even went to Israel. Remember they talk about the real Israelites are not there. Look at this. See where the arrows went? Right here where Israel is, right here where Jerusalem. The issue is they say that the people who live there are fake. They can't be fake if you think the Sephardic Jews are real Jews. That don't make no sense. They went to Siberia, they went to Italy, they went to France, they went to England, they went to it's all over. So how are we gonna say these people are, on one hand we're using the history that they wrote, and then we're gonna say, hey, they're not Jews, they're fake, but you're saying that you're attached to them. That's what makes you legitimate. It doesn't adding up, yo. Look at this now. Look at this.
Are you also leaving out some of the slaves that were brought to Spain in the 14th century?
Hold on, man. Look at this, man. This is 13th century illustration. Libro de las Vegas depicts a Jew.
All of it was a Jew.
Them people is our people. That's me right there. He looked just like me. That's my Ashkenazi 3.9. Then I got a Muslim and a Christian, a Jew playing chess or whatever they're doing in Madrid. These what they look like. They look just like African Americans. See that?
Observe
Ah,
century Spain. That's them right there again. Look at that. That's the
They ain't hit no front.
Uncle Rick.
That's
Uncle Rick
11.
in Georgia. Look at this picture here, 1506, the Lisbon Massacre. Look at those beautiful women, those African American women right there. Look at that. Look at my African American brothers. Yeah, leadership at its finest.
They
So
mix.
now, this is
They
the
mix.
the Portuguese synagogue in Amsterdam.
he said they mixed.
They mulattoes. They mulattoes.
Execution of Mariana de Carabajal in Mexico
There you
City,
go.
Francisco Nunez Carabal in 1601. Yeah, look at
Nah, I'm
African
good.
Americans. Yeah, the best.
They mulattoes.
Right here, Passover, right here again. Look at that. Sarajevo. Yeah, look at us. That's us all day. I don't care what color. We got light-skinned Jamaicans. We got light-skinned African Americans.
Not the mulattoes, though. No, he said the
We
That's wild.
This is the Africans drawing these people with the ivory trade right here. This is what the Africans said they look like. Right here. How are you going to defeat that? You can't defeat that. The Africans are saying what they look like. You can't go around it. Oh, I didn't get to do this today with the whole Yah name stuff. I forgot to do this today. But I do want to point out the hatred for light-skinned people is too much. That's what it is. We hate light-skinned people. If Unc was light-skinned, nobody would like him. Nobody would like him. I think that's the problem, man. We hate light-skinned people.
Oh, that's funny, yo.
That's messed up, man.
I
Just
like the
because.
name of this file. I mean Garfield. The name of the file here.
Oh, Zylex is dead? Yeah.
Where's Brother Lie? Where Brother Lie at? Where you at, Brother Lie?
I'm right here, brother. I'm right
You
here.
don't think you from Arabia, do you?
Not at all.
Right. That's my point.
Look at
Right.
these black
And,
people
and
right
just as Muslim as anybody else.
Look at
Simple.
this Swarthy guy right here. Look at Swarthy. Look at Swarthy guy.
Faith ain't based off of that. Let me see.
No, I think it's more so. What I think it basically boils down. What it basically boils down to is this: lack of scholarship, lack of study, and embracing that you have a lot of dumb folks out there that just want to go with lookership in a sense of feeling acceptance amongst themselves and their own people, and you got other people that use it towards their advantage for a hustle. That's all it is.
Facts, bro.
Hustle.
That's all it is, bro.
Tax free too. Tax free hustle.
Tax free. That's all it is, brother. You know that old saying as well as I do: the game is supposed to be sold, never told.
Of course. Of course. I'm just surprised that they haven't created new doctrines.
I feel
like, yeah, that's what that they using the old doctrine. You know, create some new stuff. You know what I'm saying?
You can't.
Why change? Why change? When you have
it's outdated. It's outdated.
Children of Israel are like boxwood, neither black nor white, but an intermediate shade. Rabbi Akiva. This is the first century. That's a district. Boxwood right there. There goes your boxwood right there. That's almost every African American I know look. Just like this, boxwood. Just like this. Can't deny that. If y'all deny that, y'all hating on African American culture. Y'all hating.
What's going on right there?
Constantine wasn't going to follow that old doctrine from the Old Testament, so created some New Testament.
Look at this right here. Look at this right here. Look at this right here. These are the children of Israel right here. The wall of Dura Europos, 253 AD. Can't deny these Syrian Jews right here. No beard. Yeah. Live right there. What are you going to do about this? You can't do nothing about this.
Over there, I'm going to
Look at my Hebrew Israelites photoshopping the one on the right so that they could look dark. The original is on the left. You can't beat these people up, man. They're winning. They photoshopping actual archaeological information. Look at that. They're winning, man. The first modern day black African or Negro to undergo a formal conversion to Judaism was discovered in the record of the Inquisition of 1474. Really? This is the first time a black man became a Jew? Or converted to a Jew, I'm sorry. During the 16th century, a rather large contingency of African descent Jews, both converted Africans and Euro-Africans, were incorporated in the Jewish community of Amsterdam.
Wow.
I don't remember seeing records of the slaves who came off the ships when they came to America that they had to be converted from Israelism or Judaism to Christianity. I think that they were practicing their native African spiritual whatever practices, and that they had to be, you know, it's not converted. What's it when you make them do it? When you force them? When you force when you
It's
force
still
someone?
it's still conversion. It's just forcible. That's all.
It's more so us like in conversion, like they say in Islam in Arabic, use asl taslim. What it means basically is get down or lay down.
Oh yeah, basically, yeah.
This is
Yeah, but
60 years.
still conversion.
This image is 60 years before the Jews were kicked out of England. These are them. They're drawing themselves. These African Americans at that time were in England, and they decided to join themselves.
I'm a hurt Garfield.
Hey, African American hate is beyond. Listen, look at these real good black Jews. Look at them. Look at these black Hebrew Israelites. Yep. 60 years before Jewish expulsion from England, prominent Jews of the time, such as Massey Make and Isaac the Norwich, are drawn. Sourced the National Archives of London. Jews in London, 13th century. Jews are depicted prior as non-blacks. Oh man, they hate. They hate it.
You know what? I'm laughing, but you know what, Garfield? What you doing right now is exactly what they do when they pull up all these different pictures and artwork and all that stuff and say, look at this. Don't this look like a black man? They do the exact same thing, bro. You cooking right now.
Yeah,
I would ask why the scripture didn't prophesize the KKK, because you know their slave master gave them the religion that they are practicing. So why didn't the scripture tell them that was going to happen?
What? You trying to make it like this stuff that they wrote, these prophecies was real. Man, this is just their folklore, bro.
I'm not saying it like I believe it to be real. I'm just saying if I'm trying to come from the perspective that they believe that it's true. So I'm just trying to come down to that level and ask that question.
Hey, brother Law, you got this book right here? I don't know if he got that book.
Mika's asking to come up.
Yeah, you call me. What's up? Garfield.
Is Garfield starting trouble? I'm coming up here.
What's up, Mika?
Since you want to start trouble, I'm coming up here. Sick and all.
Mika outside jogging in the wind and gonna jump on the panel.
It ain't no trouble going on.
Naturally thin. You know, I know what you call it.
What?
I say you're naturally thin. You're not running anything.
Or chicken. Oh, it's somebody else we're talking about.
Hey, by the way, the reason why I'm showing this book, Magic and Divination in Early Islam, because look at what it says. The Roman practice of lot casting, especially popular through late antiquity.
Somebody needs to mute.
Man. Always on, bro. Always on. But it says in the Quran, 2 practices involving chants were prohibited. But we see in the Islamic world, they were doing lot casting was not always divination in the sense of predicting the future, but rather means of determining a course of action or deciding between courses of action involving arrows and whatever. So you see some form of chiromancy, but this is how it possibly could have gotten to West and Central Africa.
Okay, so Garfield.
The Jews bringing something when it's culturally also is not allowed in Islam, but a form of it was done under the Islamic regimes. But go ahead, what's up, sis?
No, because you were showing pictures, right? So you telling me that the people in the Middle East look like those people, those pictures you showing?
They could look any way they want, man.
Okay, but what is your point of showing the picture? Because you started.
Because I'm messing with people, man.
Okay. Just to let everybody know. Garfield.
They was black peoples, girl.
Black where?
They were mixed.
It was black people.
They was mulattoes. They was mulattoes. Go back to it.
What you call Captain Cesaria black?
He's 10 shades from being
No,
white.
but the thing
What are you
that's the
talking about?
problem. That's the problem because we calling people black, and that's not what we are.
Yeah, we know.
Okay,
Yeah,
just
we
let
know.
that be clear.
Is Mika on my side? Hold up, hey Mika, what's black? Hold up, wait a minute, I done felt me.
Black people. I think people forget what the color black look like. Like we think we are the color of black.
Okay.
But I've seen some religious texts,
Oh,
not necessarily the Bible.
I got somebody on my side.
No, not the Bible, but I've seen some religious texts that actually differentiated between Hamites and Negroes, and that's supposed to be aren't they supposed to be? Wouldn't they be the same people, like the same color and everything?
Leadership gonna always get you wrong. You can never look.
Just
never look and determine what a person is.
Around, but we are not the same. Just like there's a lot of white people, what we call white people, they're Europeans. I mean, they don't all. I mean, they might look the same, but they're not the same. They don't consider it.
They do not look the same. Not all
I'm
of them.
gonna
Not
say
at all.
that, but yeah, they don't. But guess what? They think we look the same, but we don't really look the same.
No, but it's social construct because Jewish people, they are white, but they don't call themselves white. They say that they're Jews. They separate themselves from white people.
You say Jewish?
Jews are Jewish. Whatever.
Are the European Jewish, man?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
so we gotta put it in its place because we could have African Jewish people. Anybody could be a Jew. That's the problem. Just like anybody could be a Christian.
What are you talking about, man? Anybody?
No, but hold up, y'all. Let me throw this in. Let me throw this in real quick. Hold up, y'all. Let me throw this in.
Let me throw this in the pot.
Let me throw something in real quick, Garfield.
Only African Americans can be Black Hebrew Israelites.
No, Garfield.
Oh, that's true. No, then that's true. What he just said is true.
That's not true.
1969, it was thought a Jamaican can't be a Black Hebrew Israelite.
Puerto Ricans.
Oh, we're talking about Black Hebrew Israelites.
Let me say something to Mika though, real quick.
They got Mexican in their group.
Hold up, Mika.
They got Puerto Rican in their group. What are you talking
hold up, Mika. Hold up, Mika. Let's talk about this for a second. So those people that we call
what is Mika talking about though?
Mika's talking about.
But we all agree.
No, don't fight, y'all. Don't fight. Wait a minute.
We agreed to that 20 minutes ago, though. We agreed to what Mika saying 20 minutes ago.
Garfield that if somebody wants, just like how somebody want to be a Christian, they could be a Hebrew Israelite also. Because they both believe the same thing. They both believe the same.
Hebrew Israelites are claiming.
Just give me 2 minutes, y'all. Let me say this. I'm gonna do it real quick.
So what is Christian doing? The same.
Christianity is claimed through faith, through just a belief. But Hebrew Israelites are claiming lineage to Jacob.
Different, totally different.
Yeah.
Not the same.
As a Christian, you're not claiming lineage to Jesus. You're just saying that you're practicing the teachings or whatever.
But Jesus practicing from so-called Israelites, so it's the same thing.
No,
not the same thing because Jesus teach that Gentiles and everybody else can follow or whatever. That's what Christianity, it accepts all the nations, whereas Hebrew Israelites, they're kind of like racist. They don't like white.
They're not kinda, they are. It's not kinda, they are.
Well, I think once you say,
let's just call it for what it is.
We getting off, y'all.
I think once you say that God has a chosen people, an ethnicity that's a chosen people, I think that's what creates the the racism or whatever. Because then it's we're the best, we are the people, and you all are outside Gentile nations, and then it's kind of like a we're better than you type of thing.
Well, let me say this. Let me say this to Mika.
Backs off of them saying their energy can be traced into blood, but yet there's one Hebrew Israelite I have yet to see that has anything traced back to blood.
Right, there you go. Now, see, Brother Lot on something. Dumb people. Hold up, let me say this real quick, y'all, before we move, because I want to say this to Mika. Dumb people that's over there in Palestine, they can trace DNA back. That's something that your African American folk. That's something your African American folk can't do. They're not going to be able to do it. But them folks can do it.
They're not doing that over there. It's illegal. Who
told you that? Oh, shoot.
No one can trace their lineage
I'll be right
Jacob
back.
through blood. because there is no blood of
No,
Jacob.
you brought up some mystical stuff, man. No, I'm talking, forget Jacob. I'm talking about the fact that people live in that land,
Oh, okay,
come
okay,
from
that's where
that
you're going.
land.
That's where
There
you're
you
going.
go. That's their DNA. We do science around here.
No, 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 no,
We
no.
PKs. We do science. And when you
Hebrew
do science, you
Israelites,
can
they
trace
take it.
yourself
They
back
Guess
to
take
what?
it.
certain
Y'all
places.
all
No, they
wrong
take it
because
more
Israelites
deeper
don't
than that,
exist
though.
Okay. All
anymore.
right. I
The
can be
ancient
wrong.
Israelites don't
All
exist,
right.
so how you gonna get DNA from them?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They take it to
Exactly my
another
point.
Oh,
level. They
man.
believe that they
Y'all
are
bananas.
actual descendants of Jacob. They're not just talking about the
Can I,
people
all
in
right, let
that
me ask
land.
y'all a question. Let me ask y'all a question.
Hey, hold on,
If
Joe.
some bone, all
Jordan,
right, go ahead. Go ahead, Dawson.
Before we end the show, I want to say that basically that if we look at the tradition of the storylines, the majority of the people ended up staying and living in the land. So if you find bodies or countless bodies, because they have a lot of surveys that they've done, right, from the Bronze Age all the way to the Iron II, they have not found one E1B1A sample yet in Israel between those time period, Iron Age 2 and the Bronze Age from 3200 BC. They found E1B1B outside the range. They found a couple others, but they don't find. They find J1. They found J2 in the Northern Kingdom before they were exiled. They found J2. This is what they found. The only thing we can go by is what they have found. All right. Now,
Garfield, can I ask you this though?
Obi, hold on. In all fairness, though, in Africa, right, they don't really have any old samples of E1B1A in Africa. So what are we gonna say that we don't have no old, although we do find E1B1A like 1000 AD. There's really no sample that goes way back inside because of heat, because of where Africa is as far as the sun and the equator. It's hard to find preserved DNA. They found some DNA that was, I think, 8,000 years ago. We got lucky with those people in Cameroon. They had the A00 or A0 or whatever they had. But you don't have a lot of samples in Africa. But in Israel, it's I don't know. I think the community. You know what I'm gonna do? This is what I'm gonna do. So nobody interrupt me. This is what I'm gonna do. I'll pull everybody down, and then when I'm done, I'll pull everybody back up. Since everybody love for talk, all I'm saying is this, right? To have a fair conversation about DNA, it's hard to have a conversation because some people are too totally invested as far as emotionally. Some people just hate the Israelites. Some people just hate Christianity. Some people just hate Jesus. Some people just hate whatever. So whenever you bring up those conversations, they're not coming from up with a balanced approach. They're coming with emotions. What I'm going to say is, if we're going to use DNA, right, because there's no Jewish DNA marker, what we do have is that the people who they're taking samples of over time period is showing to have J1. The communities that they have found that are Jewish communities for a while, and they check their DNAs, Babylonian communities, the Mizrahi communities, the Maghreb communities, all these different communities, they're coming up with primarily J. It's just a fact. Now, does that mean that all the Jews were J? No. It's just saying that that's something that's a marker that's been connected to the people and the communities that they've tested. All right. Now, anybody can be a Jew because, again, it's a converting religion. If you look at the Yemenite Jews, they're so mixed. I don't know how they even classify them as Jews, the way how mixed they are. Because a lot of them have E1B1A. You know what I'm saying? But as far as DNA, it's difficult to say, to go against what's on record. And what's on record is that they have tested people from the Bronze Age and in that same region, in the Iron Age 2, Iron Age 1 era, and they're coming up as majority J. You can't get around it. Gullah, you want to add on to that?
No, yeah, man. I see what the other brother was talking about like tracing the DNA. He just saying that the people that created them stories. You know, so we know them people, you know what I'm saying, them mythical stories, you know what I'm saying? Like we know that, you know what I'm saying, when you look at the stories of Hercules and all that stuff, we talking about Greek people. You know what I'm saying? You can trace Greek people to DNA. You know what I'm saying? Whoever created them mythical stories, them people that still learn that land. You know what I'm saying? Nobody else. They don't got nothing to do with us.
That's the point I was trying to make here.
Thanks, Gullah. Clear all that up. Just go to the bones. Bones and DNA, man. Shoot.
But that's not completely fair because the
Why isn't it?
No, the reason I'm saying that is because just because I'm not saying I believe that there's a trace. I'm just saying that just because it hasn't been found, or as Garfield was saying, it's harder to find it in Africa, then their claim's going to get erased because, and then these other people claims can be supposedly validated through DNA just because. And who's to say if they find some archaeological evidence that they're going to present it? You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying it shouldn't be based just off of that. It should be based off of there is no Jacob, therefore no one is connected to Jacob. And then these are just people who are practicing, a religion or tradition.
But Israelites are real folks, though, man. They real folks that went under real captivity, but I know, but they real folks that went under real captivity by the Assyrians. That really wrote a book and really built the temple over there in that area. They actual folks.
But the book that they wrote is not completely factual. So why do I have to believe?
That's fine.
Why do I have to say, okay, this part is true, but that part isn't true. This part is true. No.
That's part of the nuance of the conversation.
They over exaggerate. They made themselves sound like they were different than the other Canaanites, but they were just other Canaanite people.
If it's a story about your tradition or your heritage, write it the correct way. Don't write it in a mythological sense, or mixing in a little bit of truth, a little bit of this, a little razzle dazzle, and because I'm gonna just take it as a story. I'm gonna take
That's what everybody did, though. But that's what everybody did in the ancient Near East, though.
Yeah, that's
I
part
agree,
of it.
and that's what I try to tell people, that don't take it so literally. That's the whole point.
You don't agree. You just said it. You say don't do it.
You said what?
You just say don't do it.
Don't do what?
No, I said you don't agree because you said don't write it razzle dazzle.
I don't know why y'all. I don't understand why y'all entertaining Petty LaBelle.
I was saying that it's already has been done. It was already done back then. Yeah.
And it still can be done. It still can be done. Does somebody say it's not? Does somebody say it's not fair to have to use archaeology and all that? Who said that?
Again? No. What I said was that just to only base it, because you can only go off of what has been found, has been. But what Garfield was saying, that in Africa, it's going to be hard to find some of that evidence due to the geography and the sun and all that. So these same people who are in that region, Israel, who are making their claims, and then they're able to find some archaeological evidence, whereas these African people who are making their claims, I'm not saying
that's not true. They got bones of Africans that are 190,000 years old.
I'm just going off what Garfield was saying. I'm not invested in really all of that, but
I'm saying you mischaracterized what he said.
We're talking about DNA samples. DNA samples.
Yeah, but we ain't talking about DNA right now. We talking about the historical account.
No, that's what we was talking about.
But don't you have to have archaeological stuff to? Well, when you say DNA for old ancient stuff, what is the term for that then?
But see, that's just it. When we're talking DNA, archaeology, what we're talking DNA, archaeology, any kind of serious history work, none of it's going to point. I'm just saying, none of it's going to point to us.
We don't start.
We're having a conversation, but we're trying to point to us. It's not going to work.
Yeah, I'm saying you don't start off with DNA. That's the last thing, because like y'all understand, it's not a lot of ancient DNA. So that's the last thing. You start off with with archaeology, then the historical accounts, then the last thing.
Yeah, we don't match none of that. But, not for that area.
No, I'm saying yeah. But in West Africa, you can find all. I'm saying we can find all that. That's the point. Where we come from, we can find all that. Everything y'all asking for, we can verify it. So with the Hebrew thing, you just can't, man. So it's just a belief.
Right,
it's okay.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but if you sell a belief as a reality, as far as we we those people, then you scamming, yo. And it's
Now,
pseudo archaeology. That's the truth.
Garfield.
Unc, and what you're
Cause you
saying,
gotta look,
Unc, for the
cause
most part,
you gotta
Unc,
look up.
I concur with you, Unc. I concur with you
Yeah,
saying, Unc, 110%. My premise that I'm building off of is this. They'll be adamant, faith is faith, whether it be you being a Christian or Muslim.
Thank you. Right.
A Jew is faith is faith. But once you draw a clear, precise lineage through blood, then that's when science comes in. And you have to stick to that. They're incapable of doing that. So my premise is just stop saying blood. Period.
Stop
Because you
that.
can't prove it.
Correct.
You cannot prove it.
Okay, but also
I mean, listen, man. If you really want to prove if you're indigenous to that region, you know, you could compare like your DNA to people who are also indigenous to that region. So I think
what?
you don't even gotta look at the DNA. You just look at the culture. You can look at
Who's
the
gonna be
culture.
indigenous to Israel?
no, I mean, if you claiming to be if you claiming to be an Israelite, right? You know, Israelites, they hold to the belief that Arabs, you know, come from a dude named Abraham. So I should be able to take a black Arab at least, right, and compare your DNA to
that
this
is
dark
so
Arab,
crazy.
and you
You saying
guys
a
still
black
won't.
Arab?
No. Listen. There's dark Arab tribes. Hold up. There's dark Arab tribes in North Sudan, and they're J haplogroup. They're not even E1B1A. So even the dark Arabs, you guys should have the same DNA as them,
Look
bro.
how
If you
we
claiming that
sound,
these are your
though.
cousins.
Look how we sound.
There's no
Them dudes
Abraham, bro.
I
mixed.
was
Them
trying to
dudes
hear what
mixed
Tamika
in,
was
bro. You
saying. I
can't.
was trying to hear what Tamika
No,
was saying.
yeah, Unc. I was
What
saying
was
if
The
Unc, can you hear me?
derogative way of addressing an Arab is calling them a black Arab.
Yep,
That's what's seen
absolutely.
as being. That's what the derogatory term was defining a black Arab is. If you take yourself as being American, whether you're African American and defining yourself as a black man, and you want to insult the Arab, you call him a black Arab.
Right, that's what I'm saying. The color thing is crazy. But I want
Yeah,
to
he's talking
know.
about assimilated. He's talking about assimilated
Go.
Arabs
I can't hear you,
from
Tamika. Go
Sudan.
ahead.
I
I
know
can't hear you.
Assimilated tribe.
Hold on, man. Y'all keep talking. Go ahead. Let me hear
Yeah,
what you say.
no, because I'm saying that if you follow a culture, couldn't you be part of that culture?
Yes.
Who? What? No. What
Yeah,
culture
it don't
you
have
talking
to
about?
have no DNA and no
That's
bloodline,
what. Yes.
but you're following the culture.
Yes.
Yeah, but
You
that
can.
didn't happen that didn't happen in the case with us. You don't find no stories about yams in the Middle East.
What are you talking
We
about?
come from people that cultivated. We come from people that cultivate yams and
He lost me.
rices
He
and
just
shit like
lost me
that.
right there.
No, yeah, but that's not. You know what? That's funny because we all don't have the same DNA. So if we got split up DNA from different places, how you just gonna tell somebody, "Oh, you only come from here"?
Yeah, but your
Yeah,
black
but
DNA
that's how reality
come
is.
from West and
You want to
Central Africa. You
divide
got
and tell people
your
you just
European shit and all that shit
African.
might be different, but the African shit, that shit come from West and Central Africa. Period. If you an African descended person in the Western Hemisphere,
There he
that's
goes, his
how
African
playing, bro.
center. But if you're mixed with all kind of different
No, it's not
people,
African centered. You come
you
from
just
West
said
and Central. You
African
come from West.
center.
No, I said people in the Western Hemisphere who have African ancestry, a most highly percentage come from West and Central Africa. I ain't saying nothing about no Afrocentric.
Well, I was saying that people are mixed, so you can't just say, "Oh, you only gonna take this percentage of your
Yeah,
DNA."
mixed with
Your people come
Europeans, but
from and be
I'm
like,
just saying your African shit, you come from West and Central Africa, period. You come from Niger Congo speaking people. You speak with African American vernacular, which grammar in itself come from the culture of the people that come from, which is African American and which is Niger Congo grammar.
"Shit,
Yeah,
I came
but
from
You speak the way
America.
you
I
speak
don't
for
know
a
what you
reason.
talking about."
yeah, that's just whatever you identify with.
Exactly.
Yeah, because you can be. I think like there's a rapper, right?
Yeah, don't nobody come from America unless you Native American. You ain't no Native
Listen, I
American. You
got
probably got a
part
little Asian.
Native American,
So
so
then,
Yeah,
I
a
could
little
claim it
bit.
if I
Probably a
want
little.
to. You
Yeah, a
can't
little
tell me
bit.
what I could claim
so
and
do
what
you
I can't
identify?
claim.
Thank
Do
Probably
you,
a
you
little
Yellow.
bit.
identify?
Yeah,
Thank
the
you.
little drop.
Shit.
Do you identify with your Native American heritage or your African
Yeah, a little
heritage?
1%.
No, I'm asking her directly. Like, do
No,
you identify?
okay, this is who I feel like I am because I'm mixed with a whole bunch of stuff. But
Yeah.
I only know American
What's the highest
culture.
percentages? What's the highest percentage though? It's African, ain't it?
That doesn't really matter because if you don't identify with your highest percentage, then if you don't identify
Man,
with that, no,
motherfucker.
if you don't
Look how she
identify,
talk, bro. Stop playing. Yo, stop playing games. She talk with African American vernacular.
right,
Stop playing with
right,
me.
Right, Gullah.
Of course,
Fuck
because
out of here. Ain't nobody the motherfucker Willie. Ain't nobody no Willie Luck. Ain't nobody Willie Luck on here.
With? Or are you gonna say you identify with all of or with multiple?
I hear what you said.
No, I was trying to see because you were mentioning that you have
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. This how you tell me who I am because other people
I
will
can't tell
describe
you who
me
you
differently.
are. I can't tell
Okay.
you who you are. Yeah,
No. Listen. Okay, I was born in America, right? Brooklyn, New York. I'm American, but my family came from Jamaica to Cuban. Like all the way. We travel all over.
Yeah, I know.
So
I know.
if I go to Jamaica or Cuba and be like, I'm one of y'all, they're gonna tell me, hell no, you're not one of us, you're a Yankee. So and then when I'm in America, they're gonna tell you you're not black, you're not one of us because your people haven't been here.
That's nationalism, yo.
Yeah,
See,
so
now you
like,
got
that's nationalism.
If you travel more,
My Cuban family don't treat me like that. No, that's a person. That sounds like some personal issue.
Yeah, they're not gonna all treat you like that and say you're not.
No, because if I'm in America and I'll be like, oh, I'm American, blah blah blah. They say, how long you been here? Because no, you're not.
No, you wanna
because it's black. It's black Cuban. It's African Cuban.
Right, so Mika, you just foreign, right?
Say that again.
My mom
so I
from
guess you just foreign, right?
Right? Small island in the Caribbean, and then my father's side is Igbo. That's West African, right? But I grew up in the United States. I didn't get treated like that. I was incorporated in the African American community. That's why I grew up in, and that's what that's how I grew up. So I don't really agree that that people. Yeah, some people have that they say like but I won't say the majority. I won't say that they treat people like that. It's all about if you're a part of the community. You're a part of the community. If that's what you know, then that's the culture that you are grown up in. Because America is full of immigrants. Who's really indigenous to America? It's a small percentage.
Yeah, and America's a continent. It's the United States of America. America is two continents, and islands.
Yeah, and the Caribbean, so I don't think like like I was saying, there's a rapper, right? Logic, I think I think he say he black, but he look white, but he probably grew up. I don't know how he grew up, but looking at him, to me, he looked like a white person. You know what I'm saying? So, but I don't. If he I think he identifies as biracial though. So it's not.
His daddy black.
I think it's the dad that's black. I think, or I can't remember, but his
daddy black.
No, so you are what your culture is. Period.
Yes, I agree with that. Yeah. But it gets tricky. When let's say you got a Caucasian, because
United States got subcultures too.
Grew up in the community, and then he, he's with he's with the African American culture. I don't know in this society that he can really say that he's black. That's like a Rachel Dolezal kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Just because you're down for the cause, it don't necessarily mean that in this society that you can identify with that.
Yeah, the United States got subcultures. It ain't just one big culture. You got subcultures. You got Italian Americans, Chinese Americans, Cuban Americans. You got a lot of shit attached to it.
Isn't hip hop considered like a subculture? Isn't that considered a subculture?
Yes, it's a subculture.
I think they call it a Black American culture. It's crazy if you want to go there.
Y'all better leave hip hop alone. We messing with hip hop.
But in hip hop,
y'all leave hip hop alone.
No, but in hip hop, you got different. It's multi-ethnic though. You got different ethnicities.
Yeah, it's multi-ethnic. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean. That's what I was trying to say.
Shit, jazz itself is even jazz. You know what I'm saying? It's rooted in the United States, but it took elements from like Cuban jazz. You know what I'm saying? Or Latin jazz too. You know, because a lot of the people they fuse and they work with each other.
And we
get a lot of black. You know what I'm saying?
Hey guys, I'm about to get out of here. Get y'all
Afro Latin musicians been infusing in African American culture and music.
All right, Garfield, this was a good show, man.
So what did we learn today with the 12? What we doing? Deuteronomy. What did
Deuteronomy,
we? I
man.
can't even. Man, that word.
We
Yeah. What
learned
did we
that.
learn
Well,
today?
we already knew that those that so-called prophecy or warning was not attributed to the African American or descendants from the Atlantic slave
Hold on
trade.
1 second. Before you go into that, let me just go into this last thing right here. This is a early 1st century, right? It's the Aramaic translation known as the Targum of Jonathan. So this is from the 1st century, the Common Era. And this, what they're doing is translating Deuteronomy 28:68, and this is how they translated it back then in the 1st century. And the Lord your God will exile you back to Egypt in ships by way of the Reed Sea that you once crossed, and concerning which I said, you shall not see it again. And there you will be sold into servitude to your enemies for large sums of money as craftsmen, and afterwards you'll be sold cheaply as slaves and maidservants until you'll be cheapened and try to sell yourself for nothing, and no one will take you in. So they are basically translating it then. This is what the Israelites are doing, the real Israelites. Now,
Real Israelites.
this is the problem. The problem with this common, look at what he says right here. Deuteronomy 28:15-68 are a collection of curses which will befall the children of Israel if they forsake the laws given in the Torah. Many of these same curses are reiterations of actual blessings which are initially promised if the children of Israel obey the laws dictated in the Torah. These curses are known as the tachacha, which means admonition or reproof in Hebrew. These tachacha can also be found in Leviticus 26. The black Hebrew Israelites use these curses as proof that they are the lost tribe of Israel almost universally within each of the different sects of this cult. The most popular and most often cited claim is that Deuteronomy 28:68 unequivocally proves that these curses are speaking of the transatlantic slave trade. A common misconception of these BHI is that outside of the transatlantic slave trade, there was no other history of slavery in the world, and definitely none that could have been conducted by ship. The problem with this common assumption in its most obvious sense is that the verse states quite plainly, the Lord will bring you back to Egypt in ships. The phrase will bring you back, or yevishika in Hebrew, would imply that you have already been there at least once and now you're going back. This does not bother the black Hebrew Israelites in the least, though they will quickly make the claim that Egypt actually means bondage. Problem solved. It actually means that instead of being sent into literal Egypt, as the verse clearly describes, it is actually saying you will be going back into bondage. Black Hebrew Israelites also commonly teach that when the Bible is speaking of Babylon, it actually means America. This kind of biblical thought does not put much weight into context or logic, but naive hope and blind faith. The actual Hebrew term for Egypt is Mitzrayim. Any native Hebrew speaker can tell you that when an im or im is placed at the end of a Hebrew word, it means that the word in question is plural. Not only is the word plural, but it is also masculine, as opposed to the Hebrew plural form of a feminine word, which ends in the suffix ot. Midraim is therefore both masculine and plural and has the meaning straits, referring to the plural sea straits which border the Sinai Peninsula. This may also have been a reference to the dual nature of Egypt's geography, Upper and Lower Egypt. Also of note, in the Table of Nations in Genesis 10:6, Mitzrayim is mentioned as the son of Ham, along with his brothers Cush, Put, and Canaan. Verse 68 also states, through the way about which I had said to you, you will never see it again, referring to a commandment that was given in the nation of Israel in Deuteronomy 17:16, as well as it's mentioned again in Exodus 14:13. You shall not return that way anymore, Exodus 14:13, but you shall no longer continue to see them for eternity. This is also a major problem for what the black Hebrew Israelites teach. The transatlantic slave trade would not happen for another 3,000 odd years. For the time Moses dictated these curses at the base of Mount Ebal and Mount Gerizim, the Israelites would have had to have been in bondage in America previous to what Moses dictates. Otherwise, the place which you will never see again, that you're now going back to, would have to be literal Egypt, as common sense would lead most people to believe. The verse also says you will be sold. But anyway, I'm going to leave it right there. The verse continues on that there will be no buyer. The Transatlantic Slave Trade Database describes 12.5 million Africans were shipped to the New World. Of that, 10.7 million survived Middle Passage and were brought by people as slaves in North and South America. But it is what it is at this point, man. People going to believe what they want to believe.
That's true.
Any last words?
That's one thing you can't change is people beliefs.
Yeah, can't change it.
I mean, you could show them stuff like, da-da-da, and make them connect the dots, but that's all.
I just like to.
I changed my beliefs. I wouldn't say that. I changed my beliefs. People can
What was your
change.
belief?
No, but yeah, you're right. Yeah, but you changed it on your own. Nobody changed your. You had to come to that realization.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know
it's
what I
like
mean?
this information. You read the information. Garfield
Yeah, but
putting this
people,
some good
but if
information out there. So
yeah, but if people have a strong belief, they will ignore the information and they will just because the Bible teaches, that that's probably it's like people will speak against and stuff like that. So some people take that literally and be like, okay, even if you're talking against that belief, then it's blasphemous. You know what I'm saying? Talking against God and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Well, I still
yeah,
say
what you
Christian
saying
and
is true.
Hebrews are the same thing. So
Hey,
You
they
said
Mika,
what?
believe
cut
the
it
same
out,
thing.
Mika.
Yes.
Hey,
Okay. You
Garfield,
being
it
a
was a good
Christian.
show.
Okay, but you being a Christian, what are you trying to connect yourself with?
You're just trying to
Salvation.
connect yourself to a certain way of
Because they
living. Yeah,
believe
well,
that they believe
for some people, salvation. Yes, he's right.
yeah, because they believe in the whole curse of the Adam and Eve, and they believe that they were born into sin and they need salvation from a dead Messiah, and then they believe the whole story and all that. That's based faith based off of a belief of they need to be salvaged or whatever.
But
Whereas
that's the same. The only thing about Hebrew is they think they the bloodline, but they still believe in the same thing the Christian believe in.
Yeah. But the thing, I guess you could say
All right,
the
I'm out of
difference.
here, guys.
Yeah.
Peace and love to y'all,
Off
man.
the
I'm out of
side.
here.
All right, Garfield.
Peace and love, family. Thank y'all for tuning in. I'm out.
All right, give thanks, brother.